Let us pray. Almighty God, we bow before Thee in humble obedience and dependence. We pray Thee, grant us the grace to respect each other this day in all our consultations, that our deliberations of today shall take place in the spirit of mutual trust, so that we as leaders shall lead our country on the path of peace and shall find solutions for issues and problems facing us. Grant us, O mercy, O Lord, that we shall today also honor Thy name in all we think, do, and say. Almighty God, we pray Thee, bless our land and all its people. This all we pray in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Let's take the oath. I solemnly affirm that I will be faithful to the Republic of Namibia and its people, and I solemnly promise to uphold and defend the Constitution and the laws of the Republic of Namibia to the best of my ability. So help me God. Thank you. Any message from head of state? Any petitions? Any reports of committees? Other reports and papers? Notice of questions? Yes, Honorable Kandurun.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I hereby give notice that on Thursday, 12th of June 2025, I shall ask the Prime Minister, Right Honorable Elias Itungangurare, the following question. Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Speaker, and Member of Parliament, I rise on the intervention of support staff for former political office bearers. Right Honorable Prime Minister, unemployment is a measure of the percentage of people who are able and willing to work but cannot find jobs. The current unemployment rate stands at 36.9%, which is the highest in the Southern African Development Community SADC. This means about 320,450 Namibians are unemployed. Namibia is followed by Eswatini at 34.2% and South Africa at 32.6%, according to statistics from the International Labour Organization. The other member states' unemployment rates are below 30%, including Botswana, 24.4%, Lesotho, 16.9%, Angola, 15.8%, and 11.5% Zimbabwe. However, the Namibian rate has been disputed by economists and experts who say that the State Statistics Agency specific definition of unemployment, which excludes discouraged job seekers, resulted in a lower figure. They believe an unemployment rate is over 50% is more accurate, according to the definition used in 2018. It had come to my attention that support staff who have been working for political office bearers, their contract has ended on the 20th March 2025, although this staff was on the behest of their principals and as considered in your SWAPO manifesto and as last of His Excellency Maiden speech on job creation, we are seeing close to over 50 staff members without jobs. These are people with experience that are ready to serve in any other responsibility given to them. However, the SWAPO-led administration has thrown them into dustbin to add to already high unemployment rate of Namibia for them to be statistics. These are Namibians with over 5 years work experience, with families, debts, and other social responsibility, and today they found themselves unemployed, and the government, they thought it's theirs, had turned a blind eye on them. since their principal officers are no longer in office. Honorable Speaker, I have the list of unemployed Namibians affected by the change of administration. I can read their names and work experience, and they are: 1. Kashile Victoria, a former senior private secretary, grade 8. Aser Dangidago Wisep. Unemployed Titus Amtenya Amomo, unemployed.
Thank you, honorable members. It's a question, it's a written question. You'll get
Melissa Mutilifa.
Sorry, honorable members. Yeah, that's what you need to do if you want to counter. Please.
Honorable Deputy Speaker,
yes,
the rules of this August House is very much clear. One is that you do not bring arguments, neither advance opinions when you are putting up questions. What the honorable member is doing is advancing opinions that is not allowed in this August House as he is doing. Therefore, that should be ruled out of order, and the member must retain to posing the question, that is a question time.
Can you assist us by directing the rule, honorable member?
Very
Nothing.
good. Huh?
Nothing.
105.
What the Gamoino Kushua? It's nothing like that.
No, you must wait.
Check 107.
I'm not there to. I refer to the principal. The principal. The rule says, Honorable Speaker.
I will give. Thank you, all the honorable members.
Honorable Speaker. No, you can't stand at the floor. Honorable Speaker, I refer to you to Rule 90. My statement is Rule 92. 4, which says, if a member does not call the standing rule consent, or at least the principle of the subject matter, upon which the point of order is based, the presiding member may insist. No, it's not that one.
Yeah, sit down.
The member is on 3. The member raising the point of order, must commence by quoting the standing rule consent, or at least the principle or the subject matter upon which the point of order is based. And I've complied to the rule when I stood up. There's a problem with you.
Yeah, no dialogue.
That's been a problem since day one. That's a problem. I'm quoting the rule. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm quoting the rule. The rule says, when you stand on a point of order, you must therefore raise the point of order, must commence by quoting the standing rule consent, or if you do not quote it, you must at least state the principle or the subject, which I have done so.
Okay, no, I think, honorable member, maybe to assist.
Yes.
It's maybe the rule that you should have quoted should be Rule 131, General Rules for Questions, under subclause 2. That says a question may not be asked if it raises an issue that is already decided in the Assembly or which has been answered fully during the current session, or to a chairperson of a committee which attempt to interfere with the committee's work or anticipate its report, which deals with matters referred to a commission of inquiry. D, as to the character or conduct of any person except in his or her capacity. or reflecting on the character or conduct of any person whose conduct can only be challenged on a substantive motion, or soliciting the expression of an opinion or solution of a legal question or hypothetical proposition. So on the basis of that, soliciting the expression of an opinion or solution of a legal question or a hypothetical proposition. If the members were employed, the employment contract will be the subject of discussion in terms of that. Now, if you are employed with contract or not, and you have lost your job, then I think the Labor Act kicks in. So the question can be put, but the withholding of the names, honorable members, because it creates a legal soliciting of an expression of opinion, and it infringes on the legal question and the hypothetical proposition that may emanate from your question. So I'll allow the question, but kindly just, maybe for now, withhold the names so that we don't discuss with names of people. No. It can create.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Oh, it's my book.
Those who are affected by the transition is former Senior Private Secretary, Grade 8, a former PA, Grade 6, former Senior Private Secretary, Grade 8, former Senior Private Secretary, Grade 8, former PA, Grade 6, unemployed former PA, Grade 6, former Senior Private Secretary, a Senior Private Secretary, Grade 8, another Secretary, a former Control Administrative Officer, Grade 6, Private Secretary, Grade 8, former PA, Grade 6, former PA, Grade 6, former PA, Grade 6, Grade 6, former Private Secretary, Grade 8, unemployed former Cleaner, Grade 15, former Cleaner, Grade 15, Grade 6, Office of the Speaker, Grade 3, Private Secretary, Grade 9, unemployed, former Senior Private Secretary, PA, Grade 6, former PA, Grade 6, Private Secretary, Grade 8, former PA, Grade 6, personal assistance to the Minister, and retained, PA, Grade 6, PA, Grade 6, Private Secretary, Grade 8, retained on contract, and former Chief Administration Officer, Grade 8, and former Private Secretary, Grade 8. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I pose the following questions. 1. How many Namibians have been affected by the transition process and change of administration, more especially those who were serving the political office bearer? What plans do you have as a head of government business to help these people to be reinstated in different honors and continue serving the Namibian society in different capacities? I so submit.
Thank you. Okay. Honorable Member, I think Honorable Member, before you sign and table, I think you agree with me that your questions need amendment because there are names there, and for the record, the names must not come. It's what we have agreed. So just update it, and then you can hand it in. Okay. Yeah, you can. If you hand it in, it's not what we have agreed in terms of the rules. So I'm just giving you time to just go and update it, and then you can bring it and hand it in to table office. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah. Any other question? Notices of motions? Honorable Cooper.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move without notice that the proceedings on votes 15, 23, 24, 29, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40 of the Appropriation Bill be, in terms of Rule 159A of the Standing Rules and Orders, not interrupted if still under consideration, at 17:45. I so move, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Please table the motion. Message of come again. You want to amend the motion? Comment. This is a notice without motion. Motion without notice. They say.
Okay, maybe he.
Okay, let me take Lizazi. Yeah. The light is flickering. Huh? Which one?
Light is here.
Okay, discretion is this side.
Okay.
I promise them I'll always check this side, isn't it? I will come. Honorable Lizazi, sorry.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, for at least recognizing this side. I rise to move a motion without notice as provided for under Rule 124C to review Rule 81(1) Appropriation Bill Committee of the Whole House for this sitting of today, Thursday, 08 May 2025, for all members to be granted a single frequency on the discussion per vote, notwithstanding Article 21A of the Namibian Constitution. I so move, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
No, I heard the member, but I just want to get, you are moving only a single round, but you are not clear on the minutes.
5 minutes.
Oh, 5 minutes, single round.
Single round, 5 minutes.
Okay.
Per vote.
Any secondment for that one? Okay. Then the consensus is reached. Thank you. We have agreed, honorable members. Just take the seat. The agreement for honorable members, by consensus, the agreement is 1 round, 5 minutes. We agree. Okay. Thank you. Is it what on a motion?
It is a motion without notice. Yes. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I want to, if it's not done, if I'm out of order, please call me out of order. I want to refer to Rule 124, either B, C, or even D, to move that tomorrow's sitting of the whole House Committee, or of the Assembly, tomorrow being Friday, because I see that we are sitting tomorrow. Can it be from 9 o'clock in the morning?
Out of order, honorable member, read your rules.
Thank you.
Every session, read there.
Thank you.
You will see.
That's what I'm saying. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it's fine. Okay.
Thank you. Yes, we are.
No notice of message from head of state. Oh, Honorable Dino.
Yeah. Honorable Speaker. Thank you. Colleagues. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I rise on Rule 124 D, raising a question of privilege. I wish to seek your indulgence that we, as a collective, agree to a comfort break every 2 hours or so.
Thank you.
Throughout the proceedings.
Yeah.
Okay.
Agreed. Yes.
Of how many?
So allow me to suggest
minutes.
10 to 15 minutes
Yes.
every 2 hours at your discretion, Honorable Speaker.
That's what I was to consider.
Okay. Any secondment? Yeah, okay. Aye.
No. I just wanted to also propose.
Honorable members. Honorable Bakera from Uchwarongo, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to propose that in future, activities of this nature that are quite very important for our country, that proper arrangement should be put in place through the administration of parliament. And things like coffee, for example. Even now it's winter, the weather here is unconducive. I left with flu, whatever last night. So really, so that we are productive, so that whatever we do, we are not just contributing for the sake of it, but to truly have some positive outcome at the end of the day. On here, you have options to order for coffee and whatnot. Why do we have these options, but they don't exist?
Thank you, Leader of Official. I'm sure you agree we are busy with the budget. So once we release this money, the Secretary will be able, the Speaker will be able to at least allow that kind of latitude. So the agreement, 5 minutes, one round, every after 2 hours, 10-minute break. And let us just be punctual. Let's not make 10 minutes now, 15 minutes. Okay, thank you. Message from Head of State. Ministerial statement.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, the Ministry of Works and Transport herewith wishes to state the following concerning the initial plan to procure new locomotives by Namib Holding through the $2.5 billion Namibian loan from the Development Bank of Southern Africa as guaranteed by the government of the Republic of Namibia. Subsequent to the assumption of my duty and tenure of office as Minister of Works and Transport, one item on the top to-do list, among others, was to fully understand the procurement being advanced for locomotives by Namib Holding Limited through the Central Procurement Board of Namibia. It transpired that the procurement of locomotives was to be done through a direct procurement method from a single source manufacturer, considering that in the global market, there is not only one manufacturer of quality locomotives, geopolitics of the world, as it is evident today in the context of unilateral sanctions and overnight economic tariffs imposed on nations by the supers of the world, it will be too risky to procure all locomotives from the sole manufacturer and without competition. Following a thorough consultations with relevant stakeholders and in line with the Public Procurement Act, Act number 15 of 2015, Section 54(1)G, which says that the board or a public entity may, at any time prior to the acceptance of the bid, reject all bids or cancel the bidding process if it does not create or achieve the expected outcome. A strategic decision was made to halt the procurement process as it will not fully serve the desired outcome in a broader sense, considering the future perspective. To that effect, as a line ministry and a shareholder in accordance with Article 40A and B of the Namibia Constitution, our supreme law, have directed Namib Limited to, with immediate effect, cancel the procurement process and, in compliance with the Namibian procurement laws and regulations, commence with the procurement process that embraces other procurement venues which do not support acquiring locomotives from a single manufacturer. In the same vein, Namib Holding Limited was further instructed to ensure that the Central Procurement Board of Namibia is informed accordingly. Consequently, in its letter dated May the 6th this year, the Central Procurement Board, as instructed or requested by Namib, through its letter dated 30 April this year, approved Namib's request to cancel the direct procurement for the supply, delivery, and commissioning of 23 new General Electric diesel electrical locomotives in accordance with Section 54(1)G of the Procurement Act. Going forward, explore various supply options of technically compliant and efficient locomotives that can adapt to the climatic conditions of Namibia. Procuring standardized locomotives from a single source exposes Namibia as a country to the current and future trade wars, compliance with unilateral sanctions, which greatly compromises the sovereignty of our state. As unilateral sanctions, many times do not have due regard to railway diplomacy. It is therefore prudent to, at this initial stage of procurement, to ensure that all potential risks are mitigated when procuring and importing assets for current and future use and operations. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We take note. Thank you. The Secretary shall now read the order of the day.
Resumption of committee stage appropriation bill.
Does the House move that, does the Minister of Finance move that the bill be discussed?
Deputy Speaker, I so move.
Thank you. Does the House move that, that I leave the chair? Any objection? Agreed to. I shall call upon the Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee to come and take the chair.
The whole House Committee is called to order. Okay. The committee has to consider the Appropriation Bill B6 2025. When progress was reported on yesterday's, the 7th of May 2025, votes 15, 23, 24, 29, and 36 had been introduced, while votes 1, 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 21, 26, 27, 28, 30, 31, and 35 had been agreed to. For the introduction of votes, I now put vote 37, agriculture and land reform, 2,569,260,000 Namibia dollar for introduction by the Honorable Minister. I put now vote to the... No, yeah.
Mr. Minister.
Yeah.
She's done.
Yeah, she's in here.
She's done.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members. I'm taking the floor for the first time since I was appointed in this position. I don't know whether it's appropriate to give my maiden statement before I motivate.
Oh yes.
Thank you very much. I have not been properly inducted, so I'm learning as I go. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, members honorable members, I rise with humility to deliver in these revered chambers my maiden address on my first day on the job as a newly appointed Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Land Reform. I would like to begin my address by first and foremost thanking the Almighty God who has guided me to this point, because I know it is only by faith that I have been able to come this far. Honorable Chairperson, a little bit of background of who I am. I was born in the great region of Ochodonjupa in Grootfontein, where I spent my formative years before I migrated with my grandparents to Arminius, where I started my primary schooling. I completed my primary schooling at Ritquel Combined School, and then I proceeded to Martin Luther High School near Omaruru. It was while at MLH where I was exposed to political activism under the tutelage of some of our revolutionary teachers, including Honorable Joshua Weber, the late Tangeni Yarkana, and Pastor Wanivi, just to mention a few. During those years, the SWAPO party mobilizers and some of Plan underground fighters used to walk the areas, mobilizing and popularizing the cause for the liberation struggle. They will be holding meetings with our teachers, and as learners we're always on the periphery, eavesdropping on what was being said. So we learned of the plans to mobilize people to go and fight for the independence of our country. And we decided to join. In 1976, following the Soweto uprising, we too, some learners in Namibia, including at MLH, we joined our South African counterparts in boycotting what was then known as the Bantu education. This led us to banning the examination papers, which got us into serious trouble. And in no time, the school was surrounded by police officers from Omaruru. They were claiming that they were looking for terrorists. And those terrorists who were being referred to were none other than ourselves as school children. In those days, grade Form 1 and Form 2. I was in Form 2. Lo and behold, overnight, the SWAPO comrades came and they transported us to Windhoek, where we stayed in hiding for 2 weeks while they were still chasing around looking for these terrorists from school who have burned the school papers. After 2 weeks, we were exported out of the country, where we went to join SWAPO. And as was the tradition then, we were all sent for military training, where we went for military training and were fired up to go and fight. But as we all know, the late founding president and the founder of our revolution did not want children to go and fight. So he said we're too young to go to fight, and we're sent to school. Some of us ended up at the United Nations Institute for Namibia in Lusaka, where we stayed for 3 years and completed our diploma programs in various fields, after which we were sent back to the front again. we resumed our military training, and after we completed our military training, we were deployed to various responsibilities and portfolio. I had the privilege to work for the Swapo Women Council as a project officer at the Defense Headquarters in Lubango, where I interacted with many of our leaders. Some of them are still among us today. After 4 years of service at the front, I was sent to school to study in the UK, where I went to study law, ending up specializing in petroleum and mining law, before I came back and worked for a little bit, and then independence came and we were all repatriated back to Namibia. To cut this long story short, I had the privilege when I came back to Namibia to work in the mining industry, primarily starting my career in the mining industry in the Ministry of Mines and Energy, where I rose to become the Director of Mines, after which I was then appointed as the Managing Director of Namibia Diamond Corporations, and I think that part is well known. I need not to rehearse. Honorable Chairperson, allow me at this juncture to express my profound gratitude to Her Excellency, the President Dr. Netubo Nandi Ndaitwah, for bestowing this honor upon me to serve as the Minister responsible for agriculture, fisheries, water, and land reform. I am ready to serve this portfolio with the same dedication and passion that I have served with previously, and that I have also observed in my leaders that I have had the privilege to serve over the years. I also wish to express my deepest appreciation to my family, my two daughters, Michelle and Waka, and of course my cheerleader friends who have been encouraging me to take on the challenge, as well as my comrades and former colleagues in the presidency in particular. Honorable Chairperson, I'll be soon motivating the vote 37, but before I go to motivate that vote, I just wanted to say I recognize the poor vital role of the agricultural sector in Namibia, and that role cannot be underestimated. We know that about 70% of Namibia's population is dependent directly or indirectly on the agricultural sector for its livelihood. We also know that the sector is important in terms of income and employment creation, as it supports many Namibians across the country. We are, however, mindful that the reality of our changing climatic conditions has become existential threat to our agricultural sectors. This is witnessed by the extreme weather patterns that we'll be speaking to, including floods, droughts, and land degradation. We know that rainfall patterns have mostly been erratic, and the frequency of drought has accelerated, which in turn negatively affect household food security and exports. Therefore, this is indeed a great responsibility that has been bestowed upon me, and I'm confident that with the support of the Honorable Deputy Minister members, as well as the management team and everyone in the ministry. It's a challenge that we are well positioned to tackle, of course, with support from the other colleagues, and in particular the Minister of Finance, if adequate resources are allocated to us. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, I wish to end up here with that short introduction about who I am, and then turn my attention now to vote 37. Thank you.
Okay, timekeepers must be overlaid here. 15 minutes. Okay, you may proceed here.
Yeah. I have saved 3 minutes, so I can use that for my presentation in vote 37.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, you still have got 15 minutes for your introduction.
Oh, plus 3.
Oh, plus 3. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, I rise to introduce and motivate vote 37, agriculture and land reform for the 2025-2026 financial year. Before I do so, allow me to pause and honor the revolutionary leadership of our fallen heroes, the founding President of the Republic of Namibia, His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafushina Nujoma, and His Excellency Dr. Hake Godfrey Keinko. May their soul continue to rest in eternal peace. The founding father firmly believed that agriculture is the cornerstone of national development and a foundation for lasting food security and self-sufficiency. He consistently championed the view that a nation cannot feed itself is not truly independent, and reliance on imported food undermines the country's sovereignty and the dignity of its people. I wish to remind this august House, Honorable Chairperson, that I am motivating this vote against the backdrop of poor rainfall season that led to the declaration of a state of emergency on account of drought in June 2024. We are, however, grateful that the rainfall that for the financial year 2024-2025, and let me take that one again. We are grateful that the 2024-2025 financial year ended with normal to above rainfall patterns for larger parts of the country. However, this rain season was accompanied by flooding in most of the northern regions, as well as infestation of pests, particularly armyworms and locusts in the Zambezi region. This situation added pressure to the limited resources required to attend to the prolonged impacts of the drought, the floods, and the infestation of pests. It is worth noting that although that the country experienced dry spells and erratic rainfall during January of 2025, the widespread heavy rain received across many regions in February 2025 resulted in the replenishment of both surface and underground water resources, revitalizing grazing areas and improving livestock conditions, thereby enhancing crop germination and offering the much-needed relief to some of the farmers. Honorable members, it is well known that Namibia is the driest country in the sub-Saharan Africa. These unfortunate climatic conditions renders our nation susceptible to the effects of climate change and variability. As a result, a critical sector such as agriculture is increasingly exposed to climate-related natural disasters, including droughts and floods, that are not only occurring more frequently, but are also growing in intensity. The agricultural sector in particular bears the effects of these impacts, as it supports directly or indirectly the livelihood of approximately 70% of the Namibian population, as I said earlier. The effects of climate change have regrettably become a persistent and defining feature of our national reality. Despite these challenges, there remains cautious optimism for a better yield this year compared to the previous year. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, given the above, I am motivating a total budget of 2,569,216,000 Namibian dollars for the 2025-2026 financial year for Ward 37, which is agriculture and land reform. At this point, it is important to highlight that the budget allocation includes a portion from the former World 2022, which was part of the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources. The new allocation I refer to above consists of 2,053,616,000 Namibian dollars for operational expenditure, representing 80% of the total budget allocation. In addition, the proposed development budget under this allocation amounts to 515,600,000 Namibian dollars, which represent 20% of the total budget allocation to this board. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the core mandate and function of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Land Reform are field-based, which require human resources, vehicles, machineries, and equipment to deliver goods and services, such as production inputs, veterinary services, and provision of agricultural fishery extension services to the grassroots. Honorable members, I see that they are distributing potentially the long detailed report of our submission. Please take note that there are two of them. One is the word version and the other one is the printed version. The printed version is for your after meeting reading. The reference is the word one which I am presenting now. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, the core mandate of the function of the ministries, I read that one, in alignment with the medium-term expenditure framework for 2025-2026 to 2027 and 2028, Vote 37, which is agriculture and land reform, comprises of 4 key programs, namely agriculture development, land reform and resettlement, land administration, policy coordination and support services. These 4 programs are allocated 1,495,439,000 Namibian dollars, representing a 58%, which is earmarked for the development of the agricultural sector, while 323,006,000 Namibian dollars, accounting for 13%, is dedicated towards land reform and resettlement. 154,989,000 Namibian dollars, which is equivalent to 6% of the total budget allocation, is for land administration. Furthermore, Honorable Chairperson, 595,782,000 Namibian dollars, representing a 23%, is devoted towards policy coordination and support services. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, during the 2025-2026 financial year, a total of 455,878 Namibian dollars is allocated to veterinary services. And we are going to conduct annual vaccination campaign against CBPP and the foot and mouth and rabies in the northern communal areas. We will procure diagnostic material and support the maintenance of the equipment at the Central Veterinary Laboratory. We will also conduct farm inspections for animal disease control and compliance with export requirements. We will renovate, upgrade, and equip the state veterinary clinics to meet the requirements for registration with the Namibia Veterinary Council and for efficient delivery of services in various parts of the country. We will also be constructing various offices and clinics. During the financial year under review, the agriculture research, development, and vocational training is allocated a total of 153,510,000 Namibian dollars to continue with their research and training related activities, the details of which are provided in the booklet. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, for the 2025-2026 financial year, the Ministry received a total of 534,960,000 Namibian dollars, which has been allocated towards agriculture production and extension services. The Agricultural Engineering Main Division has been allocated a total of 210,665,000 Namibian dollars to develop, amongst other, comprehensive maintenance plan for the Green Scheme projects. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, the Marine and Inland Fishery Research Program deals with the management of the utilization of fish stock to prevent overfishing and wasteful use of resources. In this regard, for the year under review, this program has been allocated an amount of 110,426,000 Namibian dollars to carry out its activities. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, I now move to the Land Reform Program. This program addresses land acquisition for resettlement purposes to previously disadvantaged Namibians. For the year under review, honorable Chairperson, 323,006,000 Namibian dollars is allocated to the Land Reform and Resettlement Program in order to support land reform initiatives, including land acquisition for resettlement. Honorable Chairperson, I wish to commend the Minister of Finance for allocating 100 million Namibian dollars during this financial year to acquire agricultural land for resettlement of landless farmers in corridors and continue with the development of integrated regional land use plan. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson of this whole House Committee, we have also the Policy Coordination and Support Services Program, for which 595,782,000 Namibian dollars has been allocated. I now wish to conclude by thanking my Honorable Deputy Minister, Ruthie Masake, the executive directors of the ministry, and the entire management team of the ministry. With this motivation, I now call upon this august House to discuss, consider, and approve the budget request for Vote 37, which is agriculture and land reform, amounting to 2,569,216,000 Namibian dollar for the financial year. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much from your additional 3.5 minutes. You only touched 10 seconds. Thank you very much. I now put vote 38, water and marine resources, 956,475,000 Namibia dollar for introduction by Honorable Minister. 38.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I rise to motivate the budget allocation for Vote 38, which is water and marine resources. Again, we rely on the strength of our founding father, who was a strong proponent of utilizing desalinated water using renewable energy to transform our country's arid landscape into productive agricultural areas. May his soul continue to rest in peace. At the onset of this particular vote, I would like to extend the Ministry's heartfelt congratulations to the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Elijah Shitunga Ngurare, who is a distinguished alumni of the Ministry of Agriculture, Water, and Land Reform before its renaming, on his well-deserved appointment as Prime Minister. This achievement stands as a testament to his unwavering commitment, visionary leadership, and tireless dedication to the socio-economic development of our country. Qualities he clearly demonstrated during his leadership as the head of the Department of Water Affairs in the Ministry. Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, honorable members, water is not only a basic human right, but it is also life, and it serves as an enabler for agricultural sector development, health, education, and economic resilience. In Namibia, where every drop counts, the sustainable management of water resources is not an option, but it is an imperative. Effective water management and supply ensures food security and industrial growth. There is a need to continue therefore prioritizing investment in water infrastructure and to enforce policies that safeguard this critical resource for current and future generations. Similarly, Honorable Chairperson, living aquatic resources are also a vital pillar of our nation's economy, food security, and cultural heritage. From sustaining thousands of livelihoods to contributing significantly to national revenue, our marine and inland fisheries must be recognized as strategic national assets. It is our moral and constitutional duty to protect our aquatic ecosystem from overexploitation, illegal fishing, and environmental degradation. We can all attest to the fact that Namibia received normal to above normal rainfall since February this year, a development that has brought much needed relief to our water catchment areas. As a result, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, the majority of our dams have recorded significant inflows, with water levels now standing above 60%. This positive development enhances our water security outlook, supports agricultural productivity, and provides a stable foundation for economic activities across the country. Government therefore remains committed to ensuring the sustainable management and equitable distribution of these water resources, while continuing to invest in infrastructure that strengthen our resilience to climate variability. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, our natural resources water management is aligned with international, continental, regional, and national standards. It supports key UN Sustainable Development Goals with focus on sustainable management and utilization of water and marine resources. Namibia is an active participant in transboundary water and fishery commissions and conventions, recognizing the shared nature of our water resources across the region. In line with this, the management, protection, development, use, and conservation of water is guided by the Integrated Water Resource Management Plan and is governed by the Water Resources Management Act. In this regard, I am pleased to inform this August House that nationwide awareness campaigns were successfully conducted on the Water Resource Management Act, along with its regulations, to sensitize and enhance public understanding while promoting effective management of our water resources. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, let me highlight to this esteemed House on the uniqueness of the budgets I am motivating. In line with the directive from Her Excellency Dr. Netubo Nandi-Ndaitwah to consolidate the former Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources and that of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform, the Ministry, in order to improve the management and sustainable development of our natural resources for the benefit of our people. It is now my honor and privilege to motivate Budget Vote 38, which focuses on water and marine resources, for which a total of 956,475,000 Namibian dollars has been allocated for this financial year. It is important at this stage to highlight that this allocation includes funds from former Vote 22, which was the vote of the Ministry of Fishery and Marine Resources. The new allocation therefore comprised of 358,175,000 Namibian dollars, which is for operational expenditure, representing 37% of the total budget. Additionally, the development budget amounts to 598 million Namibian dollars, 89,300,000 Namibian dollars, which amount to 63% of the total allocation. I would like to emphasize that the core functions under this vote are primarily programmatic interventions encompassing capital-intensive programs and initiatives that has a significant and impactful role in driving socioeconomic development. This vote contributes to the ministerial strategic pillars of ensuring equitable access to natural resources and contributing to sustainable transformation of the country. In line with the medium-term expenditure framework for 2025-2026 to 2027 to 2028, Vote 38 is allocated a total of 85,227,000 Namibian dollars, representing 9% of the total budget, while 471,065,000 Namibian dollars, accounting for 49%, is allocated to water supply and sanitation. Furthermore, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Honorable Members, 300,460,000 Namibian dollars, accounting to 32% of the budget, is allocated to water security program, while 99,768,000 Namibian dollars, representing 10%, is allocated to water, fisheries, and law enforcement. This allocation reflects the government commitment to improving water security, enhancing service delivery, and strengthening the governance framework around our aquatic and water resources. I will now turn the second part of the motivation, which will dwell deeper in some of the achievements, but in the interest of time, you have them in your books. You can read for yourself. For the 2025-2026 financial year, a total of 85,227 Namibian dollars is allocated to the Integrated Water Resource Management Program in order to continue executing the activities under their core mandate. As they say, you cannot manage what you cannot measure. We will improve our water resources monitoring networks and public awareness, collect quality data and information by utilizing advanced digital technologies such as remote sensing and modeling to ensure proper planning and to support decision-making for improved water security. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, during this financial year, an amount of 300,460,000 Namibian dollars have been allocated to the water supply security infrastructure project. The ministry through NamWater and under the guidance of the Cabinet Committee on Water Supply Security will continue with the construction work for the Oshakati Purification Plant Extension, the construction works for Rundu Purification Plant, which is now 70% complete, and the construction works at the Ongwendiva Phase 2, which will be commissioned during this financial year. Honorable members, Let me now turn to sanitation infrastructure. It's important to highlight that in the water and sanitation policy for 2008, the provision of sanitation services to the communal rural areas is the responsibility of Regional Council, Division of Rural Services, while the Ministry has the coordinating role. For this financial year, honorable members, honorable chairperson of the whole House Committee, an amount of 471,056,000 Namibian dollars has been allocated. In the government quest to ensure water security at national level, several new water supply pipelines projects have been initiated and developed, and the ministry will continue with the feasibility study for those projects. Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, honorable members, water and fishery law enforcement are also an important part of the ministry. And to this end, a total amount of $986,000 Namibian dollars has been allocated. Is that a Zuma moment? Let me take it a bit. An amount of $99,786,000 Namibian dollars has been allocated. That's better, yeah, thank you. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, honorable members, I wish to re-emphasize the critical importance of managing our water and living aquatic resources, particularly in the light of scarcity of water in our country. I would therefore like to express our profound gratitude to Honorable Erika Shafuta, Minister of Finance, and Honorable Dr. Kaire Mbwende, Director General of the National Planning Commission, for their dedicated teams for supporting our budget submission. At the same time, allow me to express our deepest appreciation to our former Minister, Schledwine and Klassen, and their respective deputies for their steadfast leadership over this sector during their time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It was really worth it. Now, for information of the honorable members who came in late, we have agreed that once we get to discussions, every member will participate once per vote of 5 minutes each. So we have agreed already on that one. We cannot negotiate on that one. Just an information. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Now we go for tea break until 16:30. Tea break until 16:30. So, The whole House Committee is called to order. I now put vote 39, Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, 7,884,206,000 Namibia dollar for introduction by the Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I believe it's a maiden speech, ne? Allow me first and foremost to extend a word of appreciation and congratulations to Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah for her victorious election as the 5th president and the female president of the Republic of Namibia. Let me also make use of this platform to appreciate her for the honor bestowed on me to serve as a minister responsible for Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security. I also wish to congratulate Dr. Sarah Kugongerwa Madila on her election as a Speaker of the National Assembly and Honorable Katamelo as her deputy. I equally wish to congratulate Right Honorable Dr. Elian Gurare, Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, and his deputy, Honorable Natangwe Ithete. I also want to recognize my mentor and my political father figure, Honorable Alpheus Naruseb, who shaped my political career as my first supervisor at the SWAPO Party National Headquarters, at the Department of Information and Mobilization, together with my late mother, Siri Kumbi Gertrude Kandanga Ilokilwa. To the rest of the leaders from all sides of this house, many of you, we've crossed paths and served together. And I see this is a generational call to duty. So we must deliver without fail to give a good example to the generation behind us, of which some of them are already here. And I can single out my son, Honorable Dino Barotti, and my former bodyguard, she knows herself. I dedicate this budget speech to my late grandmother, Kuku Yohana Shipahu Shandria Sayukure, who passed away on the 7th of November 2024. And her birthday is tomorrow, on the 9th of May, when she could have turned 99 years old. She was not only my prayer warrior, but a source of inspiration and my cheerleader. Kuku followed my activities through radio and would always compliment and convey her best wishes, especially when she listened to reports from far away, as she mentioned it with her own voice, Kirongo Kokure. Continue to rest peacefully. You have now transformed into my guardian angel and have joined the pool of my ancestors that includes His Excellency Dr. Semsa Fishuna Nuyoma and Dr. Hage Geinko. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, today we are in this august house and we have an opportunity to discuss and consider the national budget for vote 39, that of the Ministry of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security. Allow me to join other honorables on this august house to congratulate and thank the Minister of Finance, Honorable Elika Shafuda, and the Director General of the National Planning Commission, and their teams for tabling a budget under the theme Beyond 35 for a Prosperous Future. It is my distinct honor to present the budget of this vote, and our ministry will always be grateful for the financial support it has been receiving over the years. I seek your diligent support and approval, honorable members, of the budget allocation of the financial year 2025-2026 in an amount of 284,206,000 Namibian dollars, which includes 435,000 Namibian dollars, which is earmarked for development budget. The total budget is distributed as follows. For the personnel expenditures, it's 174,828,000. For goods and other services, is 1,120,328. Subsidies and other current transfer, it's 2,191,000. The acquisition of capital assets, 151,859,000. And the development budget, I have already narrated it earlier on. This will be distributed in the programs as follows. Program number 1, the establishment and the regulation of population register. Program number 2, immigration control and citizenship. Program number 3, international refugees management. Program number 4, combating of crimes. Program number 5, VIP protection services. Program number 6, training and development. Number 7, forensic science services. Number 8, information and communication technology management. Number 9, safe custody. And 10, rehabilitation and reintegration. And the last one for policy coordination and support services. Honorable Chairperson, or Deputy Chairperson rather, of the whole House Committee, honorable members, as per the Ministry's motto, ours is to serve with excellence. The Ministry attained several achievements during the previous financial year, and allow me to outline them as follows. Under program number 1, which is of the establishment and the regulation of population registers, we conducted a mass registration campaign between the 5th of February and 31st of July last year, where we registered a total number of 110,620 members who were issued with national documents. We also registered the undocumented and stateless persons in an amount of 14,976. We passed various laws, and other laws are still under consideration. Those that were considered as a stateless determination and protection bill, the regularization of status and certain resident bill. We also have passed the legislation on Civil Registration and Identification Act, which repealed the birth, marriage, and death registration. In addition, the Marriage Act of 2024 was also passed. And this act has also repealed an old legislation of 1961. Under program number 2, immigration control and citizenship, the Oshikango Santa Clara border post is now operating on 24-hour basis, joining the North Duvel, Trans-Kalahari, and Katima Mulilo to provide operation and activities 24/7. The ministry has also introduced online visa application service. 911 permanent resident permit applications were received, of which 169 were approved. Under the program of refugees management, 646 asylum seeker applications were received, and the 205 refugees were granted the refugee status. 16 refugees were resettled to Canada and 16 to the United States of America. Under program number 4, which is combating of crime, the Namibian police conducted 14 national operations and secured all national events with a view to enhance public safety. NAMPOL also participated in anti-poaching operations, which have resulted in the reduction of wildlife crimes by 45%. NAMPOL also took part in the Namibia-Zambia border clearance with the debushing and the affirmation project, which covered the distance of 24 kilometers from Singalamwe to Wenela border post. NAMPOL also have seized illicit drugs in a value of an amount of 58 million, which were confiscated during various operations. And additionally, 7 cases for trafficking in person were reported involving 18 victims, which are from Ethiopia, Angola, Zambia, and Botswana. Regarding the wildlife crimes, 239 cases were recorded and 505 suspects were apprehended. The road crash statistics, unfortunately, have increased by 4%, and NAMPOL is busy procuring equipments that would assist us to monitor the country in terms of crime prevention that is worth of 30 million Namibian dollars. Program 5 is of VIP protection services, which continue to be rendered to our VIPs and VVIPs. And under program number 6 of training and development, we recruited and trained 1,782 cadet constables during the financial year under review, and they are expected to graduate on the 23rd of May 2025, and in June 2025, we would take the new intake in an amount of 2,000 of new cadets to undergo the training. Under program number 7, we have provided forensic service, and the lab have processed 2,898 cases, and we have completed 1,875 within 90 days, which is our required turnaround time, which results into 70% performance. Under program number 8 of information and communication, NAMPOL have made tremendous improvement on its two-way radio communication system by acquiring modern state-of-art digital mobile radios and repeaters and base stations to gradually replace the outdated analog radio system. Under program number 9, which is safe custody, Namibia Correctional Service has decreased incidents and rolled out the integrated security systems to 2 more correctional institutions, that is Elizabeth Nepemba Correctional Facility and the Continental Building, which is part of our national headquarters, which makes it 8 out of the 16 institutions to which the system is now rolled out. Again, the Namibia Correctional Services 16 facilities strives to comply with the UN standards, minimum rules for the treatment of prisoners, which we refer to as Mandela rules. Again, 2 new correctional facilities were established for the purpose of food production, and this is in Katima Muriro Correctional Facility and Kaoko Otavi in Kunene region. As we're moving forward, we are committing to deliver and improve on these services. Under program number 1, we are committing to deliver and expand on ID services. We are to build new offices in Omgwerume and Karasberg North. We also want to add another border post in Mushangara in Zambezi and add Hosea Kutako International Airport to the list of the number of border posts using ID. We are also adding a portal on long-term employment permits and student permit for them to be applying online in this current financial year. So these applications would be digitalized. The ministry is also committing to reduce and combat crimes from 80% to 50%. We also want to improve the clearance rate by 35% while capacitating our investigators and detectives. The ministry will continue to participate in anti-poaching operations, and also we are to issue certificates of conduct, and we are committing to reduce the hours in time from...
Honorable Minister, I'm sorry for disturbing you, because you have started with your maiden statement. You have exhausted those minutes. Now you have got the minutes of your statement. You may proceed.
Thank you. I was on the point of certificate of conducts that have been reduced from 5 days, working days, waiting period, to 24 hours. The ministry will also prioritize the identification of finger and palm prints from scenes of crimes to speed up the identification process of possible
Order, please.
suspects.
Order.
Please, let's start. Yes. Speaker, I just want you to, I missed your ruling because you only spoke to the Speaker. So why to Honorable Ipumbu? So I just want for you to reaffirm your ruling. Was it that because she started with the maiden speech,
yes,
you granted her further access, further 15 more minutes to continue with the budget speech?
Yes.
Okay, sit down, please.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, sit down, please. Thank you. That is a standard practice. We have done it to many other people previously, that those who have started with a maiden statement and they were given the different minutes, different from those of their introduction. We have done it to others. So,
we always implore the chairperson to guide the House correctly and not biasly apply the rules. But Honorable Ipumbu is not a new member, as per the rules. So we cannot, I'm not saying that don't allow her to continue. I'm just saying do not,
hold on.
We cannot, so don't apply the rule in biasly. Because Honorable Nakuni was there, we did not afford him the same maiden speech.
No, let's hold on.
There's former members that are ministers that have not been given that have not been granted.
Oh, just hold on.
So my question.
Hold on, members, hold on.
So I'm telling you is that.
Okay, I understand you perfectly well, and take your seat. I will respond to you and we proceed. Honorable members, as far as I'm concerned, I did not deny anybody an opportunity who had a maiden statement and who could just ask all the ministers. I have done the same, and she is her first time to speak in the 8th Parliament. Okay, Honorable Minister, you may proceed. Yeah.
It's that I'm saying. You are degrading this House, don't.
Okay, order please.
I'm just looking for some clarities. 91 there, 1. A member elected to to the assembly for the first time. First time.
No, go complete.
No, I'm talking to the secretary. Don't worry. May not debate in the house until he or she has made his or her maiden speech.
Yeah.
Yes. And perhaps you should direct me here.
It says what you have just read says, if you want to make a contribution, you may not do so before you make your maiden statement. That's what it exactly says. And no, this is totally different. I was translating. Yeah, it's the first time to speak now.
First time in the it's a new atmosphere.
Honourable member, okay, may please take your seat. Okay. Take your seat, please. Please, order, please. Let the minister complete to introduce her her vote, please. Okay, please. Okay, Honourable Minister, you may proceed.
Thank you. The ministry will embark upon a smart city project whereby surveillance cameras will be deployed at key infrastructures and crime hotspot areas, starting with Windhoek, Swakopmund, and thereafter Oshakati, Wafish Bay, Keetmanshoop, Rundu, and the rest of the towns would continue when the resources become available. The ministry will increase capacity to prevent prohibited articles from being smuggled into the correctional facilities. The ministry also plans to increase its food production initiatives by installing irrigation system at its new food production, especially at our correctional facility, as well as obtaining more machinery and implements. The ministry will focus on the appointments and training of specialized officers to facilitate the expansion of existing rehabilitation and the reintegration programs. The ministry will further roll out the community service orders program to 7 more courts in the central and southern regions to increase the coverage to 65 of the 71 targeted magistrate courts. The staff complement will need to be strengthened, as well as the procurement of vehicles for NAMPOL and Namibia Correctional Services and the ministry itself. The ministry plans to complete the construction of the regional offices in Kavango West, Nkurenkuru, and Zambezi Katima Muriro within this current financial year. As part of the ministry's ongoing efforts to address the lack of office space, feasibility studies for the construction of new regional offices in Ohangwena, Oshikoto, and Oshonjupa regions, and the expansion of Omsati regional office, as well as sub-regional offices in Erongo, are planned to take place this year, with the construction earmarked to commence in the financial year 2026-2027. Allow me, therefore, to extend an appreciation to the team at the ministry under the leadership of Mr. Etienne Maritz, our Executive Director, the Inspector General of the Namibian Police, Lieutenant General Joseph Shikongo, and the Commissioner General of the Namibia Correctional Services, and the entire management team. With these words, I would implore on you, honorable members, to support this budget of vote 39, and let me thank you in advance for heading to this vote.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I now put vote 40, education, 24,827,230,000 Namibia dollar for introduction by Honorable Minister of Education. Honorable Minister, you have done your maiden statement yesterday, so you now have 15 minutes only.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Honorable members of this august House, I rise to motivate and seek for your esteemed support for this budget allocation of vote 40 for the Ministry of Education, Innovation, Youth, Sports, Arts and Culture, MAISAC, for the 2025-2026 financial year. Being the beneficiary of the largest share of this national budget, my team and I pledge to ensure prudent financial management, transparency, accountability in the conduct of our business and to best deliver on our mandate. According to our 2024 Education Management Information System, these statistics, we have a number of 1,740 schools. These are public schools and 296 private schools. We have 33,322 teachers and 896,311 learners. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, I think we all share in the view that education is indeed encompasses all the elements that the Ministry of Education, Innovation, Youth, Sports, Arts and Culture exists for. Great effort has been put into transforming the sector since the National Conference on Education that was held in 2022. The comprehensive project charter of the National Conference on Education for the transformation of the education sector in our country actually has 10 key recommendations which were consolidated into 5 focal areas. I wish to state that the project charter is the cabinet-approved implementation plan of the 2022 National Education Conference recommendations. These 5 focal areas are inclusive and quality education, skills for life, work and sustainable development, teaching and the teaching profession, education infrastructure, information communication and technology. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, the budget allocation to vote 40 of 24,827,230,000 Namibia dollars represents 23.4% of our national budget and 8.9% of the GDP. This budget allocation surpasses the 20% of national budget and the 6% GDP benchmarks of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 4. A sizable share of this budget, which is 59%, goes towards the defrayal of the personnel expenditure, while 37% is allocated for operational expenditure and 4%, the remaining, goes to capital expenditure. The budget is executed through 8 programs. Program 1, focus on policy coordination and support services. And this strategy will help us towards the implementation, the infrastructure development, as well as the provision of ICT equipment. The integration of ICT in education is essential for the modernization of teaching and learning, addressing the structural inequalities, and also in preparing our learners for the future. The amount of 200 million, I wish to repeat, the amount of 200,230,000 Namibia dollars is budgeted for the deployment of ICT at educational facilities, which is inclusive of procurement of mobile computer laboratories for at least 50 schools to be equipped with mobile computer labs to the value of 21.8 million. Also, the supply and delivery of ICT devices at educational institutions to the amount of 159,330,000 Namibia dollars. Equally, the development of offline and online digital content, school connectivity and related services to the value of 19.1 million. In terms of infrastructure development, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of this House, honorable members, the provision of adequate and appropriate infrastructure. All know that we are sitting with a dilapidated infrastructure across the 14 regions. An amount of Namibia dollars is set aside to address the infrastructure gap. To improve the access of pre-primary level, 166 pre-primary classrooms will be constructed. These are 2 classrooms at once, sharing an indoor toilet facility. This will be done at a cost of 98 million, while also a further 268 million Namibia dollars will be spent to construct additional 117 classrooms, 27 science laboratories, 24 computer laboratories, 28 administration blocks, and 39 ablution blocks at various schools nationwide. An amount of 547 million Namibia dollars is set aside to fund the construction of ongoing and other projects in various regions, namely Katima Maiden in Zambezi region, Alsingier Secondary School in Karas region, Bravo Boarding School, Kavango West, Dreamy Opsis Hostel, Omaeke, Ochivanda Hostel, Ochisunchupa region, the renovation of Ashipala Secondary School that took us years to get to this stage, Omusati region, Havana Primary School in Komas region, Ipembe Modern School in Ohangwena region, Ehangano Secondary School, Oshikoto region, Ochimwise Primary School in Komas region, Mixed Settlement Primary School in Komas region, the Kunene Resource School that we've just launched in Kamaniap, Onkombula Secondary School in Oshikoto region, and Oshikunde Primary School, Ohangwena region. This is just to mention a few. We can still discuss afterwards. The construction of community learning and development centers is underway with being constructed in the following regions. Nkurunkuru, the following towns, Nkurunkuru, Karibab, Riobor, and Oranje-Munt. And this would bring the total number of CLDCs to 20 countrywide. The University of Namibia is allocated 55 Namibia dollars for the infrastructure budget in terms of construction and upgrading of the university campuses, while 50 million is allocated to the University of Science and Technology, NUST, to construct and upgrade the campuses, with an amount of 5 million budgeted for an agricultural college in the Otjisanjupa region. I also wish to state that there will be no construction of any facilities in Kleine Cooper. That money is diverted to finalize and put more funding towards Enana campus. The satellite data receiving station at Windhoek Telkom Earth Station will be funded to the value of 35 million, while the student village earmarked for construction in Windhoek Koma suburbs has an allocated budget of 35 million. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, Program 2, I will have to summarize. Pre-primary education. This lays the foundation, and only 3% of our pre-primary, 3% of our total budget allocated to this ministry goes towards pre-primary. Actually, it should be at a level of 10%, and that is our goal, to improve foundational learning. We are in the process of transitioning early childhood education into our ministry, and we have already, with our line ministry, carried out a functional analysis which outlines the roles and responsibilities of various key line ministries. We envisage to integrate ECD into formal education by the academic year 2028. We also have the foundational numeracy and literacy training for our teachers as well as lecturers, and the procurement of teaching and learning materials for specifically pre-primary. In terms of the universal pre-primary grant allocated, we have given an amount of 14,340,000 Namibia dollars. This covers $300 per primary learner, 1,500 for learner within our resource schools, these are our former special schools, and then $15 per learner seed capital for hygiene projects. Seed capital means you take all the number of enrolled learners at the school, take that $15 per child and start fundraising so that we can get projects for our school hygiene. Program 3, primary education, 46% of our budget goes towards that, with 18,805 learners employed in the teachers employed in the public service. Our school feeding program remains a big cost driver and critical in the retention of learners in our classrooms. And for that, we have 155,391,166 Namibia dollars. And our biggest cost driver, esteemed members of this House, is hospital catering at 853 456,942 Namibia dollars. An amount of $40 is set aside for procurement of textbooks, while 14 million is set aside for our practical subjects and technical subjects. The Ministry will continue to prioritize basic pre-vocational subjects by increasing schools that offer these subjects for learners with special needs. A budget of 20 million Namibia dollars is allocated to procure assistive devices for our children with special needs, teaching aids, as well as consumables for basic pre-vocational subjects. In terms of school health and safety initiatives, and also in terms of the recent horrendous crimes that were committed against our children, our focus will then be again to roll out National Safe School Framework and the hashtag Keep Me Safe campaign in collaboration with the Namibian Police. We will also strengthen the implementation of the integrated physical education and school sports policy, and for that we have revamp NSSU, as I said yesterday. For that, we set aside 3 million. Esteemed members, the Universal Primary Grant is at an amount of $124.7 million, covering $300 per primary learner, $1,500 per learner for learners in resource schools, and $15 per learner seed capital school hygiene. In terms of secondary education, it represents only 20%, and our teachers are our biggest resource. And for this year, our main focus will be on the continuous professional development of our secondary teachers. And we have set aside an amount of 27.5 million to spend on the capacity building of teachers for the Namibia Senior Secondary Certificate Advanced Subsidiary subjects. These needs of teachers were identified over the past 2 years, and that's for mathematics, English, second language, geography, and agriculture. But also we are not forgetting our other teachers, for which we have set aside 59.3 million for continuous professional development at regional level. The universal secondary grant that is disbursed to our schools stands at 96.7 million, which is also amounting to $400 per secondary learner, $2,000 per learner for learners in resource schools, and $15 per child. Procurement of basic stationaries, and our regional directors should listen very well, 129 million has been set aside for basic school stationaries that will be transferred to the regional directors to facilitate stationery procurement prior to the commencement of 2026 academic year. In terms of higher education, only 20% of our budget goes to higher education. That is 4,717,548,000 Namibia dollars. 1 billion of that, 1.3 billion for the University of Namibia, 28 million for the National Council of Higher Education, 576 million for the National University of Science and Technology, and 2,659,169,000 Namibia dollars for the Namibia Student Financial Assistance Fund. We also have 62 million for the Namibia Qualifications Authority, and the remaining 11.3 million will be channeled towards operational expenses. Program 6, Vocational Education Training. Ladies and gentlemen, we've set aside 565,000. That goes specifically to NTA, while the overall budget is 587 budget. Science and Technology, we have 79.5 million, and for lifelong learning, we have 584 million. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of this House, I wish for you to kindly internalize and ensure that we have your support in terms of the discussions for Vote 40. I thank you all, and I humbly request for your full support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for being excellent in terms of time management. A reminder again, now we move on to discussions, and as we have agreed, one person per vote of 5 minutes each. No Namgol. Now I put vote 15, mines, energy, and industry. Any discussion? Honorable Venani.
Muchas gracias. Gracias, Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, Deputy Prime Minister and dear brother, Mines and Energy. You can't be on a point of order.
Okay, on a point of information.
I've not even seen his motivation.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, with all due respect, honorable members, yesterday when I presented vote 15, there was a slight discrepancy on the figures that I have distributed in the House, whereby before we start with the discussions, I just want to officially correct the figure. Then we can start with the discussion, if I can be allowed.
I think that can be allowed.
Yes. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, I asked for a follow-up on the statement I deliver in this August House of vote 15, Ministry of Industry, Mines and Energy, for vote 25, for 25-26 financial year. I wish to clarify discrepancy in the figure presented yesterday. For the record, the Ministry is requesting the National Assembly to approve a total allocation of 939,488 to the Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy. It comprises of the following program. Program 1, the amount is 155,960,000. Program 2, the amount is 188,441, and the third program, the amount is 393,301,000. Program 4, the amount is 40,157,000. The fifth program, 9,627,000, and the last one, the last program, is policy coordination and support services. The amount is 152 million. I so move, Honorable Chairperson of the Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister. Now, Honorable Venani.
Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, I want to address myself on program 1, 3, and 4. Program 1, promotion of local and foreign investment exploration in our country. I'm very worried that we are the only country in the mining sector that has no community equity shares in our mines. If you go to South Africa, for example, and you go to the platinum mines, and many owners of those mines are people that we know each other on a first name basis. Communities that are living around those mines have equity participation in those mines. For example, we have uranium. The people of Arandes, that community, and Erongo, none of them as a community benefits directly or indirectly from the mines, besides government royalties that will build a school and so forth. So our resources must mean something to the people of our country. We can't be a country that has resources, but from those resources. That's one. Two, this issue I have lamented for a number of years now, and that is the issue of telling us that you are bringing foreign direct investments in our country. We are bringing someone of Nekundi stature and very light, and he comes here with a big briefcase. No, I want to start a mine. Fine, he's given papers and he knows. He goes to our money banks, our resources, and now apparently he's an investor in this country. That nonsense must come to an end. If an investor does not have his money from where he comes from, let our own people go and start these businesses and borrow from our own resources and create our own wealth, as opposed to bringing these fly-by-nights people that come here under the pretext of being foreign direct investors, but they don't even have money. What they have is just $10,000 to give to some other exploration officer to get a license and to go to our banks to access our money to start businesses in this country. That's one. On program 3, energy supply and security. I think we need to really do more in terms of research. If you go to Europe today, ordinary villages around Germany, around Switzerland, around any other polity in that part of the world, a person who has just an ordinary farming with poultry or goats or whatever, can be able to sell excess electricity from their solar plants into the grid. We are sitting with a large number of a huge renewable resource of sun, but we do not have capacity to sell, to be able to put panels on my house and be able to resell on the grid. So that technology must come here, so that each and every person who is sitting in Kachina Kachi and you have more than 20 solar panels, or in Okasheru, and you only need to use two of those panels for your own consumption, so that you can be able to resell that energy into the grid to create capacity in our country. And we are also bringing investors in the name of apparently putting solar plants here. None of them are producing solar plants. So why don't we give these things to many of our people so that we have also our own people accessing this? The diamond protection, very lastly, of course Namibia is a case in point in reference, but there is something happening in the marine resource, the south, where they are mining diamonds with ships. Our diamonds are being stolen there from those ships. And what are you doing?
Thank you, Honorable Kalangula. Final.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I rise on vote 15, Main Division 06, on diamond affairs. Under Program of Protection of Namibia's diamond industry, which includes protection from threats of smuggling, other illicit activities, enforcement of security-related aspects of diamond mining, and security of handling of all rough diamonds. A total of 40 million is allocated for the current financial year 2025-2026, and last year 21 million Namibian dollars. Given a clear reduction on revenue from the diamond sector, as the Honorable Minister of Finance indicated, how is this allocation helping with the protection and security? And how has it been of effect in the past? Considering the recent heist of diamonds at Namibia on the 18th January 2025, which clearly exposed a lack of security and protection. Honorable Minister, that's a serious concern. We are pumping money into security and protection for our mineral and resources. Honorable Minister, the value of the diamonds that were stolen remains a debate, and 2 lives were lost. It is rather a mystery how individuals just walk in a secured building and get away with diamonds. It is a serious concern, and I think, Honorable Minister, with these funds allocation, we need to consider putting those measures right. I so submit, Honorable Chair, Deputy Chairperson of the House. whole House Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Aubindi.
Thank you very much. It is true. I'm going to speak on on your program 3, which is allocated 251 million. Now, it is true that I'm not going to focus so much on that, but I'll be focusing on the remarkable progress. It's true that that has been made with the Integrated Resource Plan, the National Integrated Resource Plan. But it's also true that Nampower has somehow been unreasonable to the consumer and to the country. I think the biggest challenge Nampower faces is making sure electricity is afforded at a reliable rate. Reliable requires Nampower to have a base load power in Namibia, and not only solar. Nampower recently applied for a 17.44% tariff increase. This tariff increase is driven primarily by the re-evaluation of Nampower's asset, which almost doubled in value. Nampower is allowed a certain percentage of return on asset and depreciation. If asset value goes up, then depreciation and return on asset goes up. Now, if the asset value goes up, consumers will need to pay more so that Nampower can be paid for that increase in return on asset and depreciation. Secondly, Nampower keeps understating its projected generation from the Rakana project. This is industrial dishonesty, and this is where the crack of the matter is. And as a government, we need to insist that the project income from the Rakana in their tariff application should be the same, or at least to be within 20% of the previous year actuals. Otherwise, if Nampower in their tariff applications understate the generation from the Rakana, which is Namibia's cheapest source of power, it causes the price of electricity to increase. And in reality, Nampower makes more revenue at the expense of consumers. That is where the price increase is coming from, the electricity. Now, the last major contributor to the increase in electricity costs is historically under the recovery of losses Nampower has made in past years, in which Nampower is allowed to recover from the consumer in the following year. So in conclusion, if Nampower is to use the previous financial year generation actuals, defer the asset re-evaluation, and to defer the under-recovery, Nampower will probably do well just with an inflationary tariff adjustment of only 3 to 5% in particular. Secondly, this decision of putting small defaulting municipalities on prepaid will help Nampower collect its revenue, but it will destroy the entire economy. The city of Windhoek is a case in point where they refuse completely to go into a prepaid scenario because they know the larger ramification to the economic growth is catastrophic. And lastly, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, Nampower must simply impose collection by either disconnecting defaulting customers or better stakeholder management. If you imagine how many pensioners in this country on whose account these various municipalities have written off over the years, Nampower has never contributed a cent to those write-offs. Yet the municipalities are carrying those costs. This is voodoo economics, and it's not something that is acceptable within the context of a growing economy. You have to allow consumers to breathe. Thank you very much.
Voodoo economics. Thank you. Next, Honorable Vele Mamtenya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker of the whole House Committee. I also stand to support vote 15 of the Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy. And I want to give my comments on Program 1, that is the promotion of local and foreign investments. And it's, I think, at the beginning I must comment that the semi-precious stones processing facility that is in Corihas is handed over to the ministry. And we have allocated an amount to make sure that the processing or the operationalization has commenced. I think this is a very good move that we should all cherish. But I think we need to prioritize the local ownership in the dimension stones and industrial mineral sector, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister. So, unlike the gold and copper mining, dimension stones and industrial minerals do not require much of the complex infrastructure to extract and even to process. So it's a perfect entry. So this industry is a perfect entry for local SMEs and cooperatives to enter the mining sector and actually build capacity. So when raw, and I think the ministry needs really to understand that when these raw materials like the marble and the granite are exported as large blocks without local processing, we Namibians loses the opportunity to create jobs in cutting, in polishing, in tiling, in transport, and even marketing. Therefore, if we are to continue allowing foreign companies to dominate this sector, especially when they extract and export even the unprocessed stones blocks, this seriously undermines the Namibians' long-term economic sovereignty. So these are non-renewable resources. Once they are gone, so also their benefits or our benefits are gone. So I'm proposing that the dimension stones and exploration permits or mining claims must be set aside exclusively for locals. I think this would obviously assist the industrialization that we are talking about. That is on that program. The second intervention is on program number 3, that is on energy supply and security. Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, the biggest question that I always have is, why that an ordinary Namibian cannot purchase a transformer on installments through the banks, so that we can assist government in rural electrification.
Yes.
These transformers are very expensive, but you should pay cash, over 100,000 to pay cash for the transformer to get in your community. If we can come up with a program together with the local banks, financial institutions, that one can buy a transformer on installment. We buy cars on installments, but a transformer has the capacity to push the socio-economic advancement in our rural areas. So I want the ministry to look into that, so that in my village at Ihongo, the community should be able to put their funds together, be paying monthly in order for them to have a transformer that comes in the village and push the industrialization, the community industrialization. That's what we are pushing. Thank you very much. I support the.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hangula.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I would just like to touch on the program of industrialization and small business development. I think Namibia's environment is ripe for primary sector industrialization. Basically what that means is that Europe and the other parts of the world were industrialized by people using their hands. And a lot of Namibia's people, especially the young people, are well suited to this sort of industrialization. The first thing I would want to touch on is the budget allocation on the equipment aid scheme. I think this is a very important factor that you are sleeping on. This equipment scale in its current form gives a sewing machine there, catering equipment there, and that has a very small footprint. It doesn't create mass employment. I think if we could upscale it to manufacturing equipment, something that can employ up to 50, 100, 200 people. And this ties with our very good relationship with China. China is one of Namibia's biggest trading partners, and China is also one of those countries in the world that create this manufacturing equipment. If you go there, nail manufacturing, shoe manufacturing, leather manufacturing, even feed, animal feed manufacturing is our drought. So if we can get the equipment to be allocated to, let's say, a community, you together, and then you give them a manufacturing plant. You put it up there for them. So this current allocation does really nothing for our dream of industrialization. It's one of these things where I think we also need to protect our retailers. When I was growing up as a child, we had businesses like Elago, Punyu, and all those others, or Kalindi. These people the businesses are dead now because of competition from multinational mass retailers. I don't want to mention shops, but there are one or two shops in Kleine Coupe and Northern Industry where these people are bulk sellers, and yet at the same time they also sell retail. I can go in there and buy bread. Why don't we protect our retailers? They can go and buy the chips and the cool drinks from those big guys, and then we can have them set up in Soweto or Vanaheda, and then our people can be the ones that are going to be selling these things to the locals. And on another sector, but I think this one is much more suited to the vote on ICT, we also need to invest in the industrialization in the digital space. But I think I'll make my contribution on that more profoundly when it comes to the vote on ICT. I so submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wena Ita.
Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, I rise to contribute on the vote of 15 Mines and Energy and Industry. I have one concern in terms of Article 100, whether mineral resources surface below or above, it belongs to Namibian House. Now, when you look at, I know this contract have been negotiated previously or maybe a long time ago. We are getting peanuts as Namibians, particularly our shareholding percentage. Now, when you look at uranium in the country, we are getting only 3.4%. Langer Heinrich, also 3%. I understand we are busy renegotiating the contract to go to 30%, which is also a peanut. Now, the copper, which is all over in the country, is 10%. Now, the zinc is 5%. The current discovery of oil and gas has been negotiated for 10%. The gold is also 10%. Now, I implore the ministry seriously to look into this matter so that the Namibians can benefit from our own natural resources, so that at least, as Her Excellency is always emphasizing, that we are very few to be poor. So I so submit and I fully support vote 15.
Thank you. Honorable Jonas.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the whole House. Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, the mining sector contributes 13.3% to our GDP, with the total revenue around 52 billion, and out of that 7.9 billion is paid to wages of about 20,000 direct employees in the mining sector. We are appreciating this because it's contributing to job creation, which is vital in our collective fighting against poverty. However, we must also ensure that this principle of decent work remains central in the struggle of better living and working conditions for the mine workers. There have been serious concern forwarded to the ministry before. The issue of outsourcing employment in the mining sector is becoming a very serious, it's a crisis actually. And it is reducing permanent jobs in the sector. Outsourcing often results in lower wages, poor working conditions, and also creating job insecurity. So, Honorable Prime Minister, these are purely precarious work being created in the sector, which is now leading to low pay, lack of social protection, no opportunity for skill development, long working hours for these workers, and also no benefit at all. Honorable Prime Minister, given that the mining sector is a major driver of our economy, it's only fair that workers, regardless of their employment status, are treated and remunerated equitably. I want to move to program which is dealing with diamond affairs, focusing on protection and development of Namibia diamond industry. I want to say something, Honorable Prime Minister, there. The Namibia diamond cutting and polishing industry play a vital role in our economy. As one of the top 5 diamond producers in Africa, we must take pride on this achievement. We are also picking up in the report that the mine workers have always also have forwarded concern to the ministry before that the workers who are working on the diamond cutting and polishing sector are earning extremely low wages. Workers are earning as little as 1,500 per month. That is a minimum, and the maximum is around 4.4 thousand per month, making it very difficult to afford basic healthcare, education, and also maintaining decent standard of living. And also in the inadequate employment benefit, many workers lack of medical aid, pension, and as well as benefit. As I conclude, I will leave some because I have already handed over this to you, Honorable Prime Minister. We just want to request that we propose that a condition of employment must be made part and parcel of the licensing condition of those licenses when you are issuing them out. I so submit, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Hengombe.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I rise to make a contribution, and my contribution is on vote 15, Program 3, Energy Supply and Security. And I've got key questions for the Minister. On electrification targets, Honorable Minister, how does the Ministry plan to accelerate from 10,000 connections per year to the far higher yearly rate needed for 400,000 households by 2040? Is the current funding trajectory sufficient, or will new financing and partnership be introduced to avoid falling behind the universal access goal? Second question. It is going to be on off-grid and rural solutions. What concrete initiatives this year will address rural electrification for communities beyond the grid's reach? The statement notes the need for solar and off-grid solutions, but no specific program or allocation is outlined for this. Will the Minister commit
to a dedicated rural electrification strategy, perhaps leveraging on independent power producers, to ensure no region is left in the dark. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ihemba.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole House. Honorable Minister, I think you are aware of the economic revolution taking place in Africa, and I'm looking at Burkina Faso, for example. So, and this question, Honorable Minister, or questions, I believe will receive answers from a place of honesty in your heart, because this is your country too, and you are the only one that can save it as we are at this point in time now. This question is not only for the Bank of Namibia, or perhaps Minister of Finance, but you are part of it. As you know very well, the Bank of Namibia is accountable to the government of Namibia. And in that sense, while we appreciate the fact that the Bank of Namibia have now decided to accumulate gold, but Honorable Minister, why now after 35 years? So it's like giving your children pap all the time, mahangu pap for that matter, and when they ask you, you bring them images on paper, and this is how mahangu looks like, and which is not fair. We have children in the rural areas who never seen a diamond or a gold. How do you explain that to your children and say we are the richest in diamonds in Africa, or perhaps tell them we have gold in Africa, but yet my children, your children, my children might have seen it, but think about those in the rural areas very far who never seen that kind of mineral in their own country. And my question is, why now, if you can, Honorable Minister? And while the Bank of Namibia is saying about this, it is silence on reserves of diamonds. I haven't seen it, and I think the people out there, or our people, will appreciate very much. You will agree with me to hear from you as to why is the Bank of Namibia silent on accumulating or reserves of diamonds and other minerals that we have in this country, Honorable Minister. And to round up, I just want to say that perhaps my first question will also translate to say, why did we not do it in the 35 years? Is it because we want to play loyal to those who owns our mines, or what is exactly the reason to that? And I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Next is Honorable Ashipara.
Oh, it's not my name. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it's already finished when I have not yet started. Thank you, Deputy Chair. Yeah, I want to also support and contribute to vote 15 on energy part. Yeah, maybe I can start by saying that we are very lucky that Namibia has got various sources of energy, like wind, which is, I have seen a station in Riederitz. Solar, I have seen that also substation in Otapi, which they produce very affordable power. So, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, I visited the Riederitz windmill power station. It's like it produces kilowatts at 60%. I can't remember properly, but when they feed it into the national grid, Nampower sells on a much higher price. Now, my question is, I thought the essence of exploiting these new sources of energy is to at least mitigate the higher cost on our residents. But now here we have an affordable energy that we feed to the national grid, which is our infrastructure, for Nampower to sell it again at a much higher price. So what I want is just the Deputy Prime Minister to explain to me how does it work, or how can we reduce or mitigate the higher cost? We have even, let's say we produce this one at a higher or in a larger scale. How are we going to make sure that our people get cheaper power at the end? We have the nuclear coming. And this I have seen it with many industries, even cement. Orongo was supposed to be cheaper, but there was a time it was expensive than a cement that was coming from Brazil. But don't they reach a break-even period, these companies? Are they still in their infancies? Okay, thank you. The last, before my time is still there, I will go to the next. This one, I will just speak it faster before my time. Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, we are talking of industrialization. It is very costly, we know. I hope the Minister of Finance also assists us here. There are entrepreneurs here, our own people out there, who have gone out of their way to meet the government halfway. They have bought machineries and equipments on their, but these machines, though on small scales, they are worth millions. With the hope that once they have these machineries and equipments, they will then be able to convince DBN, particularly, and other financial institutions to finance their operations, not to procure the equipment. They have procurement with their own money. Now they just need operational. You know what? Even if they want to refinance, specifically DBN does that. They have the property worth million, refinance it, you don't want. They give their properties like houses as collateral, still they are refused. This is what we are saying, that maybe the Ministry of Mines and the Ministry of Finance, they should come together and please refocus DBN on their mandate of developing or industrializing this country. With that, I support the vote and thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kandorovu. Last time.
Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, on my contribution to the vote, I will start with the topic to the bottom of my heart, rural electrification. Why can't the ministry decentralize rural electrification programs to the regions? Because now what we are seeing, ministry is advertising energizing localities in the regions where the regional councils are there, rates are there. So disperse that money to the region so that the regions that are shareholders of rates can instruct rates to do the detailed design, costing and everything with their own staff members. They don't have to hire consultants that the ministry does, so the process can be cheaper and accessible to many. What we are seeing now, I think I'll propose for maybe a moratorium or an audit so that you can see how many localities have been electrified. And those that are not electrified, how much do we need as a country? Because now you see this village is electrified, 2 or 3 villages are jumped, you electrify the third one, those that are electrified is half electrified. Apparently the policy, the ministry cannot come back to electrify the other portion of the village or locality, so which is completely unfair. So that process needs to be overhauled so that electricity can be accessible to all the citizens. Secondly, there is money at Nampower, European Investment Bank money. That process is monopolized by Nampower staff. They only make use of this money to the regions where they are coming from. Many other regions are struggling to access this money. The requirements is so tough so that they cannot access it, and only them can benefit from this European Investment Bank. Please investigate the IIB money. It can help the distribution of rural electrifications to the regions. On the mining sector, we have marble stones in Omashete district, Erongo region, and also lithium. Please, Honorable Minister, let's do value additions. Lithium, we can produce batteries. Zimbabwe are doing it. The Exide battery that we are seeing here is manufactured there. Why can't we have our own? We have the product. The zinc, why should we order corrugated sheets from South Africa? Why can't we do it ourselves here? The tiles from marble stones. We have CTM here, we have Pukevitz, we have built it. We have SADC, we have COMESA to distribute these things. It can be done locally. We create job, value addition. It can be done here. On the diamonds, there's an empowerment vehicles owned by an elite group. Who are they? Will you be able to release that empowerment team that are benefiting from diamond spin-offs? The accessibility of EPLs to everyone. The price has been increased and is very costly, and the process is a bit cumbersome.
Honorable Rukato.
Honorable Chairperson of all House Committee, members of Parliament, thank you for the floor. Allow me to contribute to vote 1-5. Minister of Mines, Energy and Industry. My first question, let me commend you, Deputy Prime Minister, for your excellent statement which you made in this. Let me commend you for that one. My first question, Namibia now 35 years of independence. And then after independence, 35 years, the resources of this country, minerals, they are still being exposed in the foreign country to be abolished there. So how long shall we have in charge of our minerals to be polished in Namibia? That's the first question. Second question, within your respected ministry, how many experts they have been already trained, those who are already employed in your ministry? The third question is that, are you aware, Deputy Prime Minister, that since independence of this country, electricities were distributed through solars, through rural electricians in entire schools in countrywide, and then also to the communities in questions. But this process, it has been tenders of corruption through discrimination, as most of the Namibian people, they could not benefit from those services. Another question which I want to pose, Now, how many schools has been already benefited from this service? Then lastly, last year, the former minister has launched the billions of dollars which was donated from Europe in order for all Namibian people, those in rural, to benefit. So now, that process, services, when is going to start so that those who were left out in the entire 14 regions, they can benefit?
Hi.
We have one goal in common. That's to deliberate. That's to deliberate best possible deal for our people.
Order, please.
Irrespective of the sector.
Order, please.
Honorable Chair, am I protected? Honorable Chair, let us forget the arguments of reasoning of our predecessors.
Proceed. You have the floor, Honorable Minister.
We are here to
member.
influence and change policies for us as a nation to have maximum benefit for every respect. Honorable Minister, let me start with mining licenses. 50% of all our licenses must go to Epangelo. I'm not sure how you see this. If you also are of the opinion that it's too little of an intervention. Given Epangelo 50% of our mining licenses, it's fine with me. But we should craft a policy in such a way that Epangelo does not become a new RCC, a Trans-Namib or Air Namibia, NAMCOR, and any other struggling SOE. We must ensure that policy will ensure absolute profitability and success. Furthermore, Honorable Minister, Honorable Members, the other 50% of new licenses should have unapologetic requirements that will empower our people. We should create a policy that ensures our people have a meaningful stake in those licenses, where they seek investment, funding, or go to a conditionalized free carry. We should unanimously agree today that even if we don't have the money, our resources is our power, and we must, as a nation, benefit from our natural resources. Honorable members, I will not dwell on value addition. I think we already agreed. Even during our election campaigns, long before we were elected to be here, there were value addition is non-negotiable. I therefore request honorable members that we all pull in the same direction and work diligently and speedily until our aim of fair local industrial policing is achieved. Why could NAMDEP achieve their first goal of cutting and polishing their produce? We should have moved on to become one of the foremost high-end jewelry manufacturers in the world. but we slipped that opportunity. Let us be serious and develop in our sea brooms, okay, to contribute and advise the crafting of policy.
Honorable Chaningwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of the whole House Committee, Honorables. I rise to support vote 15 as presented to this Honorable House by the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister. Honorable members, beneficiation of natural resources such as mineral resources has a positive income on the economy of our country. Value addition through processing of raw materials locally can create much needed employment in the country, rather than exporting, and I underline that one, exporting raw materials outside of our country. Honorable Deputy Chair, we should try by all possible means to strive and see to it that we turn our raw materials, our stones, into bread. Because the mining sector is one of the major contributors to our economic growth and to our GDP. Whilst supporting the appropriation of this crucial ministry, I would like us to capacitate our own state company, Epangelo Mining, to be the flagship of natural resources beneficiation and participate fully in this sector. I would also then like to say the issue of 10% shareholding in any mining sector must come to an end. 10% cannot work for the development of our country. Comrade Minister, I'm pleading with you. I want to touch a little bit on energy, Comrade Deputy Chair. I have learned that Namibia is importing energy from neighboring countries above millions, 2 billions or something like that. I would like to say that we should try by all possible means to look at the avenue as to how we can generate our own energy for our own economic development, to participate and to see to it that we change the status quo. With this, Comrade Deputy Chair and Comrade Deputy Prime Minister and Minister, I submit, and I support your vote.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Nashinge.
Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, just quickly wanted to touch on the minor resources policy. I think we are refusing to be aggressive enough to change the lives of our people. I don't know who we are scared of. Now, your submission here is the old exhausted chorus in as far as improving the lives of our people. I wanted to really to touch, but let me just rhyme this one out. You have, for example, Mabo and all that, which is in the hands of Chinese and few Indians, leaving our country on a daily basis. Where is the policy? What are we saying about that? You have, for example, Kunene region, scientifically and otherwise, is blessed with iron ore, which will never finish mining for as long as the human race is on earth. What are we doing about it? But it is heavy to take it to the port from Opuo. Is very heavy. The best is to have a railway, perhaps going through Skeleton Coast to there. Right now, the price is around about, of steel, it's around about, I think, 1.2, 600, 700, 900 US dollar, which can give you per ton, which can give you 20,000 Namibian dollar per ton. That can be the beginning, but we are not being straightforward and say this is what we want for ourselves. We are just, beating around the bush. We need to change that chorus you are singing about it's not business as usual, mean it literally. Don't just say it for the sake of it. The time is gone. Our people are frustrated, our people are languishing in poverty. Our resources, we are supposed to have a warehouse somewhere with each and every resources that is mined in this country as part of our reserve, from gold to copper. We should start now. B2 Gold, where is 1 single ounce of our gold that we can just keep and sell when times are tough like now? What are you scared of? On energy, I wanted to touch on energy linked to what I just said earlier, that with our uranium, we are shocked. We are now singing about nuclear, something that I have been singing about since 2011. Many of the former comrades insulted me. But I'm happy you are now realizing. But how practical are you to achieve this dream? We generate less than 1,000 megawatts in this country. And you cannot attract any bigger guy globally to come and set up here as a base to produce from here with a less than 1,000 megawatts. Never ever. What are you doing about it? SADC with the 390 million citizens need power too. We can be the rescuing team. What are we doing about it? It is not here. We are still busy running after these little things that will not take us anywhere. So, Honorable, we need to really help ourselves. We have the capacity, and I think with the friends we have globally, the Russians, the Chinese, and the others, I think if we can change the attitude and start working with them.
Honorable Shitana.
Thank you. You had okay, vote 15. So there is, if you look at page 185 on goods and other service, there is 31,334,000 Namibian dollars, which is allocated to individual and non-profitable organizations. And if you look at the previous year, 2023, 2024 to 2024 to 2025, it was not given something, but now it's here. Yeah, my question to the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister is, how did we get here? If this was not there before, but here we start giving such a huge money on individual and non-profitable organizations. It's very, very questionable. The second is, as a country, we need to be very, very careful and very protective. Do we have a task force committee that always oversee and look after the license we issue to those who are in a mine industry? Do we have one? Apart from the committee that comes from the parliament, that can be in a form of intelligence, just to see how these people are operating, how are they getting things, or we only ritual says, no, get a license, the booth is all yours, go do what there is there. Do we really have any committee to supervise this situation? Because these are the problems. People are coming to our country and they are stealing everything with the little license we get through connection of one individual who is entrusted to issue those licenses. And they are now taking everything. While we are here discussing, we are even having this. Oh, lucky they fixed it today. This one. It was not working, and it was my concern because the other comrades, they always bent down to sit this bed. So now we have, and if we have, do we have even enforcement policies that guides these people to comply, to say, no, you are having this business in this community, you are compelled. Either every month or every year, you must do something for this community through the license we are giving you. We really need to take care of our resources. People are stealing from us, and some of us, we are not here to do things for ourselves. We are done. The moment you start losing one teeth after the first one was fell off, you are no more growing younger. You are moving to the exit side. So we need to protect our resources. So I trust you, Honorable Minister, and we must set up a very intelligent task force that monitor these people, because they are taking everything in just the name of one license which was used, and there no one is.
Honorable Mulunga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee. I rise to contribute to vote 15, industrial development. We have an entity called Kavango Cattle Range, allocated an amount of $2.5 million. Honorable Minister, I stand to be advised how this agricultural enterprise fits under this budget vote. I believe that this entity should have been better placed under the Ministry of Agriculture. Reason being that this same entity is the one that we saw in the newspaper that had a lot of cattle that died as a result of poor management and poor oversight. So, Honorable Minister, can you kindly advise us on the rationale why the government saw it fit to put the Kavango Cattle Range under the Ministry of Industrialization, and also the budget line for agro-processing, because we also see agro-processing placed under this ministry, where I believe it's better suited under the Ministry of Agriculture for better coordination and supervision of these agricultural enterprises. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Gambala.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I stand on program number 1. Program 1, the states promotion of local and foreign investment exploration. Honorable Minister, you might be aware that there was, in 1993, there was what you call the Mineral Development Fund, or Act, that was established. The purpose was to capacitate small-scale farmers, small-scale farmers like your semi-gemstones farmers, to upscale them to a certain level. And miners. And then by 2012, there was around about 118 cash flow in the fund. But now we are at about 10 years later, we are nowhere to hear about where that fund is, the state of it. Because I know there's a time where the ministry had said that they want to defunct it. But I don't know now what happened to the fund, because money was also dispersed to local Namibians in terms of loans. So I don't find out what happened to that money. What happened to the money? Because the budget speaks about promotion of local investments, and that was one of the arms that was able to capacitate Namibians. So maybe you could just touch on that particular issue. The other one is Ovitoto. Lucia, thank you, because under your leadership, the past 5 years, trade, you were constantly pushing for the total government to retain its value. So I see it's in the developmental budget for under trade again. But then we should not raise hopes again, because these young Namibians that are really looking forward to this government opening up, but then the budget allocation doesn't make sense, because it's 2.5 million in 2025, and then 2026, 27 there's no budget allocation, but there's only budget allocation for it again in 2027, 28. So what's happening in between 2026 and 2027? Well, that's not happening in 2028, yeah, that I think you might get my understanding. So I just want to ask that particular question, and also the issue of the baseline, power baseline. We are hearing that the deal between ESCOM and NAMPO has come to an end, and ESCOM is reluctant to re-sign the agreement, and we are not at the moment, because of the water, we're able to sustain ourselves. So I just want to find out in the minister, in terms of even the budget allocation, there's not much done in terms of our baseline, maybe possibility of having a power base, just to keep us going in terms of if they decide to cut us off. So just those two questions, because the budget item do not stick to those crises that we are faced with. Thank you.
Honorable Zamupwa.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise to support the vote by the Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy with the following comments on the following programs. Program 3, Energy Supply and Security, which has been offered 393 million. As the world's third largest producer of nuclear source material, Namibia has the opportunity to directly influence and make strategic contributions to global peace and security in the provision of energy to the global market. This production of energy using nuclear energy has also the potential of helping our citizens in the way of reduced electricity tariffs, which are one of the highest in SADC, and to enable development of new industries. Therefore, Honorable Minister, I propose that we rally behind the call of our President, Her Excellency Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, to have nuclear energy in our country. Program 99, curbing illegal mining activities, which has the money of 152 million, which talks about curbing illegal mining activities. I propose that our regulatory framework should be accompanied by intensifying inspection and monitoring of illegal mining activities which are reported to be widespread. This could be done through increasing inspection teams and also looking at decentralizing this service, because it is costing the country a lot because of these illegal activities. And then I go to the program on creation of knowledge of geological resources, which I'm happy that the proposed amount is 188 million. And the growth of the mining sector depends on investment in collection of high quality, detailed baseline geoscience data and scientific research. These baseline geoscientific data are useful in exploration of minerals, groundwater, oil, and gas. The baseline geoscience data is intended to enable the mineral exploration industry to have the basis for exploration programs so that we avoid the issue of we start exploring and then we abandon the wells because the data was not so reliable. Regions such as Zambezi, Omaheke, Kavango East, Kavango West, and Oshodonjupa are currently underexplored, and there is a need for us to have this geoscience data in order to inform us so that we can exploit our minerals and use it for the benefit of our people. And I have trust in you, Honorable DPM and the Minister of Mines, because your pronouncements that you have made in the past, you have an opportunity to put them to word now, which is the beneficiation of Namibians. I thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Karonda.
Chair of the Whole House Committee, Comrade Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Mines, I want to put it to you that NAMDEP government are not in a 50-50 partnership. I think that is fictitious, but it's for you to disprove what I just put to you. I think we are being shortchanged. Another issue that I wish to put to you is that no country in the world, you cannot name any, has ever been developed by FDIs or through FDIs, foreign direct investments. There's none. Namibia does not need foreign direct investment. Perhaps what we need are skills, specialized skills, in areas that speak to the very specific industries that we think we must develop. Because what Namibia does not also need is money. Namibia is considered, we rank among the top 5 capital exporting countries or economies in the world. So why do we need money? And whose money do we need? We have the resources, we may not just have the skills. So let's change focus if the idea is to industrialize and develop our country. Beneficiation. I hear comrades are talking about beneficiation. I agree. But you add value to whose resources? At least of all politicians, our late president was the most honest one, President Hage. May his soul rest in peace. When he said that the resources do not belong to us, because the contracts that we enter with these investors give these resources, it places these resources in their hands. So when you beneficiate, whether it's a mine in Omashete or wherever it is, whose resources? Because the only benefit Namibians get are the few employment opportunities these entities create. But that's not what we want. We can't be fighting for that. Now, I proposed, or I gave notice, that we debate nationalization of our strategic resources. And I hope that the public statements you've made are statements you can stand by, because I'm calling your bluff on those. Now, as politicians, I hear a lot of our ministers and presidents complain about the situation in the country. But you're complaining to who? You are in charge. Take leadership. Take responsibility. Provide, bring us the changes that we need. Don't complain like us. I mean, I can complain. I'm not a minister or anything. So provide solutions. That's why you were elected. I think I've said about what I really wanted to do. The other problem is that senior colleagues on your end are the ones who are shareholders, whether through proxies or directly, in the very same outfits that we want to have nationalized. They will block it. So you don't have a lot of good companions on your end. You need to change that. Because the corruption that we talk about is fueled by people who have interest or vested interest in
those outfits. Thank you.
Honorable Kumbwa.
Kumbwa. Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, thank you for the floor. I'm standing here first to say that I'm supporting the vote, but then I need certain things to be taken into consideration by the responsible ministry. I have something because when I look to the 04 regions and also the 2 Kavango regions, we pay for electricity very expensively. $10, the token have a unit of 3. But at the same time, Namibia is feeding with electricity the area of Okavango province in Botswana. They pay 10 pula, but the unit is 7. So it's a big question mark. What I want is, what I'm requesting the ministry is to have that intervention, very special intervention. Even power outage, compare by the time I'm now for 2 weeks, 2 months in window. Power outage in those regions can amount to 6 times per month. But this side is very fine. So I don't know what is the problem, because now another thing is that the supplier, I understand that they give surcharge money to local authorities in those areas. So another speaker, Karonda, not Karonda, but the Honorable Kandorodu, so it's a name, it's difficult for the Mbugushu. So he mentioned that we have a problem of electrifying one village and then jumping another village to another village. So my concern here is, how does the ministry control the supply of surcharges to villages and local authority to ensure a smooth electrification of certain villages? So, Minister, Honorable Minister, I need your intervention here is very much important. And who feels the pain is the ultra. If not the ultra, then the poor people who feel the pain. Those who are rich does not feel this pain. And that side of the regions, Oangwena, Kavango, West Kavango, East Zambezi, by statistic, is self-explanatory. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nekongo.
Thank you very much. I also raise to contribute as I support the vote 15. Comrade Deputy Prime Minister, the Namibia spent a lot of money in importing the electricity. In fact, we are regarded as premium customers in South Africa and elsewhere, meaning they can't cut us off because we are the ones that are producing their powers that they are also producing. But what I'm picking up is that our colleagues at NamPower sometimes do not want to give the so-called power purchase agreement for Namibian to produce power, either through solar. I don't know what is happening there. Perhaps, Comrade Deputy Prime Minister, you need to look into that. There are many investors that want to produce power, but the willing from our NamPower is not there. I don't know what is the protect, what are they doing there, but perhaps you can find out. And yes, indeed, ECB. Also, Comrade Deputy Prime Minister, I think why the power is also becoming expensive is because we have many organizations that we are creating. You have REDS, ECB, all there. You know, we are creating the cost of electricity to go up. As I thank you, I just want also to say that we, through the SWAPO Party Manifesto, we have spoken about SWAPO Party Manifesto, the ruling party, the SWAPO Party-led government. We have spoken about natural resources beneficiation. But when I travel from here, Comrade Deputy Prime Minister, to, and I think we also spoke that we must also stop exporting our raw material, our natural resources in a raw form. But when I continue traveling, I see the block of marbles going to the sea from Caribbean there. When is these things going to stop? When are we going to make sure that those blocks must only be imported perhaps in a tiles format, so that then we have created employment for our people? So I want to wish you all the best as I support the vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Thomas.
Very much. I thought my voice is on leave today, but let me speak. Yes, thank you very much, the Deputy Chair of the whole House. My question is straight to the Honorable Minister of Mine and Energy. Honorable Minister of Mine and Energy, the wage is educating me that electricity is fundamental to modern life, powering everything on earth. Now, if we are now to powering everybody and everything on earth, I think we have forgotten a certain level of a living standard. We are talking about, we are only talking about the businesses and so on, but we are forgotten also for our electorate who are electing us, such as the elders, the orphans, the poor people far deep in the villages, where we run every day or every election with ballot papers, ballot boxes, to go and manipulate them or speaking to them to vote us so that we can give them electricity, which we don't do. Now, my question to my Honorable Minister, do we have such a policy in your office? Also to electrifying the orphans and the widows. That is point one. Second, our lithium here is being reported in China. Who is that? Who's behind that? This lithium not belong to or under control of the Maiden and Energy in Namibia? Or what is going on there? So that is the question. Maybe it's get a wing to fly, or what is it? Let us look into that and see that our lithium remain our property in Namibia. Otherwise, I support your bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Haikola.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Prime Minister, before we issue a license, there is an environmental impact assessment that has to be done by the Minister of Environment, of course. And one of the aspects that needs to be completed is how is the mine going to leave the environment after it's gone? We call it a rehabilitation process. And I visited mines such as Uis, open pit, Okorusu mine, open pit. Which mechanism is the ministry having in place as we speak, because there are now new mines, so that we cannot repeat the same mistake, because the ecosystem is degraded, the mine, and the town is just not looking good. That is one, the rehabilitation part. Number two, historically, mining towns such as Oranje, Muntsumeb, Arandes, Karebe, Kobat, and Uis stand as a testament to the positive impact. Because of my time, I wanted to explain and give a history of how this mine impacted the social, the economic, as well as the education and health in those towns. Now, mines such as Beifang, Beifang Technology Services, Himfeng, African Big Lion, they are not doing anything when it comes to communities, because mines such as Uis build houses there. Combat, if you go to Combat, the houses are built. Tsumeb, houses are built. Some clinics, some mines build education facilities, schools. But what measures has the ministry taken to ensure that the new investors, I will say it again, the Beifang Mining Technology Services, Himfeng, African Big Lion, are meeting their basic environmental, social, and social obligation in the host towns? Because we see, and we have seen this mine, they come to our country, exploit our workers, take everything, and then go. They leave the environment degraded, our workers are exploited, and as well as there's no school they build, there's no clinic, nothing. So I want to know the measures. And has the ministry conducted any recent assessment of mining companies' contribution to the communities in which they operate? If so, would the minister share the finding? And is there currently any binding policy or legal framework in place that holds mining companies accountable for their corporate social responsibility, especially in terms of investing in community infrastructures, as I've mentioned, education and health services in the area they operate? So, and also the last question, while my time is running, does the ministry support the idea of introducing a mandatory corporate social responsibility levy for all extractive industries players? And if not, what alternative mechanism are in place to ensure equitable socio-economic development in the mining industry? So I submit.
Thank you, honorable members. I want to remind you that as we discuss, we must remember that tomorrow we will start in the morning, not in the afternoon. You must bear that in mind. Honorable Hishono.
Thank you, Deputy of the Whole House Committee. Honorable Minister, the introduction of online mineral rights application portal is a promising step. Yet, can the Honorable Minister assure this House that the portal will publicly disclose all relevant licensing information, such as pending applications, granted licenses, license holder identities, and the status of each application? In other words, how will the ministry leverage this e-portal to prevent any perception of hidden deals of favoritism in awarding mining licenses, and they will regular reports on licensing outcomes be published? Honorable Minister, last weekend I traveled to Omachete and I went as far as Ochohorongo we were surprised to see that mine that the Chinese were mining there under the renting a license from someone that was given a license. And they cut all the granites and they did not develop that area, and the community actually chased them away. I do not know if you are aware. Perhaps you should go there and visit. The road, like Honorable said about the social responsibility of this mining corporate, the road is bad, damaged by the trucks. There's nothing built in the community. And if you go to the minister, there are slabs in millions of granite still standing there because these people were just stealing it. And the license that they were using has expired. So, Minister, we need accountability in this one. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Fritz.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister. On page 2 of your motivation, you outlined that there is currently an underutilization of many of the 148 micro, small and medium enterprises in industrial parks across the country. What specific factors have led to the underutilization of the 148 micro, small and medium enterprises and industrial parks, and how will the new strategy address these root causes to prevent further waste of public resources? And on page 4 of the same motivation, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, you mentioned that they will explore alternative ways to secure security of supply of petroleum products at affordable prices, while at the same time acknowledging that Namibia imports 100% of its petroleum products. I therefore ask, how does the Ministry plan to improve affordability and security of petroleum supply when the entire product line is still 100% imported? I further ask, are there plans to explore regional refining or storage partnerships? I so submit, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, and rest assured, I'm also one of the supporters of this vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I now put vote 23, works. Any discussion? Sorry? Sorry, respond. Yeah. Sorry, yeah. No, I'm sorry. No, I request the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister to respond.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members. Thank you all for your contributions and for your concern. One thing that makes me proud is the fact that I'm not the only one. I came to realize that we are a force, we are a united force having a common concern when it comes to our natural resources, which I believe as a united force we will achieve the victory, and our people will at the end of the day smile if we just continue to unite. Having said that, let me go straight to Honorable Karonda, who equally happened to be one of my leaders during the Nanso years as a Secretary of Education. You have been knowing me as a small boy in Nanso, and you have been my senior. And I'm a man who stands my grounds I don't run away from what I've ever said. I know I've been calling for our resources to benefit the people of this country, and I stand by that. And nobody is going to shake me or convince me otherwise. I will never betray the people of Namibia because I speak on behalf of the people. It comes. Honorable Member, Honorable Venani, of course, as the head of state has said, that if there is any policy in this country that hamper or either any policy, any act that is hampering development or any progress for our people, let's bring it forward and let's amend it. It came from the head of state and it also came from myself. You heard me before. I've said, you have said, and so all of us, we are united. So Honorable Venani have said that why can the people in the area where we are conducting mining activities not benefit? It's a good idea. Let's bring it forward. We will not disagree with that. Of course, it can be. You have a mine here that has so much richdom to other people, but the people around there, they are not benefiting. It can be. We can allow things like that. Of course, Honorable Venani, we will welcome those good proposals. When it comes to solars, of course, it's just a policy that is there with even here at municipality. We have a project there is a project called Ongos Valley at the outskirts of Windhoek. Its proposal was to have, at every house, there must be solar panels so that each house can provide its own electricity and the rest of the electricity must be exported to the grid so that it can help other people. Because of a policy that sits with municipality, they were not allowed. So it's just a policy, and who made those policies? It's us as human beings, as Namibians. It's a matter of coming together and relook at our policy and see what works for our people. It's something that can be done. And of course, we spoke about the security of our ships, and I've been saying it over and over, that we do not have proper control over the ships that are mining our diamonds. We say it, and we are not going to run away from it. I'm not going to run away from those words. I'm sitting close to the Minister of Defense. I have engaged with him, not today, not now, and he can testify to that. And we still need to meet and to see how do we get our navies to be on those ships so that we can control. It's a very, very good program. That's why I'm saying I'm very much happy, because we are a united force. Everything that was said, honestly speaking, make us very happy, and we are going to work together to make sure that this country flourishes. And if you expect that Itete deliver, Itete will never deliver alone. Forget it. When we are a force, we will be able to do it. All of us as Namibians. Yes, Honorable. Hey, I'm now confused. Okay, Honorable Toby Opindi, on the security I spoke. Honorable Toby Opindi, we spoke of the power stations that are not. The electricity that we are importing, Toby is not here, the electricity that we import from outside the country, and Honorable Ephraim also touched on it. Of course, it's very expensive. The import of electricity that we do currently from South Africa, Zambia, Zimbabwe, we pay a lot of money. and we have to come up with power stations, our own, as Namibians. And the majority of us are young people here. Let's encourage our learners, our students to come up or to get into faculties that will lead Namibia into coming up with our own power stations. Otherwise, we will continue depending on outsiders. And in the last few days, I've been saying that we need to stop the tendency of depending from other countries. We need to be independent. So we are not disagreeing with those proposals, and we are not denying that importing electricity from outside it's very expensive, and we need to come up with our own. Honorable members, Honorable Vela Mamtenya, I thank you for your support. We spoke of transformers, that transformers must be bought privately and so on. Yes, in actual fact, there is a fund in the Ministry of Mines and Energy from NEF, whereby citizens can apply through a loan to purchase those transformers. And I think if people are not allowed currently now even to apply from other commercial entities, then there is something, I should say there is something wrong with the policy. If somebody wants to buy the transformer, then the person must be allowed. Maybe the issue of owning the transformer, it's a security concern. If something wrong happen with that transformer, it will not be a wise idea or a responsible idea for government to advise a citizen that go and repay it yourself because it's yours, because it's privately owned. I think that's the reason why these transformers are still owned by the authority. It's because of the maintenance. If anything is wrong with the transformer, because anything can happen, even the engine of the car can stop anytime. You just bought the car today, after 3 days, something that we call is a mechanical problem. It's not deliberate. It's just something wrong that has happened. So the person who will be responsible for that transformer, it will not be the citizen, but it will be the institution, which will be either be the rent or the state. That's the reason why those transformers are owned by the authority, so that the authority can maintain them. We spoke of equipment, the equipment scheme that are currently limited to certain products, and the proposal is to broaden up. Who will refuse that? It's a very good proposal. They must be enlarged so that we can do more. Yes, if we can come up with those proposals, they are more than welcome. And let's do it, colleagues, as young people, and let's build Namibia together. We spoke also about the Namibia should benefit from natural resources. Of course, I've touched on the beneficiary of natural resources. The Secretary General of the ruling party, she has also touched on it, that this thing of 3%, 10% should come to an end. We should find a way to, if we are to ratify our policy, let's do it. We got the marching order from the head of state, and the head of state say all of us. She did not only speak to us in this house, she spoke through us to the nation. It was a state of the nation. So the whole country, we are all given that marching order by the head of state to change the policy. Let's bring the proposal and let's lead it together so that our children one day can smile. And when must we start it? Let's start it now. We are supposed to start it as early as yesterday. So it's better we start now. There was a question of gold reserve. Why only now? When must we start then? If we did not start yesterday. So are you meaning that because 30 years of independence have passed without us doing these things, are you now proposing that so we must never do it? We must just fold our hands just because of 35 years of independence have passed and we have not do it. No, let's do it. It's good that you have picked it up. And let's do it now. Honestly speaking, let's just do it now. Let's stop the criticism and let's do it now. And I'm sure together we will achieve it. Colleagues, the foreigners that are owning our mine, they are still exploiting the workers. It came from Honorable Justin Jonas. They need to be stopped. They need to comply with employment equity. Employment equity clearly say that if there is a foreigner in this country with a certain expertise, there must be an understanding attached to this particular person. And if there is any Namibians working with some foreigners, and you are seeing that there are experts in certain fields, and those experts are only done by foreigners, and there is no Namibian attached to them, come up with the information, tip us, so that these people can be held accountable and can be punished through the laws, because everyone needs to comply with employment equity. And we also spoke of diamond cutting and diamond polishing and so on. Why are we only starting now? As I said, that it's better later than never. It's good we are starting now. Then we spoke equally about the electricity. I'm behind time now. We spoke of how will we achieve the connection of 10,000 per year. As I'm saying that, and I'm not ashamed to ask from any citizen that let's hold hands together. And if the resources that we are currently having, if it's not sufficient to give 10,000 houses electricity, let's find the resources. Colleagues, let's find the resources. If the ones that I'm currently having is not enough, we need to find the resources. And the citizens need electricity. Electricity is a basic need. Having said that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister. Any discussion? I recognize Honorable Mouton. Sorry? No, I allowed a person to speak. The person has the floor. I allowed Honorable Mouton. Honorable members, you must respect a presiding officer. You know, you didn't do that. You shout while I allow a person to take the floor, and you shout at me. Please, Honorable Mouton, you have the floor.
Yeah, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I'm just reminding of the agreed break that we will take after every 2 hours. It's been 2.5 hours now, 10-minute break, we agreed upon.
Okay, thank you. Before coffee, okay, before we go for coffee break as we have agreed, thank you very much for the reminder. Before that, please remember we said one person per vote. Please, Honorable Shitana, I'm seeing you have spoken already. Okay, thank you. Let's break for okay. Okay, let's go for break. Sorry? What did I say? Okay, go ahead. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Honorable Shinana, okay, comrade, let honorable members, let us agree. Okay, no, not to you, it's him. Let us agree, Honorable Shinana. You have spoken on which vote?
Presiding officer, I rise to inquire a second information. Since this debate, hold on, since this debate has started, I have raising issues here, and there was nothing which was even replied by a minister. And I did a very good point that we don't have in this country. I want to know what is the position of the Deputy Prime Minister. Does we have
honorable
committee?
Honorable,
just a simple thing.
Okay, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, before you come in, Honorable Deputy Minister, so Honorable Prime Minister to respond, but please, Honorable members, one vote as we have agreed. Further questions on that one is tantamount to repetition of what we have agreed that we will not repeat. Please, no, Honorable, before you, I want us to agree on this one. Yeah, please.
Yes.
Yeah, Honorable.
Thank you. Honorable Shitana, my apology, it was just the time. When somebody gets a license, for example, let's say EPL license, you will get the license, for example, you get the license for 2 years. There is, I don't really want to say there is a committee, but there is a mechanism in place to monitor you. If you did not do anything for 2 years, the ministry will revoke that license. So saying that, it means there is a committee that is monitoring. So, and if you can also apply for your license to be renewed. And it can be renewed provided that you have done something. But if you have not done anything, and how do we know that we have done something? It's because there is something in place that makes us to know that we have done something or not. So having said that, there is a committee that is monitoring our people. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Any objection to vote 15? Agree to? We break for 5 minutes. How many minutes? 10 minutes. Okay. How many minutes? We have agreed or not? 10. Yeah, 10 minutes. The whole House Committee is called to order. I now put vote 23 works. Any discussion? Any objection? Agreed to? I now put vote 24, transport. Any discussion? Honorable Kambala.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, I would like to, for the purposes for discussion, I was proposing that we perhaps have the two votes, works and transport, discussed as one.
Okay, no, Honorable Kambala, you are right, but late.
Oh.
We are done with works. We are not at transport only.
He just ruled.
Yeah, we are at transport only. So just continue from there. No, Honorable Kambala, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Oh, your space is taken. Eh? Okay.
I thought you were still going to.
Okay. I now allow Honorable. So I don't have the name here. Oh, Honorable Kanyemba, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I rise to contribute on vote 24. Namib receives subsidies every year. During the 2024-2025 financial year, the state-owned enterprise estimates allocation was 300 million, while the 2025-2026 financial year is 320 million. The past bailout amount is also known to be high. Now, Honorable Minister, what is the return on investment from the subsidies of Namib? And how long do we have to remain comfortable with the bailouts and subsidies on SOEs like Namib? I thank you.
Now, I recognize Honorable Ligando.
Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, thank you very much for the floor given. I rise just to contribute some questions to vote 24. To the Honorable Minister.
Your mic.
Oh, my mic is not on.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think so.
It was on.
All right, can I start again? Honorable Deputy Chairperson, given the 15 billion maintenance funding gap, can the Minister explain how new road projects will be kept sustainable? Are there concrete plans or funding commitments to prevent freshly upgraded roads from running empty once built, as the RFA's deficit suggests? Second question, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the Minister was celebrating last time about the completed highways, and we thank you for that. But rural Namibians are asking, when it rains, our roads turn to mud, and ambulances cannot reach the patients. How will this budget specifically address rural access roads and climate proofing so that no mother is left behind stranded in the mud due to impassable roads? Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the Walvis Bay Mayor observed that recent downpours exposed the vulnerabilities of our road infrastructure. Could the Minister outline what climate resilience measures are being funded under this program to ensure new roads withstand extreme weather conditions? Lastly, given Namibia's high road accident rate of 2025, which is 385. How is the ministry using the improved roads to enhance road safety? Will there be a collaboration with the Road Safety Council to ensure that upgrades under this budget also result in safer travel? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kumbwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. There is obviously, we have to support the vote, but as I said, we need also to take other things into consideration for the next financial year, because it is of importance. Village Council, that site, is growing. It's our future economic hub for Namibia, since it is strategically positioned within the SADC gateway. Now, we have many lodges there, total amount of 11 of them, within the vicinity of 35 kilometers only. You have your river there, is quite conducive. You have, including the NWR, the Popper Falls, also game parks which attract tourism, and the blueberry farm that is feeding the rest of the world, especially China and other global countries. So since it is a growth point, but I have a big concern. If we talk in terms of railway lines that end up in Grootfontein in Ochodonjupa region, and also it ends in Oshikoto region at Tsumeb, excluding Ohangwena, Kavango East, Kavango West, and Zambezi. So these regions are close to the gateway of SADC, where we have to incorporate also our counterpart from other SADC regions to have a SADC economic hub for sustainability of these SADC countries. Now, in that area, the same area, there is an abandoned airstrip which could be upgraded to support the economic situation in the place. That is the Bagani airstrip that is abandoned for almost 34 years, which could create even a handful job for the local people. Also, not only the Bagani airstrip, but also the Omega airstrip, where I believe is planned to have a big army base that site. But since development there is underscored. So, my request, maybe in the next financial year, to take these issues into considerations. I so submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kalangula.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I rise on vote 2-4, Main Division 09, Aircraft Accident and Incident Investigation. Honorable Minister, the Directorate of Aircraft Accident and Incident Investigation plays a critical role in enhancing aviation safety through independent and thorough investigation, a function that is even more vital given the increasing air traffic, both domestic and offshore, linked to the growing oil industry. However, the institution continues to lose experienced personnel and is reportedly struggling to attract and retain qualified experts. Honorable Minister, what specific strategies or interventions are being put in place to address this skill drain. Moreover, given that the unit is chronically underfunded and unable to effectively discharge its mandate, what are the ministry's plans to ensure it is adequately resourced to fulfill its critical oversight role? Now, Honorable Minister, it has been observed that there is currently no coordinated framework to ensure independent accident and incident investigations across the various transport modes, such as rail and maritime. For instance, TransNamib reportedly conducts its own investigation following derailments. And similarly so, NAMPORT handles its own maritime incidents. This raises serious concerns about transparency and objective in safety oversight. Now, I then ask further to ask, Honorable Minister, given that many countries have transitioned to independent multimodal transport safety investigation agencies to address such gaps, is the ministry considering the establishment of such an agency in Namibia? If so, is there a plan and a dedicated budget to implement this model in the near future? Now, Honorable Minister, I further stand to ask also and deliberate on the main division of 07, Meteorological Services. In light of the significant rise in failures of the meteorological equipment over the past year's issues, which undermines the trust in aviation safety, especially during the rainy seasons, I therefore here on that regard ask, what concrete plans are in place to restore and maintain reliable weather services? This concern is compounded by the reported runway excursion incident that happened in April, which was linked to inadequate weather data. On that note, I so submit, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Shaningwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair, for the chance once more. I also wish to make my contributions towards the motivated budget estimates date of vote 24 by the Honorable Minister of Works and Transport. And I'm making my contributions on transport. Namibia has been ranked higher as having the best road infrastructures in Africa. We must continue to invest in transport infrastructure development as it plays a critical role in supporting economic activities and facilitating trade and connectivity. Our railway network must be expanded in order to transport freight to the landlocked countries. With our road, rails, port, and airport infrastructures, peace and stability, Namibia is best positioned to be a logistic hub and a corridor for Southern Africa. Honorable members, this is our competitive advantage, peace and stability. We must also then continue to construct feeder roads, especially in rural areas, to link communities and allow access to schools and health facilities, as well as economic centers. We have noticed, Comrade Speaker, and that's for my emphasis, we have noticed, all of us, that during the recent heavy rains, some of the roads in the flood-prone areas have been washed away completely. Comrade Minister, we should find a better way, a better alternative methods of constructing roads in such flood-prone areas. Otherwise, we'll keep on reconstructing, and this will be too expensive for us as a country. I believe, Honorable Deputy Chair, that we have too many people in the world. that are developed and they have the new technologies to avoid continuously our feeder roads being washed away. I'm just advising kindly the Honorable Minister that let's go out there and stretch out and find out who can come in and help us with the new technology so that at least we can avoid this type of things comes the storms of water. With that, I support the vote, Comrade Deputy, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Amte.
Thank you very much. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, my intervention will be short. Honorable Minister, I've observed that really there are communities that even though the process of starting to identify a road project start with the regional council and then submit such to your ministry for consideration. I also think we as leaders can also make some interventions with regard to some places that we believe we need to rescue these people when it comes to accessibility. And I'm referring to the area, for instance, of Puros, south of Sesfontein and Ochikonda Virongo. Just to access that school and the community at Ochikonda Virongo, for instance, is really a serious challenge. And I believe there could be ways, Honorable Minister, to see how best we can probably include some of these communities in the planning to make their areas accessible, and also areas where we have government services such as constituency offices and agricultural extension offices, in addition to schools. An example of Ogongo constituency. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, that area when it rains, even the councillor himself cannot access that people's office, the constituency office. And that is the office and as well as the agricultural extension office. And these are the offices that are supposed to give services to the people. Now, if people cannot access these areas just because perhaps we did not plan for or the resources are limited, I believe our interventions are necessary. As well as, Honorable Minister, I saw that you visited the community of Anehanga in the Congo constituency. And that road, Etauala Polopolo, it's right. If you you can perhaps also look into what the budget can accommodate. I think it will be ideal to give it attention because it leads to very important sites where people receive services such as clinics and several schools. And surely, I observed people these days delivering food with helicopters, meaning that when it rains, really it becomes a challenge. Or surely linking to the main Tate road to Otapi. It's very, very serious, and this community have been crying for a long time. It will be good. The extension from Oshuli is in Oshikuku constituency, and Ogongo somewhere there in between, linking to the main road to Otapi. If, Honorable Minister, you can probably visit those areas and see how best you may accommodate them, if not now, then in the nearest future. And lastly, in those seconds, let's innovate. Maybe it's time that we develop a train between Okahanja and
Honorable Kamborodu,
to commute to people.
Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. My contribution on vote 24 is the favoritism on construction of bitumen roads in Namibia. Some region, they connect all big and small towns, like Omusati, Ruakana, Sandi, all these towns, they are connected with bitumen. You go to Omaheke or Shodonjupa, only one big trunk road. There's no connection between Kakarara, Kamatapati, Oshinene, Epukiro, Ace Block, and so on. And I think that's applied to Enana, only one road up to, or Agwena up to Enana. Almost, Oshikoto region, only this one. So I think there must be a fair distribution. I checked in the budget, and it's still not yet fair. And I want you to explain, on this book, on MR 112, that will link, it's a very strategic route, Okahanja, Oshodondu, Okonjatu, Okamatapati to Oshivanda. Last year it was budgeted for 5 million. Nothing has been done. I don't know what was, for what was it. This year is 3 million. Next, I don't know if the 3 million is for detailed design or for what. Can you explain that? The other important matter is Oshimbingwe, from the road from Oshimbingwe to Karipe, or Machete to Omaruru, only 60 kilometers. When will this community be upgraded to bitumen? There are roads. These roads are killing vehicles, cars, means of transport. The one issue that you must take, and this government have completely ignored, rural earth roads, what we call Tuespur, where all of us are coming from. These roads are not gazetted. Why? The roads that are taking us from urban to rural area, where we stay, you have to drive in unsafety condition. Please gazette those roads, allocate the money to the regional council. Even one road per region, per constituency is enough. It will help a lot. The other issue is the road between Oshivanda to Tsumkwe. 300 kilometers on a gravel roads. And these are marginalized communities. Development is not flourishing to Tsumkwe. What have they done wrong to the Namibian government? Can we please look at it? We need to address some of these disparities, some of this favoritism. Is very important. We cannot just take money to one area and not take money to the others. Well, we call it the Namibian house for all of us. And I submit. But I support the budget irrespective.
Thank you, Honorable Lucato.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the whole committee, committee of the whole House Committee, members of Parliament. I raise up with vote 23, that's transport. In this vote, I supported it already, 100%. Then there are three issues which I want to share or to appeal to the respected minister to know. The first one, for the past years, I've been advocated to fight for the connection of a railway line from Grootfontein via Kavango regions up to Zambezi for the past years. I have fought for it. When it was approved by the respected ministry, it was last year or last of last year. Then we were celebrated because it been approved. So I also commend the ministry because of the approval. So now, on that, when you, on your motivation statement, the project was not mentioned about the connection of the railway line from Grootfontein to via Kavango to Zambezi. Okay, secondly, Queensland Village, there is projects there. Those projects, those including gardening, and poultry. And if my relative, Honorable Ampanda, he visited there. The previous parliament visited Queensland. They recommended that that road should be constructed and also to set up the board indicating project for Queensland. I have engaged with the local road authority, but up to now, no response. Nothing has happened. For your information, Honorable Minister. And also the last one is that, also I want to mention it. I don't want to hide it. With your permission, Honorable Chair, with your permission, it's regarding the electricity. It passes through Queensland to go to mainland Makanga, leaving Queensland in darkness. Yeah, the road also, yes. It passes through Grootfontein. So, it's not Grootfontein, Queensland. So, yes, definitely. Yes, so for your information. So, I support 100% vote 2-3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Jonas.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I rise in fully support of vote 24. Honorable Minister, first allow me to begin by commending your leadership and tireless energy since you assumed this office. Your commitment and visibility has been refreshing, and we pray that the same momentum is cascaded throughout the entire ministry which you lead. It is our sincere hope that under your guide, the ministry will serve a beacon of hope and revival of the construction sector, which currently employed about 28,000 workers, as reported in 2023 labor force survey. I also want to wish to congratulate you on the ministry effort to promote the inclusion of local contractors in public works. For too long, concern have been raised about the exclusion of Namibian contractors from major road infrastructure projects such as Karibi-Busa Road funded by KFW and the Hosea Kutako Airport Dual Carriage, which is co-funded by African Development Bank, China Aid, and as well as our government. The prevailing narrative that our local contractors lack capacity or fail to meet excessive financial requirement is both misleading and as well as detrimental. If we are to develop and empower a competitive domestic construction industry, we must intentionally build and grow local capacity. This includes identifying capable contractors and support them through target intervention so that they can scale from national to multinational operation. And I think, Honorable Minister, we believe that the time is now to act. Just out of curiosity, Honorable Minister, I just want to find out how far is the National Construction Bill, which have been, been discussed. How far is that? And then on the issue of transport, Honorable Minister, allow me also to commend you on your team on the issue of the 7-seaters taxi drivers. I think that's something we must commend you by creating a path for thousands of operators to earn a decent living. We must also praise you together with your agency, especially Road Authority, for the hard-working construction force has helped Namibia retain its standing as one of the African country with the best road infrastructure. However, as I continue to reiterate my concern previously as allotted, there is a need to strengthen our monitoring and enforcement labor standards and rights on capital project funded or overseen by government entities. Your ministry must ensure that contractors, both local and foreign, comply with labor practices, provide a safe working condition, and uphold the dignity and right of every worker involved in this. So, Honorable Minister, as we deliberate this vote, let us remember that behind every kilometer of road, and every brick laid in public buildings are thousands of Namibian workers, men and women, whose sweat and skill drive our national development. It's therefore imperative that worker welfare, safety, and the skill development remain central pillar of both the works and transport votes. Let us not build roads and bridges while neglecting to build secure, dignified, and decent jobs for our people. I fully support the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Likando.
Honorable Deputy Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, I just want to amplify the words that have been already spoken by other speakers in support of vote 24, that of transport, particularly on the issue of the extension of railway from G-Town, which is Rootfontein to Rundu and Katima Mlilo, to link it to Mlovezi on the Zambian side. The Namibian people have shown voluntarism and patriotism, and I must really assure that once this project, Honorable Minister, is amplified, Namibians across the country can volunteer and ensure that we reduce some labor costs, because we have done already this during the construction of the Tumeb Railway Oskango Road. There is a high volume of trucks, Honorable Ministers, carrying copper from Zambia, which are unavoidable, and they move 24 hours. Sometimes, us driving sedans, we have to come across over 30 vehicles. So I believe this congestion can only be avoided if we really take this project on a serious pace, because a lot of life have been lost, and sometimes there are delays on the road. Then secondly, Honorable Minister, is the regulation of river transport along the perennial river of Kavango, Chove, and Zambezi. We have lost so many lives during the flood season where water transport is not regulated in terms of loading as well as fees. Citizens, especially senior citizens, they are overcharged. From Impalila to Nakavorelwa, about 40 kilos, they are charging over 150, just going. And the pensioner just come there to collect his pension grant of 1,600. Already he loses 300 per trip. So the regulations equally, so the giving basic skills to the skippers is also equally important, because everyone picks a banana boat, drives it, 10 people are capsized because he does not have skills. Sometimes there are also a lot of tourists during the peak season, which causes a lot of waves, and we have seen a lot of people losing their life. Finally, Honorable Minister, is the strategic location of Mapacha Airport, which is located in between Aratambo in South Africa, Kenneth Kaunda in Lusaka, and Terete Kama. This strategic airport, the government over the last 7 years spent almost 120 million, but if you go on the ground, there is nothing that has been done on the airport. So maybe I will request the minister, through his competence and commitment, to have hands-on on this project to ensure that we level Mampacha Airport to that of Kasani and the rest. Having said so, I fully support vote 24 on transport. I so submit.
Thank you. Honorable Venani.
Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, thank you for the opportunity granted. Honorable Kandrogo has really raised a number of issues on the matters of roads, and I have really raised them even with the President here. We must congratulate the industry, Minister, that there is 1 or 2 companies now that have emerged as road construction companies. To have I'm very proud to see a company like Odessa replacing the big Murray and Robert South African companies that were doing roads. And I've been really pushing for us to Namibianize some of this infrastructure. But I do not know whether we do not do research or read more about roads. There is a country that I believe has a very good friendly relationship with SWAPO, the party, and the government, which is Iran. Iran has a niche advantage. They have mineral deposits of tar and many minerals that can make roads at a cheaper price. So even if we want to do the whole country is to do bitumen, we can be able to go to Iran and purchase large deposits of minerals in that country that can help us build our roads. It's one area. The second area is aviation. And I'm not a politician who is really worried about black or whites, but I'm worried about the high Gini coefficients in a country between the haves and the have-nots. And I see a monopolized aviation industry. I have not seen, and I'm speaking out of correction, I have not seen any previously Namibia that even gives fuel to aeroplanes at Eros or any airport in our country. And I ask myself, why? Why is this industry only monopolized by certain people? When are we going to open up that? Secondly, there is a culture in this country of not flying. I see, with all due respect, the Prime Minister goes by road to Kachinakachi, goes by road to Zambezi most probably, like many of us. But in any country, a Prime Minister must have a small aircraft that takes him from one region to the other. He had him or her. The Prime Minister now is a him. I mean, the women have showed us, in fact, I want to tease Meme Netumbo. She was so jealous of men occupying positions that now she's just looking at ladies all the way. But congratulations, ladies, congratulations. You have your person there and she's really looking after you. I'm telling my wife, this is a cherry republic. I'm saying, this is a cherry republic. It's only the cherries that are governing. But I wish you all well. A new secretary, you know, a new secretary again in another cherry. So it's a cherry republic. Welcome, my dear sister. I'm trying to say that area of monopoly must end. And we must start improving our airfields. You can't fly to Ochinene, you can't land, it's just cattle there. You can't fly to Mpasha, to Bagani, to many areas in this country because those airstrips are not developed at this point in time. And I think we must enter the aviation industry and must make sure that we share in the benefits, the downstreams of the aviation industry, because it's too previously advantaged, it's too previously controlled, and the rest of the people are just cut out of it. And I want you to do something about it to really open that space so that more and more players can come into play.
Honorable Nashinge.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Mine goes to the Minister of Home Works. Minister, it's on Busaco's, Swakopmund Busaco's road. Just wanted to find out within this if there will be a provision perhaps to look into consideration of that in conjunction with the Road Authority, which we see they have already advertised the consultancy tender last year, June, for upgrading that vital national economic road. To my surprise, the RA only called for the widening of the road and not dualization. They want to upgrade it to the same standard as the Okahanja Karibeb. But with all due respect, that is deeply disappointing given the strategic importance of this route for the country and the region. I pose this question because I believe not dualization, the Swakopmund Lusakos road is not just a missed opportunity, it borders on economic sabotage, especially when Namibia positions itself as a leading logistic hub for Southern and Central Africa. Let me just emphasize quick. um, the three critical reasons why dualization of this road should be an urgent priority. The route is the primary link between Walvis Bay and the interior, serving as the main gateway into Walvis Bay corridor, connecting Namibia to Zambia and DRC, plus Zimbabwe and beyond. It carries key national exports and imports and sustain major mining operations in the Rongo region. The Walvis Bay Corridor Group projected last year that by 2030 this corridor could see 1.5 trucks daily. Widening alone will not solve the long-term congestion and pressure on the road. The list is long, so I just wanted to find out of many benefits. Just wanted to find out if there will be a reconsideration to really make sure that that road is dualized so that we avoid congestion and accidents that are happening on that road.
Thank you. Honorable Kalola.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. Okay, Honorable Minister, I was looking in your short motivation under Program 7, where you have allocated, I think, 115 million, 989,000. And that is meant for servicing and repair government vehicles and government garage program. So I just wanted to find out if your ministry at least has some plans to utilize this kind of, to utilize private garages for young people. Because when I was looking at it and looking at the amount, it's quite a lot. And to me, I feel like it's a good opportunity that the young people should also benefit in this way, that if we, or you as a ministry, try to utilize these private and local owned garages for Namibians, perhaps for them to benefit, I think it would be a good thing. And also another thing, I also thought of the TVET students and graduates, if they should also be used to repair the government vehicles. It will really be good that it will promote, it will empower youth, and another thing, it can also, it will foster entrepreneurship in the country, and also create jobs for the young people. I just want to understand if your ministry has such strategies or plans to involve young Namibians in that kind of program. Because looking at government vehicles currently and in the past, they are really in trouble. Most people are not using them quite effectively. There is a statement that says that so you will not really feel that burden if you are not the one that has purchased that particular thing. So I feel like people are really abusing government vehicles, but that is not the issue. What I want is just to make sure that at least young people, the students, CVET students, are included in this kind of programs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Angola.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Look, I just want to say that Namibia has one of the best roads in Africa and the world. And yet, year in, year out, we continue to lose lives due to gruesome road accidents. Many accidents, I've noted, result in criminal charges against those involved, especially the drivers, sometimes under the influence, sometimes over negligence. And there was even one of the first charges of murder, and I think it led into a conviction recently, either last year or the year before. So that just speaks to driver attitude. I think we have the roads authorities licensing body, which is NATES, and they do quite a good job, a comprehensive job at testing the driver's ability to reverse park and to parallel park, to balance your car. But I haven't heard of anybody dying in a reverse parking incident. But I have, however, heard of a lot of people dying, especially on our highways, well-maintained highways. And I think these criminal convictions and these charges speak to driver attitude. And I would just like to know, is it possible for us to start incorporating driver attitude as a big and important component in the licensing process? Perhaps we can try and reform the Roads Act or whatever act that NATES uses, just so that we can try and educate and focus more on educating and changing driver attitude before you can be licensed. And I think that's a very important thing that we should look into. I so submit.
Thank you, Honorable Shidana.
Okay. Things there. It's giving us problem. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. My contribution is, Honorable Minister, there is this route which was set up in 1978. So that from Kangoro to Osake. This road has been never touched since, and it's really affecting those people especially from a Pembe constituency, when they are coming to Enana for all the services. So I hope we know the situation we are in terms of financial, but we must also look at this road. It's really affecting our people that side. The second, it's a suggestion. You know, I'm from a village called, with a name, Shalande. Honorable Nekongo knows very well. Shalande from Okongo, between Mbungu and Okongo, somewhere there. So now, there we have timbers. And I have been in Kavango those years. And then we also have this side of from Okongo to Oshitishayonya, you were there. And I'm very happy for that. And we have also this Tawala Polo, which was mentioned there. And if you look in those areas, all of them, they are having timbers. Despite we have a little shortage on budget, how if we come up with an ideas to say, no, we must set up committees, then we take those timbers, then we sell them in just that area, that these timbers that are coming from these villages can be used to put up a gravel there out of this budget. So I think if we try to come up with ideas that really help our people, because not always has to wait for the budget. Those are mineral resources we get from God. We must use them, then we put up a gravel road there, then they can also take off some burden on the budget issue and other things. But we must also be very careful that when we are going, if we are to set up such programs, we must not do decisions from the city where we are. We must involve those people there. They know where to do everything. Because the failure we do design and program everything here, then we go there without no knowledge of what is going on there. But if we involve these people, it might help us to at least adjust a gravel road. So that was just my contribution and suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nekongo.
Thank you very much. I also raise once again to support vote 24 on transport. Comrade Minister, there is one musician who sang a song saying Korutenda. It was a famous song those years when we were busy constructing the railway. Yeah, it's definitely not Shitana. Now, some of us who have contributed to the construction of the railway, thanks to the founding father, Dr. Sem Nyoma, may his soul continue resting in peace. We were constructing that railway with the hope that one day we will be able to use the train for transport, to transport our people. And you know, the festive seasons, our people continue suffering because there are no transport available. But yet we have the railway up to Chicago. I'm now asking to find out why we don't have the commuter train. And if that needs to be done, I think we would appreciate that very much. Kamboroto, please.
Order, please.
Thank
Order.
you. Also, Comrade Minister, it's just a proposal that I think will need yourself and the minister responsible for education to see if there is a possibility to incorporate the driving license into the curriculum so that we have a perfect trained drivers to avoid accident in our road. During our time, Prime Minister, during our time in Youth League, there was a time that we proposed to say, let's have a helicopter for each region. I know we were heavily criticized, but I think time has come now that the situation on the ground, you realize that it's only the police helicopter that are needed. Comrade Minister, what are the possibility of us maybe to fulfill that, to ensure that we have helicopter, and it can help in accident. You know, sometimes we have accident in our road that need urgent medical attention for our people. So therefore, I still propose that one day when we have enough resources, let's ensure that we have helicopter for all of our regions. Last but not least, Comrade Minister, our people, and especially our drivers that are on taxis and buses, they are in trouble because of traffic fines. And I'm asking myself to say, and I think Comrade Chitana at one point mentioned it during this discussion, to say, how are we going to help our brothers and sisters that are having huge traffic fines? And perhaps I also ask myself, Comrade Minister, is there any platform where sometime we engage our drivers, especially those in that industry of transportation, or transporting people, just to engage them? Because these fines sometimes are huge and unreasonable. Sometimes it's just a single mistake. Can we also see maybe if there is a remedy there, Comrade Minister, to either write them off or continue engaging our people? So I...
Honorable Lisasi.
Much for the floor, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Honorable Minister, it was very nice to listen to you giving a directive verbally to the journalists when you said that 957 jobs in your ministry should be filled. So now the question that remains, because I've been watching the space, especially in the daily, I've been watching the space in the daily to see the advert of the 957 vacancies for the young people. And it's not me only, and a lot of young people and others who are unemployed, they are waiting for such an advert. To date, we haven't seen it. Now the question is, what authority does the press conference, the press conference held by the minister, what authority does it have, especially on the human resource practitioner of your ministry? Are these vacancies, are they budgeted for in the previous financial year or in this financial year? On that aspect, the last question is, Honorable Minister, are the personnel in your ministry defying your directive? Why are they not acting on this directive? The other one is the road, the district road 3548, which is 19 kilometers. It's a road stretching from Masokotwane to Machita in Zambezi region. It's a district road. And then there's another district road 3549, which is 14 kilometers. It's from Kwena to Silumbi. These roads were under Project 1, and this was in the financial year 2017-2018. But to date, nothing has been done on these roads. Are they deserted? I checked in the book, on the project book, the big one, these roads are not there. Are they deserted? And if they are deserted, what about these communities? Why are they not informed that stop waiting? You are no more going to receive your roads because of this and this and this. On that note, thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Ausiku.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I stand to support vote 24, but at the same time bring my concern to the Honorable Minister. Under Program 1, I have noticed that in the development budget book, most of the projects listed in Kavango West were also budgeted for last year, but no implementation took place, namely the access road to Bravo School and the access road to Garuha Clinic. What guarantee must the region, or will the region have, that now they are again in this development budget and they will be implemented? As I said yesterday, it seems some regions are used to park money to be very meant to some projects in other regions, and it's a concern to some communities. The second one, Honorable Minister, Kapako constituency, I think you know it well. It's our biggest constituency in Kavango West, but it doesn't have any single feeder road. And I agree with what Honorable Amse mentioned here. How can the ministry consider such constituencies without feeder roads? But the regional council have been budgeted for these roads, but nothing is happening. My last concern is on the Nepara airstrip. I asked Honorable Kapofi the other day, he did not respond to me. I hope I will get something from your side. Is there any consideration, as Namali, the other side, say, can we consider this small airstrips for transport. So I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amutenya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, or Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I should also join fellow honorable members to really champion and credit our government on our best roads that we have so far, though there are a few things that obviously we need to consider. And if we are to look at the latest index rate, we were rated as Namibia 5.57 out of 7. That obviously placed us on the top of Africa. So I think it's something that we need to be proud as Namibians. Yes, good example, the road between, Windhoek and Okahanja, very beautiful dual carriage road. We really need to acknowledge that. Yeah, I take note of the so many gravel roads, constructions that are earmarked for the 2025-2026. But really, Honorable Minister, I want us to have an eye on the quality of these gravel roads, the standard of these gravel roads. Some gravel roads really become a threat to the lives of our people and also damage the vehicles of our citizens, obviously further causing poverty when the roads are supposed and meant to deliver prosperity to our people. I also want us to look into how best we can make sure that all the clinics and schools, but mostly clinics, are connected to either a gravel road or a bitumen road. However, on some of our bitumen roads, Honorable Minister, they are very narrow, very, very narrow, that are posing a risk to accidents. We need, I think, to look into that. And I also want you to look into the roads that we construct, the street roads that we construct in towns. Very, very much good roads. But they do not support or do not give an opportunity for the pedestrians and the cyclists. With my bicycle, I have no way to cycle. And even some of us that likes jogging, going for exercises, we have no opportunity for that. I think we need to also to consider that moving forward. But I want us also to look and zoom in the licensing process, the driver's license process. We have drivers, Honorable Minister, on the roads with driving licenses, but they have chronic diseases like epilepsy, right? Or heart disease. There are accidents where drivers have collapsed on a driving wheel. I have experienced that, right? And it's posing a danger to the lives of the people. So once I get my license, the only thing that I do after, is it for 5 years? How many years? Where we need to 5 years. All what you go for the eye testing. You don't go for, the health testing. If I have a chronic disease, I can still have my valid driving license. And then I'm causing accidents to other people. I think we need to look into that. Let's see how best we can work together with the Ministry of Health so that we have doctors that can do a full checkup on the process of, on drivers when they are getting driver's license, so that we save lives. With that, I support the vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kachingi Fiwa.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I wish to commend the Minister on a well-presented budget that covers important sectors of our economy. Honorable Nekundi. It goes without saying that the development of infrastructures are key to the development of any country. I believe that our country has done very well in this regard and has laid a solid foundation for social and economic development. My contribution is specifically on roads construction. Now allow me to go back to my region, Omaheke, and start with the Oshinene, the Hobabes Oshinene Road. That one was done many years ago, and then connected to Grootfontein, which brought the development to Oshinene, and then the village council was established, and now we are moving on to have a town there. So I think later on we'll speak to the Minister Sangwasa to promote our village council to a town. So now, very much important, we have also the one of Aminus. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it might be now completed. The Aminus to Aranos is still far. So now that was now my comment on that one. Honorable Minister, we should complete the roads. It's now many years, but the Aminus to Aranos. Aminus road to Aranos. Aranos is Hartab region and then Omaheke region. So to connect these two regions, there is a road, but I think it's only 20 kilometers before we reach Hartab. Because I was there, I drove there one time there. So now, okay, then why I rise or why I stood up, it is because of the road of Oshombinde. Oshombinde road was started, they started to make the tar road, but only 10 kilometers was now made, but the kilometers are 280. So now in this budget, it was not budgeted. Now people of Oshombinde are crying. People of Oshombinde are asking, what did we done to this government? So Honorable Nekundi, look to this in the midterm budget and add a proper budget. Really, there is that road, you cannot drive that road. I drove the other day, and then I found my mirror at the ground there. Someone brought it for me there. So really there are holes and whatever there, stones and whatever. So please, my request is the Oshombinde road. The other one of Duplessis plus to Epukiro, it is also to be completed, but there is no budget again. So please, let's complete that short one. That one was just a 50 kilometers, so complete that one. And then we move on. But really, Oshombinde, Oshombinde, Oshombinde. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Manombe Ube.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, and thank you for the opportunity to give my humble contribution. Comrade Minister, let me first of all start by congratulating you by hitting the ground running as you have started with your work. I would like to go to an accessible transport, Honorable Minister. I'm talking about disability here, Comrade Minister, because this issue is mainstreaming, and there is a notion that this issue, it's only an issue of the ministry that is given to, or an office that is, or those who have disability, until we all start to mainstream disability and talk about it in this parliament, and then I will stop also talking about it. But for now, let me just talk about this issue that no one is also giving attention to. I'm talking about the accessible transport as a challenge in our country, Honorable Minister. I think perhaps it's time that a stronger focus on universal design could be put to pave the way for more inclusive society. Whether it's with the buses, taxis, the aircraft, we have seen incidents of people who have been denied the access to get into the aircraft, particularly the aircraft of the domestic ones in our country. So these are things that we have to look at. The pathways, the walkways where people with wheelchairs can be accessed. So accessibility is a cornerstone for all of us, even for older people who might not even be climbing stairs and so on, and pregnant women as well. So my plea, Comrade Minister, will be for wheelchair users and those who are visual impaired or hearing impaired to be integrated into transport planning, budgeting, and service provision. Honorable Minister, perhaps it would be prudent if we could introduce a dedicated fund to support accessible transport and inclusive infrastructure standards under the Ministry of Transport to support such efforts so that we don't tap much on our budgets. Thank you so much, and I support the vote.
Thank you, Honorable Masake.
Deputy Speaker of the whole House Committee, Deputy Chairperson, and honorable members present today, I rise to support vote 24 for the transport. However, I have some point that I would want the minister to look at so that at least we have common understanding there forward. It is on the construction of the road, mainly on the maintenance. So I've observed in many towns we are always giving tenders to the constructors without taking consideration that in a few days thereafter, the road will go back to the bad state. Can it be that the people that we are giving tenders are not qualified enough to do their work? Where are we missing it? In towns, yes. So if we can look at that one and also make use of the qualified engineers who are not employed. I believe we have a number of them. These are the people that we should rely on in order to show their skills since they were being trained and qualified within our universities. Still again, Comrade Minister, I would want you to look at the job creation and local involvement. I applaud you. I've heard the number that you are going to implement in terms of job creation. But however, I would want us to realize the involvement of the community that when there's a tender or there's any construction happening in any region, let the community of that particular region realize the benefit of job opportunity even for short term. I've observed in many cases, simple work, even for cleaning the roads. A different company from far will come and access that particular region. Doesn't show well. Why can't we use our local people to clean or to do small work in order for them to feel part of the development or the independence of Namibia? Comrade Minister, on the last one, it is on the monitoring and accountability. What system are you putting in place with the management to monitor these projects? And also the time frame. It's also very good that this time around we don't experience rainfall. Why can't the projects that are in process be attended to within a limited space? I so submit and I fully support your vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Warikwa.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee. Honorable Minister, thank you for the vote 24 in support of it. I would like to add to your attention, Honorable Minister, that Namibia sits at, it's ranked among one of the highest accident or NDA-related accidents in terms of globally. We are ranking at 33.9% out of 100,000 cases. And out of that, when you boil it down to Namibia, Comas region accounts for the highest, which is sitting at 36%, Erongo region at 12%, Oshana region at 10%, and Oshodonjupa region at 8%. Now I want to zoom into Oshodonjupa region. When you look at the fatality rate of all the cases, Oshodonjupa amounts to the second highest. And that is primarily because of the high accident area between Oshwarongo and Otavi. Now that area in its own, it's a high accident zone. We tried our level best when I was governor there to mobilize emergency services in Otavi and those areas. But Honorable Minister, I want to implore upon yourself, if we can be able to upgrade the road between Ochivarongo to Otavi, Ochivarongo to Okahanja. Ochivarongo to Okahanja, yes, but Ochivarongo to Otavi is a key. If you could put what you call a pass lane, the same situation that was done from Okahanja to Karibep, where there is a serious reduction in accident rates, we are going to save lives. Majority of the lives that you are losing are juveniles, are young prime age of the Republic. 30 to 34 years old is what we are losing every now and then. Please, Honorable Minister, let's prioritize that and apportion some money to that. Secondly, areas like Chumkwe, for them to be integrated into the socio-economic advancement of the marginalized communities, we have put it in 2005 as per cabinet directive. We need to integrate them in socio-economic development, and the only way we can do so is to upgrade infrastructure, and one of the key infrastructure is roads. That road is 275 kilometers on gravel. And then you have a community that is totally impoverished, a community that is at the periphery. The only thing that can upgrade that area, attract investors, attract development, is to upgrade that road from the gravel to a high standard low volume sale. That is actually something that is doable. In 2021, a presentation was done to my office when I was governor, indicating that the detailed design and everything else was done. The only thing that was pending was just for this road to go for tendering. And when you look at the strategic plan of the Roads Authority, that very road is also featuring there. Honorable Minister, if you can expedite that road, it will be of great importance. Final road, the road from Okahanja to Okonjatu via Hochfeld, 195 kilometer road. That road is actually strategic in the sense that we need to upgrade it from gravel to a high standard low volume seal or a high standard to full bitumen. By virtue that that road will reduce the traffic congestion on the B1 road that will eventually result in accident reduction, and eventually it will also help to upgrade the growth points of some areas like Okonjatu, to convert Okonjatu into a town, thus redirecting the economic outflow in that area. So, Honorable Minister, those roads that I have mentioned are key in upgrading the region of Oshodonjupa and Namibia centrally. Of course, I'm conflicted, but I should be able to talk about that. The branch lines, when you talk of the branch lines on D3802, these are key areas of branch line 1, 2, 5, 7. These are key areas of farming activities. But you would drive 60 kilometers, even on Sunday I did the same. 60 kilometers, you drive that road for a good 2 hours because of how bad that road is. But when you look at the farming activities that are happening in that area and the economic flows that are coming from there, Honorable Minister, your team of roads authority is well vested with those roads. The roads were already gazetted. They are part of the roads. $10 million was made available last year. But today, we don't know where it sits as far as the upgrading of those roads are concerned. Thank you very much.
Honorable Kangulu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, for the floor given. I would like to pose a question and the alternative intervention to Honorable Minister, the young minister. We commend you for the job well done. We have seen you in Kavango where you ordered a certain company to pay certain security company according to the current gazetted rate. If it could be that time, one could hide on labor and so go to the union and all that. So thank you very much and keep it up. Honorable Minister, many people stressed and spoken about issue of the road. My leader here has spoken also the similar. I want to confine my contribution specifically to the local authority of the town of Wabesby, where, of course, it's one of the significant economic strategic town in Namibia. However, with the demand, we were recently in the Prime Minister at Nampo, with the demand of heavy truck for transportation of goods that are coming through the port of Wabesba. And excessive damage that they are causing within the jurisdiction road of Wabesban. I hope you can attest, because going to Nampo, you drive perhaps in those gravel roads, it's no longer pothole, it's now gravel road. Yet Nampot is not paying anything or contributing anything. There is no levy from Nampot to the municipality of Wabesban. The municipality is left alone in maintaining this road. But who is benefiting is Nampot. Out of all this heavy truck, what my proposal, Honorable Minister, and I know you will intervene with a serious no, or otherwise some serious no. Why don't we introduce a heavy, not a heavy, but eventually a levy to those trucks via Nampot that can be channeled to municipalities to maintain those infrastructure? Yes, there is a road authority levies. That one we know and we understand it, because it's mostly on the highway. But we are talking about now and all this that are damaged. But I wanted just, Honorable Minister, to make sure that there is a levy through Nampot for municipality of Wabesban, and then they can easily maintain the road. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Garonda.
Thank you, Chair, Deputy. Comrade Veiko, I want to test your mind on the possible putting up of a dry port at Khobabes, if that may not assist with the, what is that, Trans-Kalahari high corridor shipment or transportation of goods. The other issue, I see my colleagues are very general with their words, but before I get to that, the railway line from Tumep to Oshi Tango, what has been the return on investment? Or is it a dead white elephant? What's going on there? The return on investment on that. The other question is, it appears as if the majority of roads within the northern part of our country between Kunene and Kavango, the majority of the roads within that enclave or region, they seem to be tarred or brought to, bitumen standards. The majority of roads in all other regions appear to be gravel. What is the explanation? What is the GDP contribution of that enclave region that justifies perhaps that kind of development? How do you justify that? The 1,000 jobs, I think somebody must have raised that. I understand there are about 1,000 vacancies in your ministry, and you gave a directive that those be advertised. Has that happened? And I want to, of course, congratulate you for the decision you took to cancel the Trans-Namib locomotive deal, but I think maybe you should go further into determining whether the internal systems are still permitting that kind of a single supplier sourcing, so that we change those internal systems to provide for multi-supplier sourcing. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Emmanuel.
Is it now on?
Not yet.
Thank you very much, the Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I also assent to add my voice in support for the budget or for vote 24 that relates to the transport network and services in our country, and to commend the portfolio minister, for, motivating with the necessary tenacity the budget or the vote consent. But I want to address my support, for the very vote, just with one or two questions in order to enhance my understanding. The first question, Honorable Minister, I think pertains to what is being regarded as a substantial delay in the finalization of Ngowi, Omtere, Onanke road. A construction that started, sometimes in October 2023, and to date, I think it's lagging behind, probably for over a year. Maybe if you can just enlighten me, and probably also the House and the interested members of the public, as what is causing the delay in the finalizations of that specific road. Then my second question, Honorable Minister, it's somehow interlinked to the questions that Honorable Karonda asked. Maybe for me, it's just phrased differently as to what are the criteria that are often used, in determining which gravel road is to be upgraded to an asphalt standard. Asphalt standard is what some are calling as bitumen standard. So if you can just enlighten me on that. And what I have in mind specifically, I want to support the Grootfontein-Tsunkwe road, that gravel road. I think since time immemorial, I have known it in the state that it is. I think another one probably that also gets to be affected during the rain season, I think is Oshikango, Odibo, Edunja, as well as then, I think Oluno, Ukwi Ushona, Okachali, and then Omtere, Oni Khandira, down to Amilema. So it's also one of the roads probably that the publics and the residents around those areas would be interested in knowing as to whether it stands a chance to be upgraded to the asphalt standard. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Krone.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Honorable Minister, I'm supporting your vote 100%. Mine is not a question but a recommendation. I know for the budget period there is nothing what we can do for now, but my recommendation to you, Honorable Minister, is during the midterm break, please consider the road from Keetmanshoop to Kois, from Keetmanshoop to Arwap, and the road between Arwap and Kois. Because since it's now many years, I was working 2011 up to 13 in Arwap. And there was many letters written by a specific nurse who was in charge of the Roman Catholic Hospital in Arua regarding that roads, because during rainy season there was many accidents. All of a sudden, see who was now fighting for that road to be tarred was in a car accident and is sitting today in a wheelchair. And the cars cannot really move in between those roads if it's raining. So therefore, during the midterm, Honorable Minister, please consider those roads. The other one is the road from Sibinda to Liniati. It's a gravel road. During the raining season, this road is also not accessible. So therefore, we are suggesting that you must even consider that one to be tarred for the community and the business people to access this road, because I understood it's very slippery when it's raining. So I'm supporting your vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kapofi.
Thank you, Comrade Chair of the All House Committee. I want to support the vote. That is very important for cattle headers and those who are, some of us who want to smell the cow all the time. One day I went with our first Prime Minister, late Prime Minister Gainkop, to a place, and we gathered the community. When we asked, the Prime Minister then asked a question: what's the main issue? The Prime Minister was expecting something different. Then they said, it's network, we want a network, and we also want NBC TV and radio. The Prime Minister was now asking, can you imagine, people are asking for network, meaning they want to use cell phone now, and it was during those days when the cell phone just came. So now, here we are, Namibia. We must look at ourselves, look at the size of our country, look at the cost of one road from, say, Pungu to Utapi, or from Katwiti to Chumeb. Those are great distances. Fine. I hear colleagues here are talking about gravel roads, they must be black-topped. But you know, those of us who are driving on Tuespore, we miss just a gravel road. We are not even thinking of a tar road. So as we bring forward these issues, colleagues, we must look at the downtrodden, we have areas that needs attention to bring that semi-civilization to them. We have serious problems. Therefore, Comrade Minister, try the best you can. But yes, I am not worried. I'm not saying you should not look at not prioritize the black tops, but look at Tuespore, because you are going to unleash economic potential of those areas. There are areas, virgin areas of our country, that needs to be opened up. And I can take you where, I will take you where I live, you will agree with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bagheera.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker of the Honours Committee. I was not sure whether this input of mine will be for education or for transport, but I've decided to try my luck.
Okay.
Seeing that we have a very proactive and a visionary minister in works and transport, Honorable Minister, I would want to know, do we have a dream for our children in our country one day to have official transport to schools, especially in the Zambezi or the northern regions
where children have to wake up as early as 4 a.m. to reach the schools. Now that our children's safety is in risk, now that we are getting into winter, I know that it's not in our streeting, the budget, it's not there, but is it not time that we have to consider that we should really have, like the neighboring countries, South Africa and others, have official school transport buses for our children that have to walk 10, 20 kilometers just to get to the schools. By the time these kids reach the schools, they are tired, they are hungry. It causes school dropouts, absenteeism. So with the new dream that we have for our country, Honorable Minister, together with Education Minister, I think it's high time that we consider to really have public transport for school children in the far northern regions and Zambezi regions and all alike where children are working far. So I submit and I support your vote wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Minister to respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair and all members for your energetic contribution to this very important vote line 24. They are quite voluminous. The first, I will not be able, cognizance of the time that I need to respond, I will not be able to respond to all the questions. But let me answer next. The first issue that I want to deal with is really the issue of gravel roads to schools and clinics and connecting communities. So, honorable members, you must be assured that in accordance with the directive of the President to my appointment, is that the ministry must ensure that by 2029, all schools and clinics must be connected. Today I have received all the roads that need to be constructed to meet that requirement. I received it today. I think if my memory serves me well, it was around 12:30 when I had a meeting. So I've received it. We are waiting then for the President to return. We discuss the approach in terms of the funding to do that. We must be cognizant that roads are very expensive. Very expensive. And I guarantee you that if I had all the money, I would have said, do all of them now. So far, for us to construct these roads that are submitted for all the regions, I think only exclude commerce, it is around 5.3 somewhere there billion American dollars to construct. So we shall then, our approach is that we are going to divide these roads into the number of years we have to implement them and see how we then get these funds to roll them out. I think really that's the principle. Number two, to inform you, colleagues, it is now a policy of the Ministry of Works and Transport, of which Road Authority falls, that we shall no longer go with the gravel. It's a wasting of money. Per year, we spend around 1.3 billion to maintain. It's just a wasting. Every week, almost 3 times, 2 times a month or so, we gravel, we grade the road. After a period, we re-gravel the road. It's very expensive. So I've given an instruction to my colleagues in the ministry responsible for the road that for the current budget of 1.3 billion, we must look at how much must we take of that maintenance, then we identify roads, then we upgrade them. So we go gradually so that we phase out the gravel in that systematic way. So that is, they are now busy doing that. So they are now busy doing that. The issue of Kapako. Indeed, today we discuss equally Kapako. Kapako will get a road
during the current financial year. It will go there. So it will go there. The roads that are now 5 kilometers, that is now the one in Omaheke, the parallel roads that are going in that, they were funded on that motion to start because there was not enough funding. So we are exactly also addressing that situation so that we now expedite and roll out the development or the upgrading of these important roads to the bitumen standard. We must inform you, honorable members, that we have now discovered a new way, method, material that is far cheaper than the bitumen what you have, as well as even the gravel, the normal gravel one you have. It's cheaper. A gravel road that we normally use now is around 1.2 million to 2.5 million per kilometer. This material is around 600,000 per kilometer. So that is, the instruction is already given on black and white to the internal works and transport as well as the road authority. So they will do that. One must also appreciate that the current Cape Seal material we are using, the current black we are using, it is of such a nature that when it is hot, it kind of melts. It then stretch. When it stretch, it moves away from the aggregate, the stones. When it moves away, the water penetrates. When it penetrates, then when the car drives over, it uproots. Then you have many potholes. There is now a new material also found, which is then does not misbehave. When it's cold, it does not change the structure. When it's hot, it does not change the structure. We are also given the instruction, we must use then this kind of materials that will then be able for us also to minimize on the issue of the maintenance. I want to address the issue of, really the issue of regions, favoritisms, apartheid. See, it's really a myth if you don't understand. And I want to illustrate to you. One, you possibly only know a road because you have traveled there. But roads, you need to look at the entire popularity of Namibia and the regions thereof. Let me take example. Which region in Namibia have the longest? Because roads, you measure them on the distance. That's how you measure roads. You measure roads based on distance. You don't measure roads on the number. No, you can't measure roads on number. Roads are measured on the distance. Because even the cost is measured on distance. Now the roads, the region that have the longest roads in Namibia is Karas region. Thank you. Followed by Kavango East. The third one is Hartap. Followed by Otodonjupa. I can tell you Otodonjupa, the bitumen is 1,253.3 kilometers. The gravel is 6,156 kilometers. Zambezi, it is 500, bitumen 586. So, and I can tell you the budget of maintenance of this road, I will not tell you, just to maintain the roads during this current financial year. How is the allocation? Karas region have the highest budget allocation of 239 million. Compared to Omaheke at 80 million.
Order, please. Order, please. Order. Karonda. Order, please.
Talking about
Karonda, you don't have a floor. Honorable Karonda.
About how
Honorable Karonda, you don't have a floor, please. You have your floor.
Based on your opinion.
Honorable Karonda, please. Honorable Karonda. Honorable Karonda, you were not interrupted when you had your floor.
Your opinion. It's not my business. My business is not to manage your opinion. I'm telling you the facts. You must deal with facts, not your opinions. You must understand. You can talk about that. I'm telling you about facts. 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 I talk about facts. But the principle here is that you need to understand that myth factually is incorrect. And when you argue against the Kundi who is talking to you, come with facts based on the measurements of roads, how it is scientifically been measured. Then the principle is that all these roads, we shall ensure that all roads, all the regions are covered in accordance with what we have. Then we must be cognizant, the principle advanced by, I think, Honorable Amte, there is a leeway to give regions to identify roads for development. However, the same law allows the policymaker, in this instance, the minister responsible for roads, if it's seen for good reasons, that a particular area, those responsible to identify are, for one or other reasons, are neglecting it. The minister by law have the powers to do that. So, and we are going to invoke that. And we are going to substantiate with all the facts.
Honorable Kandarodu, please. Our children are even watching us, honorables. Honorable Karonda, what's wrong with honorables? You don't have a floor, you know. You don't have a floor. Honorable,
the issue of
Honorable Karonda.
Maybe the colleague must talk
what's wrong with your understanding?
Nehoya, I think they must manage now.
Honorable Karonda, perhaps we don't understand that we have got visible and invisible people who are actually look up to us as honorables, and we should behave as such. Please, once we have a floor, you will respect it, and you must also respect others as well. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. The issue of the urban roads. The urban roads are not dealt with by Minister of Works and Transport. Not at all. Those are Honorable Sankwasa's baby. But I must tell you, for example, that each town, including Wafes Bay, you get funds to maintain your roads. Because you get money from the Road Fund Administration on the levies we charge, is being charged, based on the number of cars on your register as Wafes Bay. If you have 100,000 cars, you get a percentage of that. What most of municipalities does, they take this money, instead of going to the road, they go to salaries in your SNTs when you want to travel. And these are factual issues. That's what is done. And I must inform you, honorable members, that for the Wafes Bay, for the particular reason, and you might possibly recall, last year, we have exactly upgraded that road from the inside into the port. Unfortunately, it was washed away this year by the flood. Don't worry. I'm just giving you the principle. The details, I will not be able, in a minute, I will not be able to discuss the details of all this. I give you the principles to that effect. So, the funds are being allocated for maintenance of roads in the urban areas. They are given. But some of the towns, I'm not saying all of them, some are using it for salaries and SNTs and others. So, that is how it is. The railway line, Grootfontein to Katima Mulilo. We are done with the feasibility study and it's found that it's feasible. Within June period, we are now busy to engage for the model on which we are going to construct and operationalize the railway when we put up. That is also coupled with the upgrade of the railway also between Otavi and Grootfontein, because that also need to be upgraded. Equally so, we are on the advanced stage. We already hired the consultant. We have signed a contract in March, April. Contract was signed for a consultant to ensure that the railway line is also out of Windhoek to the border between Namibia and Botswana. The consultant is already done to develop the mechanism of developing that railway line. The issue of there's a confusion. One member believes the railway only ends in Tsumeb. No, the railway ends at the border between Namibia and Angola. Unfortunately, there was a poor planning, I believe, from our side. When we do wrong, we must also accept that we do wrong. Where we have agreed with Angola it was where the railway must go. We took our rail to a wrong side. As a result, the Angolans have now difficulties there is no matching. So as a result, that become a deadline because nothing goes to Angola then. So it have come to my attention. We will then engage internally how to align that line to the right route, so that it then become life again for the purpose why it was developed. Honourable members, my brother, I think can you just come to the Minister of Works and Transport? That's what we just suggested. What we just suggested exactly. A committee was already established to deal exactly what you are suggesting, headed by Commissioner Swartz, who is responsible for the traffic from the Nampol. Exactly in the context you are thinking. Exactly. So a good brain. Think come to swap a good brain. The Tsungwa Road, very important. It will be addressed. Ngoi Omtele, yes, we have found where the problem was. There was a problem between the two entities of government, Road Authority and the RCC. They have their own issues. I have now addressed it. It's now addressed. I was there 2 weeks ago. It's now addressed. I expect now them to complete that road within the remaining period. So that one is now addressed. I'm taking for that. Honorable member, the quality of discuss about it, time is gone. So, well, time is gone. All other issues, let's discuss.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? Honorable Kandarodu. Order, please, Honorable Kandarodu.
Yes. Thank you so much, Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee. I want to correct Honorable Nekundi. Nekundi, those distances, Honorable Nekundi, those distances you alluded to, it's for national purposes, not for regional purposes. And if you compare the contribution to GDP of Karas region to the one of Omusati, and the road within Omusati region and of Karas, it cannot be compared. It means Karas region finance the road in Omusati, while Omusati is just at the receiving end and they don't contribute anything at all. So, and then you have an issue that you did not reveal. You look at the population. It means in order for you to benefit from roads distribution, you must have more children. And if you don't have, then you are disqualified. Because you look at the number of vehicles that is being used or that are using that particular road. So we are being deprived deliberately because we are of a minority. That's why the setup is like what it is now. So you must speak with facts. Don't just defend for the sake of defending. Because we are here to address the imbalances. The issue of equity is very important. So make sure that we get the service that is needed. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Nashiga, do you want to speak on the next vote or this one? No, wait, I'm asking. Do you want to take the floor on the current vote or on the next vote? Okay. Yeah, because... sorry. Okay.
Maybe to correct.
No, order please. No, please, order please.
It's a follow-up. Yeah, just to...
Okay, it must be not a discussion like a follow-up thing to the minister, because as per the procedure, after the reaction of the minister, the members can have a follow-up question.
Yes.
That's the procedure. Just a follow-up.
On what Honorable Kangule has raised in Wabesh Bay, the trucks that are being referred to are trucks from Zambia, some come from DRC, some from Botswana. How do they become a baby of Wabesh Bay? They are not registered as vehicles from Wabesh Bay. So how do we take responsibility? Because what they bring in is income, so to say, that comes to the state through Namport. So somebody there should take responsibility, and that is the suggestion. So it cannot fall under the responsibility of Wabash Bay and Road Fund Administration per se. That is the point that was being raised.
Okay, okay, thank you. It must be very, very brief. Honorable Kumbwa, is it because you are some honorables are no, hold on, give me no, hold on, please, hold on. No, come. Okay, point of direction. Okay, please. Okay. Wait for it.
Yes, Comrade Chairperson, I think we need to maintain consistency. We have agreed in this House that the deliberations now must be, you are given one chance for 5 minutes on each vote. Now you are opening it up again for people to make follow-ups. We are not being consistent to the discussions that we had and the resolution we made. That same book, we had the same book when we were setting up we had the same book when we were setting up the rigors and ethics of these deliberations. Now we are deviating from that, Comrade Chairperson. I think we need to maintain the consistency we started with and then moving forward.
Okay, Honorable, the question, if the Honorable do not ask the floor, because the procedure says after the response of the Minister, an Honorable member can have a follow-up question. It's not actually a discussion, but that's a procedure. But if, no, Honorable members, if we can all agree that Udako, then I will not have a problem at all. Okay. Okay, Honorable members, order please. Honorable member, we cannot shout like that. If an honorable member rightly so want to have a floor, how can I say no to him? And if the procedure says like that, yeah. Honorable Kumbwa, just a follow-up question. If it is on this current vote.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker of the
direct question only.
The Honorable Minister failed to answer my second question on the airstrip that is abandoned for 40 years, for 34 years. It was not answered.
Okay, Honorable, let me make it clear. Let me make it clear. As per the order here, as per the program here, the Minister cannot be requested for the second time again if you are not satisfied. You can just react for further consideration by the Minister. Yes. So that is okay. The question is now clear to the Minister. Thank you very much. Take your seat. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah.
Just a follow-up to the Minister. Many of us think that leadership is an easy feat. It's easy to be a leader. We must be very, very sensitive to one another, to the country that we prepare to lead, and let's not veer the discussion so much into tribalism, but let's just put facts on the table. You are a very intelligent person. I know you for many years. Very intelligent. But this is a mistake, a little mistake. The minute that you're starting comparing the roads of Kavango that are going towards Zambezi, that are needed to drive the economy, to bring the trucks from Zambia and the economy of the country, and you compare that road to a region.
Okay, can you call our timekeepers are sleeping on duty, please.
To a region. And you start comparing them to a region where you have put more infrastructure into feeder roads that are not linking the country together. If you, for example, put Ochodonjupa, leave tribalism for a moment, leave majority for a reason. For you to travel to the north, for you to travel to Harda, you need a road between Otavi and Ochuarongo and Okahanja. So you can't compare the road of Ochodonjupa and start saying the stretch in Ochodonjupa, that was not built by any SWAPO government, by the way. That was built by colonizers because they wanted to link the country. What we need to do is to address this question, intelligent friend of mine. It's the economic viabilities of roads. When the Roads Authority says, when we are building a road, we look at economic viability. Now, if you look at an economic viability of a road between Korigas and Uis, for example, and you compare it with another region where you have a bitumen road, the road between Korigas and Uis, between Opuo and Kangwati and Epupa, brings more to tourism resources more than roads that we have built. So what we need, when a person like myself is saying there is road apartheid, it's in the context of this economic viability that Werika is talking about roads that brings economy, money to the fiscus. My dear sister from the south, Kruone is talking about the road between Arwap and Kwes, sheep farming that brings a lot of money, but these roads have not been developed. So when you start narrowing it down only towards regions that have tar roads in total, you are not addressing the road equity. And lastly, the GDZ money. The Germans have funded many of our roads. Namas, for example, have lost under genocide. How many roads were built by GDZ money for the southern regions, for example? I don't want us to go to tribalism. We must just bring equity, and leadership is not an easy thing. From this side, from that side. Let's unite our country, let's move together, let's address those little issues that are confronting us so that we move in unison. But generally, you are doing well, Mr. Minister.
Okay, thank you very much. Any objection? Agreed to? I now put vote 24. Not 24. I now put vote 29, Information and Communication Technology. Any discussion? Honorable 75. Honorable Maton.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister, I just would like to say that I'm absolutely ecstatic that we are finally putting the data protection bill forward. And it's been very long overdue. Currently, there are no laws in place that can really protect our data. To use a practical example, when we all submitted our geometric data for MTC, that data is not protected. And it's a very big problem, and I'm looking forward to contributing to this bill. And as I said, I'm very happy that we are starting with that. With regards to the National Data Center that you mentioned in your speech, Honourable Minister, it's only in the preliminary work stage. So my question is now, where is our data currently stored? Where are we hosting? On what servers are we hosting this data of ours that are very sensitive and should be protected? And how long will it take for us to finally be able to have our national data center so that we can protect our own data? The next contribution I want to make is on the infrastructure duplication. It's a major issue in this country and it's not being addressed properly. We find situations where two government service providers have cell phone towers next to each other or a kilometer from each other, and the similar situation with fiber connections where MTC, TN Mobile, Nampower, they're all investing into fiber infrastructure within the same areas. So my question is, how are we addressing this, and how is the ministry planning to solve this issue on all this wasteful infrastructure that we are unnecessarily spending? My following contribution is on vote 29 with regards to the program 2 of audiovisual. So when I have a look here at what we achieved in the previous financial year, it states that the videos produced was 224. Further, it states the number of people accessing government information online were 1,397. So that is shockingly low. I mean, this video that we are currently busy with will reach more people in one day. So my concern is we are prioritizing sharing information, and we are spending millions on creating videos and all this information, but we are only reaching 1,300 people online. So perhaps you can clarify that for me. And also, our government websites are extremely slow and a bit outdated. And if our aim is to provide information to the public, why can't we make these government websites free to use? Why can't people access them without data? So perhaps we can speak to our service providers and make sure that the information is free to use and the websites are easily accessible. My final contribution is that on the NBC. So we are, in this financial year, planning on spending just over $500 million on NBC again. Yeah, so I want to, with the majority of this cost would be operational costs, where the equipment and infrastructure are very old and outdated. Why are we continuously investing in this company where this entity should start covering their own operational costs with advertising and licenses and film licenses and so forth? And then the last thing about NBC is we are saying that after all this money that we are spending in NBC, we still don't have 100% radio coverage all across the country with the 11 services we provide. I mean, even MTC has a wider coverage than NBC. So I just want to know from the Minister, how long will it take for us to finally have that? I thank you.
Honorable Kabala.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chairperson. I won't be that robust. I'll be very slow. The issue that I have is just on program 3. Program 3, we are looking at 81 million for audiovisual media, for regional offices and stuff like that. And the priority is to promote Namibia. But then the same budget vote are giving 7.5 million to the Film Commission that really does the actual work. So why is that an imbalance there? Somebody does it as a mandate, but then you are giving it to others that are just on the sides. The other issue that I have also is with NBC as well. NBC was a report that was very bad. And in your motivation, you are saying that 26% of the budget goes to temporary contract workers. Now to find out now, these contract workers, in what form and shape are they? Is it, do they have full benefits? Because we know how NBC works. If one of my freedom fighters now collapse, NBC has to run the entire service for the whole week. So how are we going to ensure that these young people that are going to work overnight are well compensated, are well taken care of, and don't just live by piecemeal as they currently do? So I want you to give us a clear understanding there. The other issue is on the merging of Nampa, New Era into one. I know it's been something long coming, and I want us to, if you could also just share with us what informed this decision. Because these are two people, could be brothers and sisters, but they have two different lives, two different roles to play in society. So if you merge them, someone has to go hungry. So what informed this decision? And then the last one is on telecom. Why is it that you have MTC that runs, that MTC is flourishing, but you have TL Mobile still run like a department in telecom? An entire service provider has been reduced to a department that could be in fact become the subsidizing our telecom as a parent. So why are we not moving into that direction of allowing them space? Because they are way better covered than MTC in some areas. So, Minister, please give us that issue. Secondly, is the issue of data. You did not address the issue of data in this thing. We're having problems here. Already as MPs here, we can't afford data. But there's no way in saying that how does an ordinary citizen, being where they are, allowed to safeguard their data? Because midnight, if you go by midnight, then the poor now, data is gone, then you must go get the super away. So please, just want to, how do I address those four issues? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Masake.
Good evening, the Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee and Honorable Member present tonight. I stand here to support vote 29. However, I still have some questions that need clarity to our vibrant Minister. The first question that I have today, it is on digital infrastructure. What steps in the ministry have you extended to use? Pardon me, may I rephrase my question. What steps is the ministry taking to extend reliable internet and mobile connectivity to rural and unserved areas? There are some areas that cannot access internet since the establishment of internet. We have the second one on cyber security. What measures are being implemented to strengthen cyber security and protect citizens, most especially the old citizen, even us, personal data from online threats? So our parents, are they sitting at home? Their visibility are being weakened. So I would suggest here that you undergo from outreach program so that all the regions can get information, more special people who are in rural areas. The other one, it is on youth empowerment. Comrade Minister, what initiatives are in place to support the ICT education, digital skills, training, and innovation hubs for Namibian youth? If I can repeat it, is it okay? Okay. It's my time, I'll repeat it, I still have time. All right, the second last one, it is on media and broadcasting. What support is being given to public and community broadcasters to ensure access to quality and accurate information across Namibia? We are observing the different medias that are happen to give us wrong information. We would want to know what step did you use in order to outreach to these people. The last one, it is on policy and the legislation. These are, what plan do you have to update the ITC related matters and laws to align the modern system?
Order, please.
What law do you have in place, or what mechanism do you have in order to legalize these technology development in our nation? Thank you. I so submit, and I fully support your budget.
Thank you, Honorable Amse.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee. From the beginning, I want to congratulate Honorable Minister Emma Theophilus. She is driving this ministry towards a destination that would do best for this country when it comes to the promotion of the use of ICT, expansion of the network coverage, as well as promoting the general knowledge of the use of ICT through different programs, and I will highlight some of them. I would also like at the beginning to congratulate the NBC, NAMPA, New Era. They have done us proud because they have performed very, very well during the last financial cycle. And we have all observed that, especially during the difficult days that we have experienced by disseminating information throughout the country. Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee, implementing VAT legislation on important digital services to ensure fair competition with local providers in response to the rapid increase in digital service usage is crucial. At the moment, Africa exports millions of dollars annually out of the continent to fund ICT tools and services. And by this, we are not only exporting jobs, but there is potential that those companies may use our money to create cyber threats as well, because they create the technology and they create the solution at the same time. So that they can create a demand for us to pay again for cyber protection. So we have the duty to develop our own capabilities by increasing our budgets to support innovation hubs, startups, and support our youth to develop our ICT tools and solutions for the safety of our country, our continent, for employment creation and reduce cost of servicing foreign software licenses, which provide contents that we have no full control of. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I have realized that this current budget or vote is addressing the increase of the broadband width from 2 megabytes per second to 25 megabytes per second. That is now the download speed, and even increasing it to 5 megabytes per second with the upload speed, which will definitely promote effectiveness when we are using internet to do what we want to do. Data, the creation and the establishment of the data center is a good move. We have been looking for this for a long time, and Comrade Minister, I have to congratulate you because we need a data center to have it so that we can host our own information, our own data for our security, and also for us to be able to promote our youth developing our own solutions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hangula.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, and to my younger sister, Honorable Emma Theophilus, fellow alumni of the Children's Parliament. This topic is very close to my heart. And yes, I would like to start off by saying we cannot overemphasize the need for us to protect intellectual property, especially via our authority, Business and Intellectual Property Authority, BIPA. These creatives in our country, whether they may be artistic or the other creatives in the technology environment, people who are like software developers for their apps and all other platforms that they create, need to be protected, and that obviously will be bundled together with the film and music industry under the Copyright Act, which needs proper updating. We also need to protect our content creators, especially now the world is online. We have many unique African stories that need to be told, Namibian stories that need to be told by our content creators, and one of those platforms that can do that is YouTube, where we can monetize it. I know we are working on something like that, but we have not seen any solid progress. I'm sure you will be able to give us an update on is it really effective? Did we start monetizing our content? Secondly, I would like to touch on where Honorable Amte left off, our government.
we need to create mass employment, like I said in my maiden speech, where we use data processing centers. And this basically means if somebody wants to send us data to transcribe or to capture digitally from Australia or from New Zealand or from Nigeria, we'll be able to employ 300 young people who are working shifts, who are sitting in front of computers, and then we can earn an income for that. I would also like to touch on a proposal, basically, whereby we can perhaps look into working with the Ministry of Education for something like your brand, my Namibia brand. If we can have another campaign or a program, one child, one laptop, in an effort to digitalize our school environment. I have spoken to Honorable Deputy Minister of Education that there was a program that I had, myself and some other entrepreneurs had proposed to the late Minister of Education, Dr. Abraham Yambo, may his soul rest in peace, that we have a model that we know will work for Namibia as long as there is digital presence in the education system. And lastly, I would like for us to look more into supporting especially local private institutions who teach technology. There are many private schools out there that teach technologies. Young people who are graduating from NAST are coming up with their own apps and digital space, websites and things like that. So if we can have a special NASFAF program that would cater for people who want to do technology-related subjects instead of going to the conventional universities. And then we can use these students as part of their work integrated learning program to upgrade our government websites, develop apps that the public sector can use, and just get into this digital space using our students and young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Very grateful. A reminder that we still have got a vote to go, and tomorrow 9 o'clock we will have to be here. Next, Honorable Haitota.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I as well stood to give my input and contribution on Vote 29, Program 1, page 2 of the budget motivation. The budget for the Rural ICT Center is not precisely described. The speech outlines its importance, but it's unclear if any of the 16.9 million Program 1 funds will expand or upgrade the centers. Past experience in Namibia and elsewhere shows that such centers often struggle with maintenance and relevance if not consistently funded and integrated with community needs. The ministry's plan to bridge the divide will need more than passive support. It requires active development of new centers or refurbishing old ones, training staff, and providing local content, none of which are detailed. This confusion could mean that community ICT hubs remain under-prioritized, undermining the very goal of digital inclusion. So having said that, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I then have a question to the Minister of Information and Communication Technology. Honorable Minister, what is the ministry's funding maintenance plan for these centers? I so submit.
Thank you. Honorable Sutana.
Mine is on cyber security. I think we really need to do more in terms of cyber security. If we look at the incident of what happened in Okahanja, if it was in other countries, from the first incident to the second one, it was a very short period. By my observations, there's still a need of our
intelligences to take a serious partnership with your office so that such incident, when it happens there, they're supposed to be the first one to trace just from the first incident to before the last one occurs. They could have find what happens there, but it is never done. So it is really important to incorporate with this ministry so that we can have a fast-tracking issue that are happening. When we are moving here to the fastest growing digital platforms, the problem are also moving. And if we are just happy to say we are putting money to the world is moving, and we need a serious protection in terms of also copyright was mentioned here, in educating our people, because we are going to face a serious problem when people are going to start making movie and creating those things. There must be a law that say, no, you cannot take a video on the road, you cannot, otherwise it's going to cause a problem. We must first put up a law that say, okay, this can be done, this cannot be done, otherwise we are going to see a serious problem every day and night. And also to protect and compensate those ones that are going to be found in those videos when you were not in the position of to be part of that videos. Because, for example, you can be coming from this parliament and maybe you were getting on those steps, then you fell down, somebody was already taking a video, and you are out in that video, then that person, he or she took it as a content creation, is going to make money, but you are not getting any compensation for that. It's a very, very serious problem. We need first to put up a law that guides all the incidents that are going to happen in that context. It is very, very important to look at the law that this is what, plus the link tones, the voices of people, the faces, all of that. They need to have a law that protects them in images. They need to be protected because these people, they are going to make fun, all of us. You are here for the content creators, they're enjoying money out of your image without your knowledge. So it's a good thing, but we must regulate. We must regulate. So I'm supporting, and I will be always working with you. I really have a knowledge of countries where we can go. That's why I even choose to be on the committee of ICT. It's very important. I have very, very information how, because we don't want us to be here. We give creation and then we create problems.
Honorable Karara.
It's not Kalwala. It's
No, I'm sorry. No.
Yes,
Yeah.
Honorable Minister, I raised on vote 29, and 2 weeks ago, to be specific, you have mentioned that cyber crime is skyrocketing. And one of the contributing factors is the book that was initially brought to trace the patients during COVID. And currently, we are still using the book. So Parliament has it, GIPF, many institutions have it. So, Honorable Minister, if now business is not more usual, if that's the case, then we need to act. We can't just speak, we need to implement. So when is the minister going to give direction or a directive to remove these books or to amend these registry books so that our brothers and our sisters' ID numbers and cell phone numbers cannot be hacked by the criminals? So that is one. Number two is a cyber bill. So what is the status of the cyber bill? Because a national cyber incident response team at CREN was established to respond to cyber attacks, but it doesn't have any legal backing as it's not established in terms of any law, but just a mere gentleman agreement and compliance which is voluntary. So I just want to know the status of that. And Honorable Minister, last year, 35 million was given to Crane, and they are still busy building towers as we speak through MTC, right? So I see this year 40 million is still going to Crane. Now we want to know what are the plans with this 40 million and what are the network gaps that they intend to close, especially when licenses have started paying levies towards the fund this year. And since I have some few minutes there, I just want also to repeat or to highlight or to emphasize about the data protection that Honorable Mouton says and mentioned very early. We need that bill. Thank you so much. And I believe in you, and I believe that things will move. Thanks.
Honorable Kalola.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, mine is on, I feel like I want to demand justice, consumer justice in terms of data. You know, Honorable Minister, in SADC, we really have, the cost of data is really high, and it's not fine. Looking at our environment also, rural areas and so on, the network is already not there. Now, in looking at the world where we are now, we are a bit advanced, and the usage of data somehow to me became a basic need. It's a necessity, just like water. So it should be treated as such. But now looking at, you know, we have a lot of students that are using this data, and anybody that can purchase this. But I feel like there is no justice there. Because my question is, why do I purchase my data and they expire? Just like that. Because if I purchase water or electricity, my units don't expire. I just have to wait until they get depleted. Why can't you use the same principle for data? I think it will really, it will help us. So, in airtime too, so I'm just employing you to at least try to use that principle so that you can protect our data. So it's really costly. 72 times 3, I think it's 200, and yeah, it's quite a lot, of which at some point you are just being robbed because you can't use your data looking at the environment where you are. I put on our, the data are not going through because of network, so it's quite robbing us. So please try to look in that, that area. Thank you so much. The princess has spoken.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Vetaruhe Kandarodu.
Yes, thank you so much, Chairperson. First, I want to commend the Ministry of Information and Communication, more especially via MTC, for the tower distributions across the country. However, the quality of the service is a problem. There are some reception where you only get service from 10 o'clock in the morning up to midnight. So between there is off. And also, you need to engage with the Ministry of Mines and Energy, NAMPower and the rest, because the solar system that is connected, it needs kind of like a hybrid system, or you must automatically connect the towers to the grid, maybe to get a special rate between MTC and NAMPower. There must be some calibration between these government state-owned enterprises. It looks like as if they are fighting one another. While they are not in the same business, they need to complement each other. So I'll give you an example of Okatumba Gate Tower. It's one of the problematic ones that start reception from 9:10 up to midnight. So after that, it's dark. It's like in olden days. So the next one is almost relatively to that one. In fact, who is controlling the rate per data? Is there a commission? What does CRAN do to help us? Because the exorbitant fees that MTC is charging us, it's way too expensive. Secondly is on telecom. What if we bring in competition between these two institutions, we bail out telecom, we help them to roll out the network so that we give choices to the consumer? Because now, if you have TN Mobile, it's only in urban area. The moment you drive out, then you don't access TN Mobile. So how do we help as a state, because it's a state-owned enterprises, so that they can also roll out and access and have access to the periphery of the country? And Wi-Fi distribution, I don't know, Namibia is a very funny country. When you go out, you come at the mall, you get a free Wi-Fi. Like in Post Mall Street, there must be a free Wi-Fi. Airport, Trust Namib, where there is some, like in the cosmopolitan areas, conjunction, it must be provided. So please, can we do something? Let's invest the money where there is a return on investment at the end of the day. I so submit.
Thank
But
you.
I support the vote.
Thank you, Honorable Nashinge.
Chairperson, quick, your time becomes fast. Honorable Minister, one question. I wanted to find out, when MTC was busy with the process, they have something called MTC Verify. I want to find out, where is it hosted? That is one. The next one is that the minister has been hosting something called MICT Summit for the past almost 10 years. What was the achievement? Where are we? What did we achieve? Those small ICT companies, how many are now earning 5 million per annum? How many are now earning 10 million per annum? The list goes on. Is it going to come back? I salute you for not wanting to do it this year. I don't know if it is money, but I don't think it should continue. The next one is the new trends as far as innovation in technology is concerned. Where are we? What capacity does the ministry know so that we are able to track and choose which one is best for us? I think we need to move into that direction. The research, Minister of MICT does not know what the researcher looks like, what data looks like. Data about anything, even statistics about anything within that field. When are we going to see this happening? Because the Minister of Information is a backbone of this country, especially in the modern world where everything is going to be digital. The issue of offices all over the country, I think stop it. Move that fund to projects like funding innovation hubs so that you assist young people who are into designing games or whatever. These offices can be hosted by the regional councils. What are these meetings or offices for? The other one is MTC Telecom. I have a very serious problem. You are biased. You support MTC more than Telecom. Your data, your cell phones, even cell phones for MPs, if they are going to get, they come from MTC. When is Telecom going to benefit? The infrastructure of Telecom is the mother, and you have an obligation to protect Telecom. And personally, sometimes the service is terrible, but we continue supporting Telecom because she has always been here for us. We cannot watch her dying. The policy on AI, when is it coming? The cyber security. How are you planning to fight it? You don't have capacity within that field. We need to move into that direction. 99% of network coverage, how true is it? Can you verify as a ministry? Or you are just being told lies and believe? People are still climbing trees to get network, and it seems you are happy about it. When are we going to improve? My village of Kalongo, when the rain comes, electricity goes off and the network is gone, so do the water. What are we going to do? I think through the rates that we have in the northern part of the country. When are you going to surrender Film Commission to where it belongs? I think Film Commission must go to Meme Sanet, Minister of especially with the creative industry. You don't deserve it. My Namibia, my campaign. Perhaps we must set up a civic organization to train, be it on health, be it on financial problems, and right now, it is not working.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable Minister to respond.
Oh, okay. You guys asked a lot of questions. My time is already going. Thank you very much, honorable members. I will be fast because I've seen other ministers struggle to finish as well because of this short time. Honorable Mouton, yes, the data protection bill is coming. Please support it when it comes. The National Data Center and all of those that asked, yes, land has been identified. It's really at the earliest stages. Right now, we have various data centers across the country owned by private entities and not necessarily by the state to capture state data, hence the National Data Center. But we do have data stored in the country and some of it hosted and stored outside of the country. Infrastructure duplication, very much so, yes. We have an infrastructure sharing policy under the Communications Act of 2009. It has regulations, and we are now confident, now that the various state operators are now falling under the same ministry, which is the Ministry of ICT, we can better implement that infrastructure sharing policy. But you must take note that that policy has been under litigation since it was introduced. The operators were not willing to share because they feel that if they share, they can steal each other's markets. But we are now finding modalities to ensure that they continue to share. You asked about AVM and the reach. Perhaps that's a typo. It should be over 100,000 people. The idea is through our government information centers, through our productions, because audiovisual media is different from film. So we do have film production, documentaries that we give to the broadcaster, that we give to the various radio stations, including the community radio stations, to reach those communities around information of government projects and activities. So that should be a typo. Government websites, I welcome that if we can zero-rate government websites, so that whether you have data or airtime or not, you can actually access the government website. I fully support that. But unfortunately, MICT cannot update content on other ministries' websites. That's the responsibility of every government agency to update content on their own websites to ensure that information gets out to the nation. NBC, the operational cost, the issue of coverage, hence the amount of money we are giving to them. NBC is truly a legacy company. Broadcasting is not cheap. And this is why they are now going on the KU band to use satellite technology. Because if you look closely, NBC contributes also to the dishes that go on the towers. So let's say you have one tower, you have telecom there, you have MTC there, then you must also have NBC to ensure, one, television broadcasting, and then secondly, radio frequency broadcasting. So it means the same challenges the MNOs have is the same challenge NBC have in terms of going on those infrastructure. And that's why they're now looking at the KU band to look at using satellite technology so that the same way DSTV would be able to broadcast even in areas where NBC is because they use satellite technology, and that's where we want them to go. Honorable Kampala, I explained a little bit about the difference between AVM and Film Commission. Here really, Film Commission is around film production, your movies, your series, your short films.
And AVM deals with the campaigns. You know, we have a GBV campaign with gender. When we had campaigns around COVID-19, that's the AVM production team at the Ministry of ICT. When you have the situation in Omaheke and there's a crisis there, or in the northern regions with the floods, when you get that information from those regions, it's the MICT team under the audiovisual media production team that is doing those productions. So there's a difference between the two. But I'll also answer the question of the Film Commission alongside with Honorable Eames to say that we are in the process, and I'm sure if you read my motivation, we want the Namibian Film Commission to become autonomous. We have the NFCA Act that we're busy reviewing, so they become an independent entity. We don't even need them to be under any ministry. They must be independent like MTC, independent like Telecom. We want them to run the film situation in this country so we become a film attraction hub for the country. NBC, you're talking about, Honorable Kampala, the contract workers. The operation cost went up because all the temporary employees at NBC, we gave a directive that they should become full-time. So if you move somebody from temporary to full-time, it means when they're just getting one rate, now they're getting benefits, pension, you know, and all of that. That puts the cost up. And that was part of the report of the Human Resources Committee here at Parliament that said they want these temporary employees to become full-time employees. And that is what has ticked the amount to go up a little bit. But in terms of the development budget, we brought it down a little bit to try to balance it out. But NBC needs allocated money if we want to overhaul the system to make it a world-class broadcasting corporation. The Nampa New Era merger, definitely, if you can tell, press agencies are declining all over the world because newspapers don't need to run to a press agency to buy news anymore. They're losing subscribers. In fact, there are very few press agencies in the world. Hence the merger, so we can boost New Era's distribution and to ensure that we cut on costs. And this was the cabinet decision since 2020, and hence the decision to merge. Telecom, TN Mobile, yes, there are challenges around mobile migration. Telecom is more dependent on, you know, their legacy infrastructure, and we're trying to assist them. A couple of weeks ago, we finally met them since they came from Ministry of Finance and Public Enterprises to the Ministry of ICT to now focus around the operations because, yes, they're a commercial entity, they need to make money, but there's an important service they are offering the nation, and that is our bottom line. The people must get the service they deserve. The cheaper data, the issue of the data, and many of you, some of you asked about the data. I fully agree. We decided in 2024 through CRAN, the regulator, for us to actually put a price cap on data that the operators are to charge. After extensive consultation, because this is their business model, they want us to do a proper study because it is a fact. Our data is quite high in SADC, or many of the SADC countries, our data is high. And for a country like ours, where you have a population of 3 million people, you have 2 or 3 operators fighting for the same market, you want the operators to use the same money they get from your data cost to build towers, it stretches them thin. But we are working out a way to ensure that the data becomes cheaper, and we'll definitely look into this expiry of the data. In fact, the Prime Minister and I spoke about it this morning when he came to visit us. Honorable Masake, I see she has left, but in summary, digital infrastructure, because we know mobile operators don't necessarily want to go into areas where they do not recoup their investment. Putting up a network tower is not easy. If you go to an area where there's no access road, they have to build an access road. If they go to an area with no electricity, they need to get more money to put up a solar battery and solar panels to ensure the tower is functional. And that's why, Honorable Kantorozu, that you'll find certain towers will go off during midnight, because it means your tower is powered by solar energy. And if in that area there is no electricity and the tower is powered by solar energy, it might run out. So we are definitely in talks with the Ministry of Mines and Energy, because through the broadband policy, there are 3 partners: the telecommunications, the energy sector, and works and transport, actually around access roads. Because some towers really are in the middle of nowhere because there are no roads, or in the middle of nowhere because there's no electricity. So that is the approach we are taking. And And this is why, through the Universal Service Access Fund, which is a fund in the Communications Act of 2009, which only became operational last year. It was in litigation for 10 full years around the levy to be paid by the operators. And that's why, as the government, we gave a seed amount of 35 million that Honorable Haikola was talking about. And in this year again, we committed an extra 40 million. And if you read my motivation, I outlined the areas where that 40 million is going in terms of towers. Some parts, Shikoto region, Ruakana, Berseba, all those towers are included in that 40 million we're giving this year. Cybersecurity, many of you have asked about cybersecurity. Yes, the cybercrime bill is also coming. The cybercrime bill is complex. I'm sure you are seeing. The hackers are getting smarter and smarter and smarter every day. So where the bill is now, we realize we need to edit the bill before we bring it to Parliament. Otherwise, we'll end up reviewing the bill every year, and that's not the aim. So we want to try to make the bill as qualitative as possible so it's able to cater to a few things before we need to review it or amend it or repeal it or whatever it may be. Hence the complexity. And that's why you'll find that the skill set is a challenge. To have a legal drafter, which is a lawyer and also well conversant in cybersecurity matters, that skill set in terms of mergence is very rare. And that's why we're struggling to get the niche expertise to make the bill as qualitative as possible. But we're working with partners through the UN and the Commonwealth Secretariat to help us. And to mitigate, because if the bill is taking a while, we took the step to say, let us introduce a Namibian Computer Security Incident Response Team, NAMCET, that I launched a few weeks ago, to try to mitigate in the meantime. Yes, it's not grounded in law, but also it's not hindering any a legal process to actually set up that infrastructure. So we are using it in the meantime to mitigate the cybersecurity incidences we are facing. But I must add that cybersecurity is a collective effort. We must be careful with the links we are being sent or the links we are clicking on. And that is why we have trainings at the Ministry of ICT, and I said it in my motivation as well, that we have trainings every Friday with the help of South Essential IT, which is a private company, between 10 and 11. Please, it's online, while we find ways to ensure we expand it offline. But right now we can do it online for those who can connect online. She asked about disinformation and misinformation. We are definitely working on this through our ethical use of social media campaign. And the update of laws, yes, the Communications Act is also coming. We've actually reviewed it. We are in the final stages of bringing it to Parliament. 2009 and now is a long time. Communications has changed during that time. Honorable Amsa, thank you very much for your support. Yes, hubs, startups, we fully agree with. And this is why Her Excellency has asked us to do a skills assessment so that we know where the skills are, how we can ensure that those skill sets contribute to our development. But more importantly, Honorable Amsa, we are also toying with the idea of assembling phones here, at some point, or repairing of phones. We cannot have foreigners repairing the phone. Once your phone breaks, you can't take it to a Namibian shop for it to be repaired. It's somebody else who's repairing it. We are looking at that skill set to assist our young people. Honorable Hangula, I fully agree, intellectual protection. In fact, my law major at UNAM, when I did my law degree, was under intellectual property, so I fully agree the importance of it. The Copyright Act, though, resorts under the Ministry of MASEC. But we are happy to assist them where we can to ensure that there is emergence between copyright in terms of the creative industry and copyright in terms of digital content that continues to grow on a daily basis. YouTube monetization, we are still in talks with Google AdSense. We are still in talks. I don't want to preempt, maybe they'll see this. So we are still in talks. Mass employment, 100%. We have a project called Project 1000. We want to train young people to be data capturers. When you go on a website and then they say, pick all the bicycles, in the image before they say, I am a robot or I'm not a robot. We want to, somebody did that in the background already before, data annotating and data capturing and data labeling, so that the computer knows that this image has a bike, this image has a zebra crossing, this image has a tree. All of that we are going to do with this Project 1000, and we know it can succeed because all you need is 3 months training to teach somebody how to do that, and they can make money. One child, one laptop, I fully agree with that, and that's why ICT ministers, actually it's myself, the Minister of Rwanda, Kenya, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, We have a program with UNICEF in support with the Ministry of Education. A country like Namibia, if we want to go to Dell or HP, we are struggling to get a discount. So we have decided as a group of ICT ministers, with the help of UNICEF, when we need laptops for schools, we go as a group. Imagine we are collaborating with Nigeria, and they have numbers. So we are using that as a way to come up with, a bulk buying type of situation, and we have clarified what are the device specifications. Is it this device? Is it that is needed in our schools? Oh, Honorable Haitota, yes, rural ICT centers, fully agree. We have actually remodeled the whole thing, because rural ICT centers were seconded to regional and local authorities, especially the regional councils, but we realized we have some challenges, so we're remodeling that. Honorable Shitana, I fully agree with you. We will work together and we'll talk further. Honorable Haikola, yes, the register. We need the data protection law for us to do that directive. Right now, there'll be no basis for me to say that when somebody wants to enter a particular institution, that they should use a particular device, that the next person who comes to register does not see the previous person's data. So, but the data protection will be dealing with that, because it's talking about the protection of data by data processors and data capturers. I explained the 35 million, Honorable Kalola. I also explained the data, Honorable Kandorozu. I explained the rate, the quality service. Definitely, we are working to see how we can best address the quality service. I've run out of time, but I'm happy to engage with the members as we go on. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you very much. Honorable Moton, just a follow-up question. She will not respond actually again.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
No. She has the floor. You are done, Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, I just want to say that saying that some of our data is hosted in the country and some of our data is hosted out of the country is not a sufficient answer, considering that we don't have a Data Protection Act in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Krone.
It's on the next vote.
On? Okay. Thank you very much. Any objection? Agreed to? Agreed to. Okay, thank you. I now put vote 36, gender equality and child welfare. Any discussion? No. Honorable 893. Honorable Krone. Huh? Honorable Krone. No, it's here. I'm looking at here. People are playing. They switch on and off, on and off. Honorable Krone.
Thank you.
Honorable Krone.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for the vote, the introduction of your vote and the motivation thereof. I would like to recommend to you that the safety houses must be in function throughout the whole year, and then the ministry must appoint permanent staff members. Currently, it is run by volunteers, and sometimes volunteers do not want to continue. The other thing is we must also employ social workers on who can work day shift and night shift. Because normally when there are cases, the social workers are not working during the night. There are no social workers at gender-based violence. Sometimes there is no transport available. So at least employ more social workers and allow them to work shifts so that there must always be social workers available. Thank you also I saw in your motivation letter that the ministry intend to employ more social workers, so it's very important. In Karas region, the region is very vast. So there is no social workers in Beersheba constituency. There is one for rural, but the person is based in Keetmanshoek. Therefore, Arwap, Kois and the surrounding towns are not really serviced on time because of the budgetary constraints. Because for outreach programs, there is always a shortage of vehicles, there is always shortage of finances. So in the midterm, Honorable Minister, please consider to increase those ones. The psychosocial support, I saw the ministry indicate the support for children. but the staff members also need psychosocial support service because they are dealing with different type of cases on a daily basis. They are understaffed, exhausted, and sometimes stressed, which leads to mental health. Therefore, the staff also needs psychosocial support service. The ministry must also try to fill all vacant positions because when I was there, I realized that the workload is too much. Because for example, in social protection service, one staff member is dealing with old age grant, children's grant, disability grant, conditional basic income grant, and many other KPIs related in that ministry or that division. So therefore, the ministry must try to fill the vacant positions to ease the burden from the staff members. Sorry, I'm rushing. The Honourable Minister, the misuse of grants, the Child Care and Protection Service, normally, according to the Act, the social worker must open a case, whilst the administrative officers, the senior administrative control, those are the ones dealing with these cases on a daily basis. Now, there is bureaucracy in the system which allow only the social worker to open a case, so that clause must be amended to allow other staff members working with the grants also to open a case for misuse of grant. The Pension Fund Act must also be amended. Currently, there are so much misuse of grant, but nothing happens. The Shabin owners, I'm sorry to say that, is normally standing at the pay points, collecting the money from the people, keeping the national documents of the beneficiaries of these grants, but there is no consequences for them. So therefore, the Pension Fund Act needs to be amended. The other thing is there is loans that our pensioners is applying for at NEMPOST. Currently, some of them are mentally not fit to apply for these loans, but they are granted these loans. So those ones applying on behalf of them and requesting them to sign, these people are getting maybe 700 or 800 Namibian dollars out of that 1,600, but don't know what their money is used for. Sorry. And I thank you very much for the increment of the educators' allowance from 1,500 to 2,000. And then also thank you for the women empowerment, because I'm part of that product. Thank you very much. I support your vote, Honourable Minister.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable High Caller.
Honourable Minister, having read your heartfelt media release dated 26 April 2025, titled Shattered Lives, I join in collective grief over the lives tragically lost recently due to violence, including that of a young Rosalind Fabians and the one that happened in Usakos, is an act of unimaginable violence. So, Honourable Minister, the gravity of these incidents, particularly involving school-going children, raises pressing questions about our national preventative strategies, and I wish to kindly inquire if the ministry is currently conducting or planning any gender-based violence awareness, not just in Usakos, which is very important though, not just there in Usakos and Okanja, but also in schools. Because I've been a teacher for 10 years, taught in 3 different schools, one is a part-time teacher, but I've never seen Minister of Gender that come to school and raise GBV in schools. So it's very important to the Minister to look into that. So, Honourable Minister, what has been the impact of the gender clusters, especially the GBV clusters? And most importantly, and this is the reason why I stood up, because I see there's a lot of women empowerment, which is good, but what has been the impact of the male engagement workshop trainings, especially in terms of suicide and rapes? It's so beautiful that the country is moving to another level of empowering our women, but we shouldn't leave our men behind. So we should be parallel. And it's very important we discuss certain things which are very, very important, such as suicide. A lot of men are committing suicide, young men. Even the one that just committed suicide 2 years ago, he jumped out of Avani, if I'm not mistaken. If it's not 2 years ago, maybe a year ago. A lot of young people, especially male. So important talks need to be implemented, Honorable Minister. Now, because investing in changing laws cannot change people's inner hurts or feelings, which make them to have a lot of revenge when it comes to rape, when it comes to, all the violences that men and also women are committing nowadays. So it's very important the ministry go around it. And National Action Plan on Gender-Based Violence, referred to as a call to action, has ended in 2023. So what has been its impact, and is there now a new one? And my last one, just before my time, so what measures is the Ministry of Gender taking to ensure that community-based NGOs involved in gender mainstreaming are included in cluster structures and supported with dedicated budget to community mobilization campaigns, such as Women in Action and OIL. OIL used to do a very, very great work, especially in school. That's why I want you to bring OIL back. I don't know how, but dancing, learning through dancing, the learners, they really understand, and we build a strong society. I submit.
Honorable Amutenya.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I want to support the vote, but I want us also to zoom in program 2, which is child care and social protection, linking it to the support communities and early childhood development. I'm really worried about the opportunities and the infrastructures that supports early childhood development, especially in rural areas and informal settlements. Why that we do not have a program that establish playgrounds in rural areas? Because I still feel a rural child is kind of left alone. We do not have playgrounds for them. Playgrounds where parents can be comfortable to let their children to play and develop psychosocially. I think this needs to be done. Government should support or come up with a fund, supported even by the business fraternity, and we must use our TVET professionals just to come up with this long-term, permanent, the swings and the playgrounds fit for a rural child. But I think this we can also link it to the community or rural area community fitness or exercise facilities for our elders. If we can have playgrounds and next to that is also a fitness facility for our elders, I think that will support our communities perfectly well. The last one is on the community under the statement of the Honorable Minister. There is a community empowerment program. And honestly, I'm not comfortable that I have picked up when it says the income generating activities where funding ratio was budgeted to support 70% women and 30% men per funding cycle. What have a boy child done? 70% we are funding women, 30% we are funding men. I think in our rural areas also we have, our young men that are obviously having businesses that needs to be supported. And I think we need to really to balance on that one so that a boy child is not left alone. With that, I support the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Shitana.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, I must tell you that I'm happy to see that a total amount of 1,100,000,080, that amount. So I'm happy that you come up with this. And also in your motivation, you said there's a program that is going to be enrolled out in our community. We are having a serious problem of our girl child and boy child being now at the center of being raped by both, be it a man, be it a woman. So this is a very, very serious concern, and as leaders in this house, we must all put our heads together and see how we can assist to at least support and educate our people at all corners of the country, and especially at the villages where we are having those brothers and sisters that we are employing from, getting from, especially at our neighboring country, Angola. It's a very, very serious concern. And on the other side, it's also our mistake that we don't really give inductions to our workers. We only negotiate, you get this, but we don't normally speak to them how to be with our kids in our houses. So it's a very, very serious concern that we must also have that duty to say, this cannot be done, this must be done. Then, will we have these millions on the programs? I'm urging the ministry to at least also work with the musicians when you are going to do those campaigns, because it's very hard to get the people, those that stays at the bar and other things. At the school, we are doing fine. But those ones that are committing crimes, they don't go to school, majority of them. So how will you now, you get the message to them? So it's important we come up with some ideas whereby we can invite those artists, then they go pass the message through that we must not do. It's very bad. It's very bad, and it's become a daily news every day. It's a boy child, it's a girl child raped by big people. I think we are also facing a sick nation because of these happening things people are consuming. So we must tell our people that it is us. If we are not protecting, after as we leave this, who's going to be next? So we must take this messenger to the headmen and all the leaders in the communities. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lutu Hesi.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I rise to air my contribution to Vote 36, Gender Equality and Child Welfare. Honorable members, women and children in Namibia could now be classified as an endangered species. As a nation, we are still reeling from the recent gruesome murders of 3 children in Okahanja, just off the heels of the brutal killing of 6 members of one family in Usakos. Honorable Minister, I've studied your vote on motivation. And I might say that the intervention contained in there are mostly post-event responses. Can the Honorable Minister tell us why that is the case? Why is there such little focus on preventative measures? When is the ministry going to address intervention that would make our country safer for our women and girls? Are we expecting another incident before we intervene? Can the Honorable Minister tell us how many social workers the ministry employs per region? I see that the ministry has allocated an amount to residential child care facilities. Can the Honorable Minister tell us whether the ministry receives reports on incidences of child safety in these facilities? I so submit.
Thank you, Honorable Kandorodu.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Whole House Committee. I want you to, Honorable Minister, on page 396 of the estimate revenue, income and expenditure book, more especially on funeral benefits. I think that one needs to be revisited, because what I have realized, the threshold that you have set up, let's say is 2,000, I think is now old. Caskets are now more expensive. It starts from 4,000 up. So every time the family that cannot afford, they have to run around looking for money to top up in order to get a casket. So you need to move with the market. If the market increase, then the benefit also should respond. Or the other issue is it so difficult for the government to engage like insurance company so that they can provide that particular cover? The government have a state-owned company called Nasria under the Ministry of Finance of Works. I think they can create such a portfolio and provide a decent funeral for our elders or for those that falls under that category. Furthermore, on the early childhood development, maybe in our basic terms is kindergarten, crakies. I want to know, why do they fall under Ministry of Gender, not under Ministry of Education? Now, preparation of these kids, are they in line with the new curriculum, new syllabus? Do they speak to one another? Or this is just one thing there? And as my Honorable MP said, that the crakies or the kindergarten, more especially in rural areas, you will find them in a dilapidated facilities. These kids are kept there. There is no proper structure. There is no sanitation. There is basically no recreation, no toys, nothing. There is no support system. And now Namibia, we are moving to the TVET. Now, if you look with how China is evolving, you see kindergarten kids are involved in vocational activities. This one is building wood, this one is cooking at the age of 3, 4, 5. But ours is just A, E, I, O, U. 1, 2, 3, 4. My name is who? That's it. Can we move? Please. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Manombe Numbe.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of the Whole House Committee. Honorable Minister, well done with the well-presented motivation, and I support it. And I want to speak on early childhood development. Honorable Minister, having been in my earlier portfolio, having been visiting these early childhood development centers, I was informed that most of them, they are private. They don't belong to government. And it is really a common knowledge that all children, early childhood development, provide an important window of opportunity to prepare the foundation, to prevent them from potential delays in development. So my worry is for children with disabilities in these centers, because when I was visiting, I did not see them, and I was asking, why are they not being also admitted in this early childhood development? And then the answer was that the educators are not equipped, and they are also not capacitated to really teach some of the children with disabilities. So, but as we know, the early childhood development is a key goal 4 of the SDGs, and that ensure that inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Now, my worry is if these children are really not taken also into early childhood development to develop their foundation, what will happen then to them? So, and what also apprehend us as a ministry from budgeting for these children, even to build like early childhood development centers that can accommodate the children with disabilities, or also just to equip those private ones that are already in existence, and also just to capacitate the educators to be able to teach these children. And the other one is on the gender-based violence against all of us, women and men. But now, seriously, I'm talking about women with disabilities here. This remains a serious and often a hidden issue. We are always seeing it in the newspapers, what is happening. So many victims are unable even to access justice due to communication barriers and the social stigma that is in our societies, and inaccessible reporting mechanism that is also existing. So these people are not able even to go and report their cases. So it is imperative that GBV interventions be inclusive and responsive to the unique challenges that are faced by people or persons with disabilities, by ensuring that they are protected and empowered within our legal and social systems. Now, I think it's really imperative for gender ministry to reflect these priorities by allocating specific resources for accessible GBV shelters, training for law enforcement, and tailored awareness raising in our societies about these perpetrators that are perpetrating against women with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ijono.
Thank you. Early childhood development is critical for breaking the cycle of poverty. The ministry plan to subsidize 3,256 educators and provide materials to 246 ECD centers across all regions. That's a very nice try. Question comes, what proportion of the country's children does this cover? Honorable Minister, many young children, especially in the remote areas, still lack access to any early learning programs. How will the ministry expand quality ECD services to every corner of Namibia? Additionally, in the current 70 million subsidy to educate stipends, is it sufficient to 3,265 ECD teachers? Now, what measures are in place to improve the quality of ECD infrastructures oversight so that we may lay strong foundation in line with Vision 2030, 2030's human resource goals? And I understand 2030, someone said it's been postponed to 2014. And the Honorable Minister, while I still have time, there are children in this country. Those small ones are always selling sticks for cooking and the noble carries around. I saw them in Oshikango. I came to Windhoek, I found them here in Windhoek also. Last weekend I was that side of Dowres, I saw them in Omaruru. What plan is there for these children? Some people are saying they are Angolans, some people are saying this, but they are inhabitants. And when the president spoke here, the president said the inhabitants of Namibia. So when are we going to look at these children? Because I believe they are part of this gender thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Ricardo. Okay, no, forfeited. Okay, Honorable Lucato.
Honorable Chairperson of All House Committee, members of Parliament, thank you very much for the floor. My contribution to this vote 3-6 are as follows. Number one, let me appeal to the respected Honorable Minister that this important ministry is one of the important ministry within Namibia. The reason it includes our mothers, our fathers, and our children. That's why it's so important. So now, unfortunately, this the ministry. It have a shortage of staff, shortage of officers, shortage of centers. So it lack allocation, a huge allocation of budget. The current budget is not enough. So when I went around the regions, I found that many children and their mothers and their fathers, those poor Namibians, they don't have access for register their children because there is no office surrounding them. There's no center. As a result, they will suffer and suffer and suffer because there is no assistance. Honorable Minister, Honorable Chairperson, as a result, I recommend the following. More budgets of allocation should be allocated to this ministry so that they can construct offices and centers so that our mothers, our fathers, our children, they can have access for that. The last one, recommendation, also I recommend that when they visit to register centers, they have to be assisted with transport fees to pay them. Like when you go to court, like, you have to be paid to attend, so that they must not suffer. Lastly, I support this vote 3-6, 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Budi.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Alternative care and shelter for children. The ministry subsidized 20 privately run residential child care facilities. And as of this year, 517 children are accommodated and registered in home and shelters under the state care. While this support is commendable, it reaches only few hundred children in need. What plan are in place to strengthen the broader children protection system so that those 1,000 children on the street also having the same opportunities? Honorable Minister, will the ministry expand community-based foster care, support care, or establish more places of safety, especially in regions where such facilities or services are lacking? In the face of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniel.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, honorable members, good evening. I'm standing here just also to comment, not necessarily to ask only questions, but also to offer or to give some comments and ideas. I know early childhood development, whenever we talk about early childhood development, is very often confused. But if we talk as of now in Namibia, early childhood development is basically children that are 0 to 4 that are not yet in pre-primary. Pre-primary is covered by the government there, but that age gap or that age group is still in the hands of community and individual and private sectors. But one thing that I would like to comment when it comes to early childhood development, I want to commend actually the ministry or the government for that matter, because initially the early childhood development used only to get 300,000 as a budget for early childhood development. And we are yet talking about that early childhood development is a foundation. Investing in children is the best thing you can do. You build a strong foundation for your future. And also, maybe the reason why we have so many social evils is because we are not investing enough in our children, because the basic things is mostly taught in children when they are very, very young. To say thank you, please. They might be simple and unimportant word when you think about it, but they are very, very important when it comes to social behavior. Just for one to know that when somebody does something to you, you don't hit, but you just say, can I have it or can I also play? And I think that's very, very important. And these things you basically acquire them between, they said a window of opportunity between, from the conception up to the age of 3, we would say, or 2 years old. But if we miss those windows of opportunity, and it continues up to 8 years old, but I think the fact that we are missing the very critical age here is very important. And very parents, as many as we sit here, very often we don't settle with our children. Just as much as we want to bring our children in a different way, we don't do that. But for that, I do not really have much question for you, but I have an issue of special children, children with autistic, Asperger. Very often those children, parents don't know what to do. We don't have any center that cater for those type of children. If parents can't take them to school, because these are children that are difficult to be amongst others, they need a special center, they need trained people, and I think that is something that I think the ministry can look at. I don't really have questions, but to think in those lines, also to capacitate the parents and anybody who is dealing with the children. I think that is just parent empowerment and also those to come up with those centers to cater for those children. With those few words, I strongly support, because moving from 300,000 to 52 million is a remarkable achievement when it comes to early childhood development. Keep up the good work, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Binge.
Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, allow me to first and foremost
commend the Ministry of Gender for the remarkable progress made in promoting the welfare of girls and women across the country. The empowerment of the girl child has yielded visible results in education, leadership, and overall confidence, and this deserves our full recognition and continued support. However, while we are celebrating these achievements, I must draw our attention to an emerging concern, the state of a boy child. Across many communities and institutions, we are witnessing a worrying trend. Boys are increasingly being outperformed by girls, not only academically, but also in personal development and social behavior. The gap is growing, and it raises critical questions about balance and inclusivity in our developmental agendas. We must ask ourselves, what is the cause of this shift? Could it be that in focusing rightly on the empowerment of the girl child, we unintentionally neglected the boy child? Or is it that boys lack structured guidance and targeted support to help them navigate today's complex social and educational environment? The question remains, what are we doing for them? What support is the ministry doing for the boy child? What are the programs in place? If you go back to the history of the Bible, the boy child is somebody who has to provide for the family. But nowadays, you see the trend is changing. Boys are being left behind. As we reflect on this budget presented this year, I urge the ministry and all stakeholders to consider how does this budget address the challenges faced by a boy child. Are there programs designed specifically to support them? Mental health, academic engagement, and character development. I have been witnessing many interviews where boy child are being outperformed by girls. When you go to school, overall performance, the same is happening. When you come home, the same is happening. Therefore, it needs our intervention. The gender equality must holistically empowering girls, and it should go hand in hand with uplifting boys, because the success of our future depends on both. Let us commit to a balanced and inclusive approach that leaves no child behind. And I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Carola.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. No, mine is quite simple. You know, when you look into society and, you know, when you're walking around, particularly in rural areas, and you look at these young mothers, unemployed young mothers, the young ones in particular, you really feel pity for these people. And at some point, you, in my views, and yeah, I don't really think of the mother, I think of the child, the future of the child. It's a bit in limbo that the mother is already unemployed and this child is not in support in terms of diet, physical development and mental development. So I was thinking that perhaps if we could, as a ministry, introduce something like childbirth grant for these young unemployed mothers, at least just for a year. I think it will really help these two beings, the mother who is already vulnerable, and this child, the future president of this country. So we really need to look out into this kind of matters. And another thing is on the balance now. You know, at some points, there are some slogans that are being used in the country now that I should just be frank that I don't really like. You know, it's being overrated of us saying future is female. You know why? Because I also look at my gender, the younger kids, the boys, and they are also being told that future is female. These people, they might end up forgetting that they are males. No, they are still developing. They are still developing. They might forget that they are males. That's why they will end up acting just like the girls. You see, we need to be careful of this kind of things. So we should balance. We should balance for real. It's really dangerous. And I should also cement on the point that Honorable, yes, at least, the point that Honorable Willem mentioned about 70% going to women and 30% going to men. By birth, we are the providers. But this thing that you want to put in society that you should be our providers is not going to end well. No, look, yes, it's not going to end well. I should provide for you, not you to provide for me. No, please, we should balance.
Yes.
Thank
the
you
princess
so much.
gives the prince.
Yeah, the future is balanced, not female. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope honorable member won't forget that you are male. Okay, honorable Lisasi.
Deputy Speaker, please. Thank you very much for the floor, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Honorable Kalola, thank you very much for standing for us and for your peers. Really, we need to do that. But my contribution is only two things. One, members of the public, I don't know whether it's countrywide, but I can speak of where I come from, Katima Mlilo town, at your office. A lot of people have been turned away from registering the vulnerable kids and the orphans. They are told that we have stopped taking new applicants until further notice. Is it true, or they are just making up their own things? But what surprises us is because their relatives have been taken and they have been given new applications and accepted in the system. So maybe you should also investigate and find out what is happening in that office in Katima Mlilo. Number two, we have got employees. When we were discussing the issue of labor relation, we mentioned it that grade 15 employees, their salary is very, very low. When are they going to be allowed to register their own children also, so that they can also benefit, because they are suffering also? We should feel for these people. Their children are also suffering. When are we going to allow them? Because they can't really take care of their children, because one of them was telling me that he has 3 kids. Now from that small salary, to return them to school after a long weekend, the person gets dry lips, because he does not know where to get the money to send the children, 3 of them, back to school. So some people will say, now why having a lot? No, we need to have a community that is bigger. It's very important. Family is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kampala.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I raise as a former advocate of sexual health rights for young boys and girls with Princess, with Emma, sorry, Honorable Theophilus. I'm raising on Child Care and Protection, Program 2, Honorable Minister. Honorable Shimi last year or 2 years ago gave us free peds, zero tax on peds, but women go beyond using peds when they go on ministerial cycles. Some use peds, lilets, and all other brands and other items, but we only have zero tax on peds. So I was hoping that maybe in the budget for this year, you could introduce through the program 2 to incorporate in the health pack that the ministry provides, or perhaps also through that program advocate for a broader that free tax breaks, because young girls, if they buy the ped, they need to buy another item. I think it's tampons and yeah. Just can't mention them because I don't use them, but I know what they. But yeah. So that concern, and they're also costly. So if the ministry can please look into that as a key priority area for our girls, young girls, so that they don't stay away from school. We are already saying that their future is female, so we need to ensure at every cost, at every level, they remain in school and remain educated, but should not be at the expense of young boys. As much as you are doing it for the young girls, you should also do it for young boys. Because I see in your budget bodies, there's a night residential program where young girls are given overnight stay, but it's mostly restrictive for girls. So we should also try to cater for the young boys as well, because then they become perpetrators, and then we have to implement again for it. So let's please try and do that, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much. And I support the bill.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Minister to respond.
I'm under attack. Here at the back, I'm being told in short. Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Whole House Committee. As I rise to provide responses to the questions that were posed during the discussions of Vote 36, honorable members, I am reminded by the words of Theodore Roosevelt, who once said that the critics or the reward belongs to the men in the arena. And this has demonstrated that in terms of child care, in terms of fighting GBV, in terms of strengthening our support to the male child, it's everyone's responsibility. And as a ministry that's entrusted with that mandate, this is exactly what we want to see. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House, Deputy Chairperson, allow me to summarize instead of going through all the questions that were posed and mentioning the names of the honorable members. I want to start answering or touching on the issues, the question that was posed on the ECD, because that really came out often. And in terms of currently, 67% of ECDs in Namibia are community-based. When it comes to community-based centers, faith-based organizational centers, NGOs, these are the centers that as a ministry we do provide subsidy. Now, this is based with the government providing policy guidelines and training for educators. This is how we are supporting to ensure that we provide equal access to this much-needed foundation for our children aged 0 to 5.
Although this sector is still in the process of being professionalized, the government equipped educators through a 12-week training. This is for us to ensure that we do have standards for this ECD training program. That includes how to support children with special needs. This was a question that was posed by my neighbor here, Honorable Daniel. And also, when it comes to proper infrastructural development, this is a key requirement to accommodate to all children's needs. The ministry has supported some community ECDs in improving its infrastructure, notably constructing a special resource ECD center at Morrison School grounds. Now, in terms of the empowerment, economic empowerment, where we are supporting in entrepreneurs' activities, the income generating activities, I hear the question of why 70% female and 30% male. This was based on a research, a survey that was done that found out that 70% of traders, especially now informal traders, are female and 30% male. So this, initially, that's what informed the 70%, 30% ratio. And also, in addition to that, it's also based on the national policy on MSME that places special emphasis on women and the vulnerable groups' economic empowerment and entrepreneurial advancement. So these were the policy considerations that informed the position of the ministry. So about 70%, again, as I mentioned, informal trader. This is as a result of the survey that was done by the Ministry of Labor, Industrial Relations and Employment Creation back then. When it comes to the support from Honorable Lukato on increased budget for infrastructure and development, those are comments that we note. The question in terms of ECD playgrounds and also in the rural areas to ensure that we have ECDs that are up to standard. This is an area of improvement, and we are working together also with other developmental partners. For example, the European Union that has assisted us so far to set up some of the community ECDs. On the boy child, that was a very topical issue, whether the future is female, the future is present or not. The future is balanced. At this point, I want to assure honorable members that the recently launched National Gender Equality and Equity Policy that was launched on the 7th of March, the 12 strategic areas is to enhance and to strengthen the boy child. Also, the male engagement issue. The male engagement interventions, as I mentioned in my motivation, last year the conference drew around over 800 males, and they were also capacitated in terms of mental health. Now this answers my sister, Honorable Haikola's concern in terms of the high rate of suicide. The third national gender policy, as I mentioned, in fact, what distinguished the gender policy to the third gender policy is that addition of the boy child. There was a research that was done by UNAM. I've used it in my previous life at the Ministry of Youth. This research looked at what are the contributing factors that is leading to boys being outperformed by girls. It's a very, very in-depth study where they went to interview the children, the teachers as well, and on this survey, it came out that even when it comes to parenting, we need to do more. Yeah. Back then, we will have divided chores. Girls do this, boys go and fetch wood and all that. But now, those balancing of responsibilities, these were some of the factors that the researchers found that we need to start right from the early age. I'm also one of those who do advocate for the boy child, not because I have two boys only, but we are looking at gender equity, gender equality. And even Her Excellency, the President, has already started advocating for boy-child, and she had engagements last year. So this is really an issue that is taking center stage, and we are turning our focus also not to diminish the gains that we have made so far in terms of gender, women empowerment. The Ministry will continue in this current financial year with the male engagement program in all 14 regions, targeting men and boys. And over the years, the Ministry, as I indicated, in partnership with the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology, also together with the Ministry of Health and Social Services, with civil society and NGOs, we have hosted several male engagement, and we even have champions to ensure that the messages are standard. We do not want messages to be communicated that will again reverse the gains that we have made so far. So it's something that the Ministry is really taking interest on, and we are going to ensure that we do work on it. We are, nowadays, there's a talks of positive masculinity, there's issues of redefining masculinity. So all of these are the attempts for us to ensure that the boy child is not left behind. There was a question on how many social workers we employ as a ministry. Currently, the ministry employs a total number of 106 social workers in all 14 regions. On average, 757 social workers per region. Sorry, 7.57. Ordinarily, there's a high staff turnover because social workers, it's a very high demand trade. In fact, even now as we speak, we have, as I indicated, we are going to employ 55 social workers. And when you look at the social workers graduating from UNAM, I understand there's a shortage. So very soon, we will be announcing that there's no social worker who has graduated and who is unemployed. So as a ministry, we are going to work on that. I'm trying to summarize. There was also the question on children roaming around the streets, selling. When you look at Chapter 3 in our Constitution, Article 15, that speaks to the rights of children. It's one of those, the rights, the children has the right to parents, the right to education, the right to a name, and also it goes further to mention the issues of labor, child labor. So one could classify that as child labor, but as I mentioned again in my motivation, we are going to embark on an awareness program to also train community leaders, traditional leaders, religious leaders on parenting skills, on life skills. Again, this will address the issue of Honorable High Caller to ensure that the respondents who deal with children are capacitated to handle these issues, or to be able also to early diagnose risks and issues that the children are faced with. So this is, again, a constitution violation, and firstly, it's also an immigration issue, which is beyond my pay grade. I'm not going to dwell into immigration issues. But these children are traveling with their parents, and it's the parents that are using them sometimes. So it's very important that we should start at the root cause as well. However, they keep on, I'm informed that at the time they were returned, but we know that they keep on coming back. There was also a question on vulnerable child grant in Namibia that's being misused. The vulnerable child grant in Namibia is allocated to children based on available budgetary resources, with new beneficiaries typically added in as the cases unfold. And this was a case that Honorable Izazi has brought to fore, and we'll have a look at it to look at that case that you brought in Katima Mlilo. The issues of GBV, I want to respond that the ministry deployed two different interventions. The first intervention speaks to creating awareness. The second one is the response measure. So we don't only wait for an incident to occur, but we do have awareness sessions like the campaigns that we have. I just mentioned again that we will be launching a campaign in May. This one will target violence against children, given the endemic levels that these violences are occurring, be it at school or be it in community. This will also then tie in with that strategy that I indicated in our national gender equality and equity policy as one of the areas that we need to focus. We also achieve this by ensuring that we do work with the different clusters that we have, because it allows us to cascade our assistance up to a level of constituency level. We have a high-level gender advisory council that's being chaired by the Right Honorable Prime Minister, and at the regional level we also do have that mechanism, the regional cluster, and then it goes down cascading up to constituency level. In short, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Deputy Chairperson, lastly, I want to also answer the question from Honorable Mbuti, who says that the residential childcare facilities are private, the 20 that we support, and what plans are in place to accommodate more. When you look again at my program, I think it's program 2, also program 1, I did allude to Famkakurus that we have started to use as a rehabilitation center. These are some of the plans that we have to ensure that we do expand these services to the much needed children who are often vulnerable and who needs to be rehabilitated and to be reintegrated into either boarding schools or into their families. Also worth mentioning is that Famkakurus will also serve as a detention center. It will serve as a center for the children who are in conflict of law. As we know, again, our constitution does not allow that a child 16 years and below to be put into the other centers, but should be in a designated place. On that note, honorable members, allow me to thank you very much for the support that you have shown. For the support that you have shown for vote 36, and together we'll be able to ensure that our communities, our schools are safe, our men and women enjoy equal access to opportunities, our boys and girls also enjoy the same rights to opportunities. Thank you very much. Looking forward to the support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nashinge.
Deputy Chairperson of the whole House, I think mine is just a recommendation.
Our timekeeper, not the timekeeper there sleeping on duty. Yeah.
A follow-up recommendation. I think we need to be very, very careful when, especially with the gender-based violence. The challenge we have, especially from the state side, we tend to get into it from a boardroom point of view. On the gender-based violence, the campaigns we put out there, in most cases, we just waste money because we are detached. We don't really go to where the problem is. A poster, don't beat your girlfriend, don't beat your wife. How often do we go out to see the effectiveness of these campaigns that we put out? Go to the area, understand the environment, what has been happening, so that the next one you build your campaign based on the ground information that you got. Seriously, I think with your, it's unfortunately it's a friendship kind of a thing that the two of you, the ambushers, do. I'm just playing. Please, you and the MICT, and I have been cautioning this, and we are just continuing. So other than that, let us continue. But also, one thing that is lacking in us is identity as a people. Of course, taking into consideration our diversity, we lack identity. Who are we? And I think once we get to understand that, we should be able to manage and fight some of these problems that are facing us.
Thank you. Any objection? Agreed to? Thank you very much. I shall report progress and ask leave to sit again. Yeah. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I report progress and ask leave to sit again.
Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable members. It's now my pleasure to adjourn the House until tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Tomorrow, 9 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much.